began, as all great things do, with a dream. One man's dream to create a ribbon of tarmac that would test a driver's skill like no other. A circuit designed to separate the great from the good. And when dream became reality, it needed an event designed to separate the great from the immortals. And so, in 1996, Kartmasters was born. For over a quarter of a century, drivers from all corners of the globe have descended on this hallowed parcel of Lincolnshire countryside to try and conquer Kartmasters, to try and earn the right to wear the coveted GP plate. GP, those two letters, two simple letters that mean everything. But what makes Kartmasters so special, so unique, so intoxicating? Does this give you your answer? With the biggest, richest prize fund in British karting comes unequalled pressure and unrivaled action. 4 days of fast, frantic, furious racing, inches, no, millimetres apart from the moment the track opens until the second the final checkered flag falls. Each Grand Prix has more twists and turns than the circuit itself, for being the fastest isn't always preferable. Leading at the start of the last lap is rarely rewarded with victory. But being the toughest, mentally, physically and psychologically, is critical. Kartmasters is our sport's survival of the fittest. The Kartmasters Roll of Honour is filled with the greats, a list only outnumbered by the greats who have fallen short, sometimes agonisingly short, year after year. For this is where legends are born. Who can forget Lewis Hamilton claiming his first GP win in 1996, long before Formula One came calling, or Marco Ardigo's masterclass in those screaming Super Libras, or Mark Litchfield and Mike Simpson making the event their own in early years. For over a decade, Simpson's 7 titles seemed unmatchable, until Ben Barnicoat, the boy from Bolsover, finally eclipsed that record in 2019, becoming the first driver to achieve that elusive double-duty win in the process, as he claimed GP victories 8 and 9. We have witnessed Gabby Weir beating all the boys, George Russell's 3 in a row, Callum Bradshaw's wave, Cian Dewis winning for the pit lane, and Brandon Carr's historic last to first. But Kartmasters' greatest moment? That is yet to come. Of that we are certain. For Kartmasters is, and shall remain, karting's grandest prize. Well, good morning everybody, and welcome to Kartmasters. If that doesn't get your juices flowing, I don't know what will. My name is Henry Beaudette, and for the 16th year, it's a great honour and a pleasure to be able to bring you all the action from what is quite simply the biggest, most exciting single one-off event in British karting every year. You are at the home of British karting, the PF International Kart Circuit, and it's not just me. There are 287 drivers across 8 classes who are here for this, the 29th running of Kartmasters, the British Kart Grand Prix. We have 24 hours of live coverage here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel to bring you both today, tomorrow and on Sunday. 13 of our drivers are trying to do double duty. We have 8 current or former GP plate winners in action, and of course there are 12 current or former Motorsport UK karting champions here. We'll say a big hello to everybody on the live chat, and we'll be keeping up to date with you all the way through this weekend. You and Charman already getting some support on their morning nibbers. On their, say morning, it's like Christmas Day it is. This is a 1,382 metre circuit established in December 1994. That's when the first race meeting ever took place here. Kartmasters began on the first weekend in August 1996. So it's not just me who will be bringing you all the action this weekend. Nicole Sutherland is in our live lounge interviewing plenty of famous Kartmasters names from the past and the present. Look out for all those interviews, and Nicole will be down on the grid on Sunday bringing you all the pre-race and post-race coverage. But it's not just me, it is Piers Pryor who will be joining me on the live chat. Piers is currently down in the pit lane. If you have a look at that, ignore the 1 o'clock. It's going to be nice and bright and sunny all the way through today. Might have a little bit of precipitation this morning. Later on this afternoon, it should dry out again. Hello to Anthony Jordan, to Michael Dalton. Anthony Jordan is a far inferior karting event somewhere in Europe. I'm not quite sure where. It's a warm-up event for the World Championship later this year, but we don't care about that, do we, boys and girls? This is where it's at this weekend. Enough waffling from me for now. Let's go down to our co-host this weekend, Piers Pryor, who is down in the pit lane. What a guan, Piers Pryor.
Henry, thank you so much for breaking us into Kartmasters 2024. It's going to be an epic event. Very much looking forward to, well, calling all the shots. I'll be down here in the assembly area getting the pre-qualifying and post-qualifying reaction to keep you all updated. Of course, Henry will be up in the commentary box for the qualifying sessions, and then later on for the races, I'll be joining Henry up there. First off, we have time qualifying 1 for Senior Rotax, followed by time qualifying 2. Interesting in Rotax actually this morning. Fastest drivers in final practice this morning and warm up. Macaulay Bishop, the O-Play, and Jaden Teen, a foreign driver over from the European continent. They're very fast. Neither of them actually in this first group. However, don't count out anyone in this group because it's been so close in every qualifying session. The GP plate holder, Kai Hunter, is in this group. We're going to be going green at about 10 past 10, so in about 4 minutes' time. And of course, for time qualifying, brand new slick tyres on all these karts. You can see the brand new slicks. They'll have to carry those through qualifying this morning, the heats today, qualifying tomorrow morning, and the heats on Saturday, and then for the repechage if the drivers don't make it to the grand final. Then for the grand final in the junior and senior classes, an extra set of brand new tyres which they must use. Of course, tyre management in this heat this weekend is going to be very important. All well and good being on pole this morning, but then if you have no pace at the end of the final on Saturday, then you're not going to be right up there in terms of the intermediate qualification. We actually had a bit of rain overnight last night, so the track was maybe a little different to what we would have expected or what the drivers experienced yesterday for the final practice sessions. Looking forward to getting the tyres up to temperature. 3-lap average time qualifying, so not just your fastest lap that count. You have to make sure that you get 3 quick ones in, and the average of those 3 will set the grid for the races today. Current GP plate holder Kai Hunter is currently 3rd on the inside, going out of the grid here. Very short qualifying sessions these to get those laps in. I'm expecting Kai to be quick in this one, but it's been so close. Caden McQueen was also very quick in practice, I think 3rd in his group, looking to go and hopefully take his first Grand Prix victory this year. But strength and depth, 2 qualifying sessions in Senior Rotax, of course, split into groups, and then they will then be filtered into groups A, B and C for the heats. Let's work our way back towards the rear of the grid so that we're not going to get run over when we go green in about 1 minute and 25 seconds, 2 minutes and 25 seconds time. Very much looking forward to it. Qualifying this morning, 2 Senior Rotax time qualifyings, followed by 2 Junior Rotax time qualifyings, 2 Senior X30. Then we have 1 qualifying session for Water Swift Restricted, Water Swift Inter, Micromax, Minimax, and then Junior X30. Of course, tyres we mentioned, they're brand new, so they're going to be very quick in this first session. But then again, they'll have to get the most out of them tomorrow as well. So it'll be slightly different. Track temperatures looking to be very high this weekend. Going to have a lovely summer weather, which we've been missing this summer so far. It's going to be up to 27 degrees, I believe, on Friday or Saturday. And then Sunday, maybe a little bit cooler for the finals. Hopefully no more rain over the weekend, because that will always throw a spanner in the works. I'm very much looking forward to this. This is what everyone's been building up to. All the preparation over the previous weeks, months, who knows, maybe even years, comes down to getting qualifying, because if you get qualifying wrong, you're going to have an uphill battle to get to the front of the field in that intermediate qualification. But as Henry and I have mentioned many times, and we'll probably mention again over the weekend, doesn't matter where you are at the start of the final, it's all about where you finish the grand final. And we've seen many a driver come through the field. Stranger things have happened over the years. 1 minute to clear the grid, so we're just going to make sure we stay out of the way of the drivers. Final thoughts for me, keep an eye on the, of course, all of the live timing and all the live coverage. We're live on YouTube, Trent Valley Kart Club's Facebook, and also Alpha Live's Facebook. So keep an eye. If you aren't subscribed already, make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. We've had plenty of content to do with Kartmasters going out over the previous days and a couple of weeks. And of course, we will be keeping up to date with all the things going over the weekend, as well as, of course, Nicole Sutherland in the live lounge. So I think with 30 seconds to go, we're gonna hand up to Henry as he'll talk us through the qualifying sessions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the support on there. Yes, the Bahamas sunglasses are in position. So is the only energy drink that this commentator needs. You can see we've got commentary cam here. 5 minutes of qualifying. We will have a brief explainer video a little bit later on, but to bring you up to date, each driver will do 1 5-minute qualifying session today and 2 heat races. Tomorrow, exactly the same. Rinse and repeat. 5-minute qualifying, 2 heat races. At the end of Saturday's racing, the drivers' points are added up. 4 heat races together. That gives you your intermediate classification. The top 30 drivers in every class go straight through to the pre-finals. Everybody else has to qualify through the repechage. The top 6 finishers in the repechage make up the final 36 drivers in the Kartmasters Grand Prix. But there's karts on circuit, so let's go this way and look at the track, because we got our first kart on track at the moment. Often is the case in Kartmasters and in qualifying as a whole that drivers don't necessarily rush out onto the circuit at the very beginning. We will the green flag waving there. It gives us an opportunity to take you through a guided lap of the circuit. So we've got number 142. This is Caden McQueen, one of the 13 drivers doing double duty. He's going into the Mike Wilson complex now. And this is the brand new corner name. This corner here, this is Mick's corner, named after Mick Barrett, who is still here running a team in the paddock. You go down the main start finish straight through the Bruno Ferrari S's, underneath the bridge and out onto the bowl, the banking, Uncle Tyrone's banking, for those you know, down through turn number 3, over the bridge into turn 4, staying off those curbs. We're a little bit wide, down towards what I'm sure will be a huge overtaking opportunity. Hairpin number 1, into hairpin number 1, and now into hairpin number 2. This is where the old timing and scoring building used to be. Now up the short chute. This is the short chute opposite the timing and scoring building, the commentary position, into the Fullerton S's. Now we go out of the Fullerton S's, onto the back straight, and back into Bobby Game corner, followed by the Mike Wilson complex. That is a lap of this 1,382 metre PF International Circuit. And you can see time is already ticking down. Now, we have 51 senior Rotax karts entered. I'm upset already with Room to View because he's called me English, and as you all know, I'm Welsh. But like a Welsh geezer with an iron brew, can't fault it. And the Bahamas sunglasses. We'll get to that later on. Now, it's going to be imperative that drivers don't get caught up in traffic. The reason we have 3-lap averages is because quite often when it's just one flying lap, you'll see drivers slowing down on the racing line, and it does get a little bit dangerous. So we have a 3-lap average, so drivers have got to put their foot to the floor as soon as they go out to try and find some clear tarmac, or find a driver they can work with, slipstream with, and battle with. Hello to Howling Mad Will Murdoch, former kart former driver here at Kartmasters on the live chat. For those of you who want to come and spectate this weekend, I can tell you that there is spectators are welcome. It is £10 per adult. Under 16s get in for free. And if you're a Trent Valley Kart Club member who's not racing, firstly, why? And secondly, if you show your online membership, it'll be on your phones, your digital membership cards, the Trent Valley Kart Club, you also get in for free. There we are. Looking at the number 31 kart, that's Sam Baker, one of the Jack Dex racing karts on screen at the moment. The timing and scoring bar on the left-hand side might not be giving you all the information, but it's Caden McQueen who has set the fastest lap of the race of this session so far. Actually, that's now Kai Hunter, 56.78 seconds. One driver pulling off going into turn number 3 there. This is the best 3-lap average, so it's going to be a little bit confusing. There's the number 33 car. That's Jack Lilly from the Sam Pollitt racing team off the side of the circuit. Now, in this group itself, we've not only got drivers from all over the United Kingdom, we've got Zain Salim from Egypt, we've got Enzo Dickenberg returning to Kartmasters, the Dutchman, Adish Mehta from India, we've got Armand Hamilton racing under the Hungarian flag, Gustav Usakovs racing under the Latvian flag, and James Swindell and Jebba Al-Sabah from the United Arab Emirates. Do Motorsport UK officials get in for free? No, you get charged double. If you're a Motorsport UK official, you're not here. No, I don't know. All I'm told is that if you're a Trent Valley Kart Club member or if you're under 16, you get in for free. And if you're not, then you pay a tenner, which is well worth the price of admission. We've got bars, restaurants, sims and stuff like that here to keep the whole family entertained. And so, checkered flag number 1 is over. Now, the order, 56.30 for Liam Hartley is fastest in that session, but of course it's the best 3-lap average. Gustav Usakovs with a good lap there. So 56.61 for Caden McQueen. 56.48 for Kai Hunter. 56.49 for Liam Hartley. Good result there for the Jack Dex Racing driver, number 191. 56.74 for Brandon Klein Nagelvort. 56.60 Caden McQueen, so he goes 3rd fastest. As we're watching the times change, this is the best 3-lap average. So we wait till the drivers take the checkered flag before the timing and scoring system adjusts itself. We've got people watching from Kenya. Hello to MJ24, obviously cheering on Shane Chandaria, our Kenyan driver. We've got drivers here from Turkey, from Lebanon, from Kuwait, from Belgium, Italy, you name it, they're here. James Lingard getting a lot of support. He is one of the privateer entries. He's gone out in this session, 22nd in this particular group. So Kai Hunter leads this group, 56.48. I think it's his best average time. Liam Hartley, Caden McQueen, Brandon Klein Nagelvort, and Jabba Al-Sabah for XL Motorsport, a top 5 effort in qualifying. So that's the first of our qualifying sessions for today, over and done with. And Piers Pryor is down in the pits to speak to some of the contenders from this session. Take it away, Piers.
First qualifying session of Kartmasters 2024 done, and it is our GP plate holder who is provisionally on pole position. Of course, everything provisional until we get everything confirmed by the scrutineering, but I'm going to grab a word with GP plate holder Kai Hunter. Kai, come over, let's have a quick debrief from that session for you. Waited about a lap, about a minute or so before you came out. I believe you're somewhere near the top, if not very much at the top. Yeah. That must be the perfect start to the weekend.
Yeah, perfect, to be fair. I have to overtake every single lap because traffic, so yeah, I think it was really good. I did the best I could from like the track position I had, so I think it was a top.
I believe so. I got all provisional at the moment. Of course, 3-lap average as well. So yeah, kart must have felt pretty good underneath you. The Hunter Motorsport team doing a good job.
Yeah, didn't even get out for testing this morning because someone left the keys at the hotel, so we couldn't get the tyres, but I knew it was going to be fine. I think I know my way around here now, so yeah, the power's good, everything's good. Yeah, I'm happy.
Driver did all right as well.
Yeah, but it's fine.
Kai, provisionally, congratulations. You're going to be right up there. Of course, Kai, one to watch, running that GP plate, winning this class last year. I'm interested to grab a word with Caden McQueen if he's around somewhere, because Caden had a bit of a different tactic. He went out very much first on his own, as you saw here, Henry doing us an onboard, effectively running us around the PFI International Circuit. It's almost like we organised it. Is Caden kicking about? We'll catch up with him in a moment. Oh, he's right over there. I don't know if we can. Yeah, let's wander this way. I think we can reach as far. Caden, of course, one's the ones to watch this year. He's joined the KR Sport team this season. Been very, very quick, consistent in the British Karting Championships. Of course, I won't touch the car because they haven't been through scrutineering yet. But hoping to grab a quick word with Caden. Caden, you were the only one that went out. You had a nice little clear lap to yourself at the start. Just talk us through your tactics in qualifying there.
Yeah, you know, everyone sits on the grid, and for me, PF's one of those tracks that the more laps you do, the faster you're going to go. Obviously, we had a bit of a disadvantage with no tow, but yeah, happy with where we got, and we can race it from there.
3-lap qualifying average, of course, probably helps you. I did think it was a good tactic, actually, when I saw you go out. And when you watched back the stream later, you had a nice bit of airtime for yourself there as well. I think provisionally P3 in this group, so a decent starting position for the first heats.
Yeah, for sure. You know, this is all about the final here. So as long as we can get ourselves in a good position before the final, I'm sure we can race and hopefully win. So.
Brilliant, Caden. Well, I'm sure we'll catch up with more with you over the weekend. Of course, one of the drivers to watch. Let Caden get weighed. I'm going to try and grab a word with the 191 as well, Liam Hartley. Let's see if I can spot him on the grid somewhere. 191. So many carts kicking about that it's always interesting to find the person you want to talk to. Let's see if we can. Where's Liam? Where is Liam? 191. I can't see him. Maybe we'll catch him. He's over here. Oh, of course he's in the weighing bridge. Of course he is. That would be great to chat to him because he's right up there in terms of qualifying. Let's grab a word with Liam. Liam, come over. It'd be great to grab a word with you. Very strong qualifying from yourself. I think provisionally second place after qualifying. Talk to us about how you're feeling out on the circuit.
I feel quite good. Wasn't expecting to be out high. Not been the best in practice, but new tyre, I got a better engine on. I went faster, so.
When you did go fast, absolutely. Of course, a Jack Dex Racing team doing a great job preparing the karts for you, of course.
Yeah, it's all right. A lot of help from him. Helped us a lot over the past few months. Yeah, that's about it.
That's about it. And also, how did the track feel this morning after the rain last night? First practice looked a little green. Is it gripping up nicely?
Yeah, it felt a lot nicer. Yeah, a bit grippier. Well, not grippier, no. Like, just better. I don't know how to explain it.
Outlook for the first heat, what's your plan?
No clue. Wouldn't expect it to be high.
Well, a man that's surprised to be that high, but you clearly drove very well. Liam, great to chat to you. He'll be one to look out for in the heat. So, again, even when the driver's not expecting to be that high, it's interesting. It sounds like the second session of time qualifying has just gone out, so I'm going to hand back up to Henry for time qualifying 2 in the Senior Rotax class.
Thank you very much, Piers. Great insight there. It's always good. There's always a couple of surprises in Kartmasters. Is Mr. Hartley going to be one of them? So this is the second group of Senior Rotax drivers. Amongst these, we have got Jaden Tian from the Netherlands. We've got former champion Guy Cunnington. We've got Marcus Littlewood returning to car racing, but not returning to his usual X30 haunt. He's into Rotax. We've got a whole bunch of drivers from overseas. Stephanie Hobika from Lebanon, Jeremy Montgomery Swan from the United Arab Emirates. You've also got Harry the Lion Hannum is back. The Lion is there for Jack Dex Racing. One of his teammates, James Tester, briefly going fastest of all there. So a real international flavour in this one. Danny Shields, the coach. Danny Shields out in this one as well, but it's a Northern Irishman, Mark Quinn, leading the way at the moment. There is Guy Cunnington, the only owner driver here this weekend in terms of team owner driver. Guy Cunnington, the 2019 British Senior Rotax champion and the 2021 Kartmasters GP winner. So he won this event now, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 years ago, 3 years ago. I get confused in my old age. There is the number 19 car. There's the Lion, Harry Hannam. Not racing regularly in the UK this year. Apparently he's got something called school that he's got to go and finish, and exams and what have you. But he raced the full British Championship last year. And, of course, now he's on holiday, school holidays. He's back with us, and, of course, his usual Jack Dex racing team. Good morning, Jan Echterman from Germany. Harry67 says, is Jack Nettleship racing? Yes, he is. The Doge. Yes, the Doge. That's a Doge. Come on, Oliver Spencer. I'm watching Holiday in Fiji. Do you mean Fiji? Or Fiji, but like a Butlins version of Fiji called Figgy. We've got a few drivers here from India, including the Queen of Kashmir, Atika Mir. So hello to Syra Setna and all this. Where is this, says Viggo Mall. This is Lincolnshire, PF International, UK, England. We've got lots of Polish drivers racing this weekend. Well, hello to everyone from Poland. Hello to 6FN. And everybody else on the live chat. At the moment, Jamie Perilli for Jack's Motorsport is fastest. And there's one of the Guy Cunnington Racing carts getting a little bit crossed up coming out of the final corner. The black crash helmet, couldn't quite see who that was. It might have been Alexander Cole. So we watched it. There is the number 5 car. There's Super Ted, Teddy Pritchard Williams, one of the leading contenders in this year's British Championship, and he is one to watch on the O plate. Macaulay Bishop, he's the last year's junior Rotax Kartmasters champion. He's doing double duty this weekend, but he almost came a cropper going into hairpin number 1. Now, checkered flag comes out. We've got a very quick lap from Jaden Tian, a 56.19. Teddy Pritchard Williams did a 56.21. This session looks a lot quicker than session number 1. We have to wait to find out their 3-lap average. 56.43, 3-lap average. Well, Jaden Tian, 56.11. 3-lap average, that eclipses Kai Hunter's best mark. Matthew Higgins, the number 2 plate cart, 56.13. Second, Teddy Pritchard Williams, average 56.43. Macaulay Bishop, average 56.70, although that could drop him down a little bit further. Guy Cunnington is only 11th fastest. Mark Quinn, who was fast of all, has now dropped to 26th in this class. It does look as though this particular session is quicker, and it's a Dan Holland Racing 1-2 for Jaden Tian and Matthew Higgins, a 56.11 average for, best 3-lap average for Jaden Tian. Excellent work. Glyn Griffiths, the Chief Marshal here at Trent Valley Kart Club, hands me the traditional box of Moam sweets, which will keep me even more excited than usual. Harry Linden, Harry from Barry, Harry from Dennis Powys now, trying to be posh down in my neck of the woods. He is on the live chat, the former Kartmasters champion as well. One of only 2 Welsh drivers to ever win a Kartmasters title, which is quite frankly upsetting and shocking. Piers Pryor, can you find a Welshman that can win Kartmasters for a 3rd time this year? He's down in the pits, probably with a Dutchman, not a Welshman, however. Take it away, Piers, when you are ready.
So much for guiding us through the second senior Rotax qualifying session. Very, very close at the front of the field. That second session did seem a little quicker. I think you're right there, Henry. Of course, the results from that one, it seems like the lap times are just coming down a bit. Temperatures getting into the circuit, more rubber going down. Teddy Pritchard Williams there, he finished that session in 3rd place, I believe, so he will be pretty happy with that one. Let me just grab up my stats from that one. Yeah, so Jaden Tian, I mentioned on the grid for the first qualifying session, he was looking like going to be one of the drivers setting the pace from practice, and it proved that in that one. 56.2 average 3-lap qualifying, so very, very fast lap indeed. He'll be coming through very shortly, but let's grab a word with Teddy, actually. Where did he go? Teddy Pritchard Williams is over there. Let's go and walk over this one before we get run over by some carts. Teddy, of course, been showing great pace. Teddy, let's have a quick word. It looks like you got 3rd place in this group, so pretty decent.
Yeah, no, really happy with that. Traffic on the last lap, but yeah, now 3 days to the final, so let's keep going.
It's a long way to go, isn't it? At least you're starting on the right foot.
Yeah, 100%. Interested to see where we get group-wise, because I don't want to get screwed with the tyre disadvantage in the second heat. So, yeah, 2 heats today, so consistent. Hopefully we're good.
Hopefully we're good. Teddy, thanks for chatting to us. We'll see Teddy, I'm sure, at the front. He's been fighting right at the front. The British Championships. He was quick here for the first round of British Champs and Senior Rotax. I'll grab a quick word, Macaulay Bishop. Sorry to interrupt, Macaulay. A decent start for yourself, 4th place, I think. So you don't look the most over the moon.
Nah, I was going really well. Yeah, I did a 56.1 and then last lap just hit some heavy traffic and then, yeah, just completely ruined the qualifying.
Well, you say completely ruined. 4th place in group. That's not terrible.
Well, it could have been pole, really, or top 3, but, yeah, not quite.
There you go. Macaulay, we'll go and let you debrief with your team. The drivers at the front of the field, they're so disappointed. 4th place in the qualifying session that is, I think he was, what, total 2/10 off the fastest lap in that session, and yet disappointed. I'm going to try and grab a word with the 191. Has he come through yet? Not the 191, the 70, yes, number 70. Jaden Tian. Jaden, oh, I'm stopping to get running over by Matthew Higgins. Jaden, do you want to come forward and we'll grab a quick word? Looks like you set an absolutely blistering lap on the last lap, but also 3-lap average. Looks like you're starting pole, for, or at least going to be up there in the first heat.
Yeah, I mean, the whole weekend just, going great so far. I mean, now we put on pole. I don't know if it's pole overall as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's a good start, of course. And, yeah, we have a long way to go until Sunday. And, of course, the final, is going to decide it. So, yeah, we have a long way to go.
The second session that you were in was slightly quicker, so that's as the set tracks rubbering out, I imagine. But Team DHR, of course, a lot of drivers up at the front of the field. But you were quick in practice this morning as well. So, clearly, it's all working well for you.
Yeah, I mean, the team is doing a brilliant job so far. And yeah, we just gotta try and keep this up and see what we can do, and hopefully we will be there on Sunday as well.
Yeah, we just spoke to Teddy Pritchard-Williams, who is at 3rd, and yourself. They both said that it's a long way to go. Of course, we're still Friday morning. The GP plates come on Sunday. What's the outlook for the weekend?
I mean, everyone wants to go for the GP plate, so yeah, you just go for it. And yeah, it's no waiting or clean racing. It's everyone tries to go and win the heats, and of course then have a good starting position for the final. So yeah, it's going to be a hard fight, but I'm sure we can do it together with the team and my mechanic, and yeah, we will see what we can do.
Jaden, thanks for chatting to us. We'll let you go and debrief for the team. Of course, first heat coming up later on this afternoon. We've still got quite a few qualifying sessions, and actually the next qualifying session is the first time qualifying for Junior Rotax. Henry will talk you through it.
Thank you very much, Piers. 50 junior drivers, all fighting for 36 spots in the Rotax Junior Rotax Grand Prix. You'll have a look at the top right hand of your screen. We are heavily indebted to our sponsors who have helped to provide the funding for this live broadcast, a 3-day live broadcast, including 3 paddock shows and a host of other contents that Alpha are putting out or have put out over the course of the week leading up to this event. Now, a couple of bits of housekeeping to make up for. SM, watching from Zimbabwe. Okay, I'll believe you. Also from people watching, Ilya Velico, watching from Italy. In Rome, we've got several Italian drivers here. We've got our first ever Kartmasters driver from Monaco racing. We'll see Monegasque driver a little bit later. This is Junior Rotax. Now, we have got 2 drivers in this class who are former Kartmasters champions. We have Riley Cranham, who was the 2022 IAMI Cadet champion. We also have Cole Denham, last year's Minimax champion. Today, Cole Denham has got the youngest mechanic in the paddock. He has got Mason Tune helping him, this Scotsman. Is he in this session? He's not in this session. The only Scotsman in this session is the tiniest carter, number 146, Ellis Bell from Bathgate in Scotland. Cheesy Green says, hello Henry, good luck to the whole Guy Cunnington team. And Nikita Lubimov, Estonia's fastest go-kart racer, Nikita Lubimov, the blonde bombshell himself, is watching. Gillian Blanford saying hello to Lucas Blanford. Please keep your comments coming in. Today, we are going to be playing a game. We are going to be guess the trivia some interesting, useless, somewhat entertaining facts about your presenting crew, about myself, about Piers Pryor and Nicole Sutherland. After qualifying, you will see several polls going up on the live chat with some true, interesting trivia and facts about your 3 presenters this weekend. So look out for them on the Alpha live chat during the heat races. Only one Argenti Motorsport kart here this weekend. That belongs to Harrison Whitcomb, who is in this session. He's the head of this queue of karts here. I think Harrison's in for a good day. Do you know why? Because his mechanic, Nigel Hathaway, was the very first mechanic through the gates this morning. How do I know that? Well, because I was first of everyone through the gates this morning. But we won't talk about, well, because I was that excited for Kartmasters. There's the number 118 kart. That's Riley Cranham for Fusion Motorsport. Benjamin Baker, who has just withdrawn from the event because he's on holiday in Uganda. Because that's what he says on the live chat. Jack West getting some support online. Riley Cranham is fast at the moment in kart number 118. 118, got your number. That's an old joke, see? If you still get that joke, then that shows that you're of a certain vintage. There's the number 14 kart, the precision racing kart of Aidan Mitchell going through. But it is Kenya's Shane Chandaria who is fastest at the moment. We have got people watching from Nairobi in Kenya. The Pro Train Racing driver, Shane Chandaria, who races semi-regularly in the UK now, and he is fastest, 58.05 average. Oh dear, that's not a good look for driver number 27, Josh Turnbull. Oh, and he's been off backwards. So, Nathan Herbert, his mechanic, who's just literally 4 weeks ago had a baby. Well, Nathan hasn't. I'm sure his other half has. So there's a mini Herb, and Big Herb has got some big repairs to do to that number 27 kart. He backed it into the tyres coming out of the Terry Fullerton S's. It's now Cranham who goes fastest on the 3-lap average. The checkered flag comes out. Let's have a little look. Cranham, Whitcomb, Harrison, Crowther. Okay, we will briefly, before we go back to Piers prior, we'll mentioning Harrison, Crowther and the Coles Racing team. As we come to the end of this session, we have 50 junior Rotax drivers in total. We should have 51. But very, very sadly, earlier this week, Robert King, the father of Strawberry Racing driver, former Coles Racing driver, Charlie King, very sadly passed away. All the Strawberry Racing karts have got a little graphic on them to commemorate Robert. And I know that Helen Crowther and Jeffrey Crowther, Harrison Crowther's parents, they were very good friends with the King family, as were a lot of people in this paddock. So from everybody at Coles Racing, from everybody at Strawberry Racing, and in fact everybody in the entire paddock, including myself and all the Alpha Live crew, to Charlie, to Amy, and to the rest of the King family, we're thinking of you. We want you back very soon, where we can, share some laughs and, enjoy what Rob loved watching his son Charlie race. He'll be very, very sadly missed indeed. And I know there are lots of drivers who have said to me, yes, we want to be winning this and dedicate the win to Charlie and to Rob. So it would be remiss of us not to mention that. And if you look at the paddock show that was filmed last night, you'll see Matt Cooley from Strawberry Racing paying a very fitting tribute to Robert on behalf of the entire Strawberry team. So, Riley Cranham, Harrison Crowther and Harrison Whitcomb, the top 3 in that session. Lewis Goff, Theo Palmer and Australia's Jack Baker rounding out the top 6. Hugh Moulton, Kai Clark and then Shane Chandaria rounding out the top 9 with Lizzie Mentier in the top 10. That was a very successful session for Shane Chandaria, the Kenyan driver. As you can see on our... That's only half the qualifying group, though. So, average lap time, 3-lap average, 57.62 is the time that everyone in the second group has to beat. Let's have a little look up there. Wow, we've got Emilio Gonzalez. Hola, Emilio, from Patagonia in Argentina. Bon dia, how are you? And Reese Miller watching from Liberia. Yeah, you and George Weyer. Reese, I'll believe you, 1,000 wouldn't. Ollie Warner, yep, back in the UK. Boaz Maximov is watching as well, Dutch driver, hopefully cheering on his countryman Jaden Tien. Lots and lots of support. Shout out to Mark Quinn from Nathan Jensen Racing. Well, Mark's got a little bit of work to do after qualifying in Senior Rotax. Gives us a good opportunity as we see the marshal walking up the hill towards turn number 4 to salute Team TVKC, the Orange Army, the marshalling team and the safety team here at Trent Valley Kart Club, the best in the country, and they are going to be showing next month why they are one of the best sets of marshals anywhere in the world when another event comes to PF International. So yeah, big thank you to the Orange Army, Glyn Griffiths and the rest of the marshalling team here. They've got this circuit looking absolutely pristine, and there in the foreground, in the middle ground of the camera with the black barriers on the outside of it, that is Mick's Corner. So they'll come out to the Mike Wilson complex on the left-hand side of your screen. Then you've got that left-hander there, and you've got the little straight and the second left-hander. That is Mick's Corner, officially christened this morning by Trent Valley Kart Club's Claire Mills and Nigel Edwards. That is official. It will go on all the documents. After Mick Barrett, who is still here with his son Dan, it's a very special, very emotional Kartmasters for them this year. But Mick's Corner is now the latest addition to this 1,382-metre circuit, which is, very, very fitting indeed. Please keep your comments on the live chat clean and karting related. Just have to say that and get that out of the way early doors. I know things are getting a little bit heated on the track, but, we'll keep them respectful because everyone is here to obviously win a GP plate, but to have fun more than anything else. Well, at least that's what it says on the tin. There's probably 287 sets of parents running around the paddock thinking, fun? Really? I'm not quite sure about that. But the green flag is waving once again, and karts in the second group of Junior Rotax qualifiers heading out now, and in this group, Ryan Gill for Evolve Motorsport. He's got Oliver Clark, driver, coaching for him this weekend. We've also got in this group Cole Denham, again, with the youngest mechanic, Mason Tune, in the paddock. Eva Morris, very impressive young lady. We've got Albie Lapper going in this group. I've got a hot take with Albie's nan later on. Barbara, it's official. Like McDonald's. I'm a cheap date. No. Harry Bartle, the British Open champion and the reigning IAMI World Finals Junior X30 champion. We've also got Nathan Kappen from the United Arab Emirates and Ayman Bansal from India in this group. Here is the number 239 kart of Jack Robinson from Cato Motorsport. Cato Adams, one of several team owners here that are former Kartmasters champions. And there we go. We've got Jack Pullen supporting Albie Lapper. We've got, let's have a look, Ethan Page, Jack Pullen supporting Harry Freeman as well. George Stratford upon Avon. Say good luck to Caden McQueen this weekend. When are we getting the Beaudette Bend? Motorsport Magpie. No, I just talk about the corners. I don't get them named after me. But thank you very much. Lucas Blandford from Scotland getting plenty of support as well. So Corey Fowler, who picked up a sponsor just for this event. I can't quite remember the name of the sponsor, which is, well, it's pretty rubbish of me. I'm very sorry, but I know he's got one. So the number 29 kart, privateer driver on a Gillard chassis. He's got a local sponsor this weekend, and that's something that's really important. With the type of coverage that Alpha Live are providing to the British Championship this year, many other karting events, including Kartmasters, they are literally sponsors who will get some airtime and will get some value for money off putting a bit of sponsorship on their car. I know Kirsty Hockley is here from Fulia Media. There are lots of other media groups here that are providing oodles and oodles of press coverage for drivers and teams. So sponsors, yes, this is an expensive sport, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, the coverage such as this, it does help. There are lots of media outlets out there, there's TV coverage out there, so that sponsors can get their money's worth if they decide to put a couple of quid in their pocket, even if it is to buy a set of tyres for an event. That could really help a lot of drivers. Now, Harry Bartle, who was lightning quick out of the gates. He is fast at the moment. Question from Josh Selway Racing. Henry, are there any of the Rob Dodd School of Karting drivers here this weekend? I'll have to double check the entries. I'm not quite sure there are, because I know the Rob Dodd School of Karting is open this weekend at Forest Edge. So, you know, we'll have to see. How do you get into the media side of karting? Well, learn to write and take photos, George Stratford. Oh my goodness me, that is the problem that you have in qualifying. Karts flying all over the place. There are drivers coming out of the pit lane, drivers slowing down, and we have a red flag, and 2, 4, 6, 7 karts all in a line, and already in qualifying. It's qualifying, boys and girls. The number 88 kart, that is Isabella Stansmore Wilson. She's up and out of her kart. The front end of that kart is highly, highly deranged. The number 141, that's Team Evolution's Lloyd Hare, up and out of the kart. There are at least another 5 or 6 drivers directly underneath me. Oh, it's another Evolution, Alfie Thompson. So 2 Team Evolution karts in the wars already. I can see the number 35 kart, the Praga of Daniel Bridgen, out of qualifying. The number 38 kart, it's like a kart park down there. That's Oliver Smith in the number 38 kart. I was looking at the live chat when that incident occurred. I'm not sure if we're able to look back and do action replays. We'll have to see. Well, you can just rewind YouTube for a little bit. Oh dear. Well, that's brought about an early end to the second junior Rotax time qualifying session with Harry Bartle, Harry Freeman. Harry Freeman appears to be the only Team Evolution driver to have escaped that melee. I can see Sebastian Lucia's kart down beneath me. I can see the number 48 of Ayman Bansal down beneath me. And already the red flag's out at Kartmasters 2024 for, I'm not sure if somebody slowed coming off the start-finish straight. I'm not sure if there was somebody trying to come out of the pits. And that was extremely unfortunate. I don't think anyone was coming out of the pits because it was only a minute to go in the session. So that could well have been just a miscommunication amongst a group of drivers trying to slipstream with one another. Let's have a little. All the drivers are up and out of their karts and are fine. So let's have a little look back and see what happened. As you can see, the cleanup operation is going on. Let's have a look back at what happened. So coming out of the final corner, look at the top of your screen. This is where the incident happened. They're too wide. Oh, rear wheel to rear wheel contact. Oh dear, it was the Kato Motorsport car and one of the Evolution Racing cars. Quite simple. One driver trying to overtake another and just rear wheel to rear wheel contact. And that jackknife karts across the circuit. Everyone else behind was simply a passenger. You can see on the side of your screen there in the grey suit, Des Woodcock, one of the timekeepers here. Yasmin Manchester and Des Woodcock are timekeepers this weekend. The already Team TV KC, the marshals on circuit, sweeping the track dry or clean of grass. Maybe this opportunity is, while we wait for the action to unfold, what we'll do now, for those of you that are new to Kartmasters, yes, RIP the cone, one cone down. If you have are new to Kartmasters, here's a quick guide as to how the event works.
Motorsport UK Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix is back in 2024. Now in its 29th year, this could be the biggest and best it has ever been. But what is Kartmasters? Kartmasters is a one-off event held at the Paul Fletcher International Circuit on the first weekend in August, spanning 3 full days of racing. In 2024, more than 300 drivers from all over the world will try to win the coveted GP plate in one of the 8 classes competing, ranging from cadet to seniors. Kartmasters officially begins on Friday morning with timed qualifying, which sets the grid for 2 heat races on Friday afternoon. Saturday sees a repeat of Friday's format, with another qualifying session creating new grids for everyone's 3rd and 4th heat races. Drivers aim to score the fewest points possible in the heat races to try and qualify for the Grand Prix finals on Sunday. The top 30 drivers with the lowest scores in each class after the heats go straight through to Sunday's pre-final and the main event. At the beginning of the event, every driver starts with 0 points. The finishing order in each heat awards the following: first place is 0 points, second place is 2 points, third place 3 points, and so on. Non-starters and disqualifications are given 1 point more than the total number of drivers in that particular race. Any ties are broken by drivers' qualifying positions in Friday's qualifying sessions. All drivers who finish the heat outside the top 30 in points have to battle it out for one of the final 6 starting places in the pre-final Grand Prix in Sunday morning's repechage. Heat point rankings plus the repechage finishing order sets the grid for the pre-final, and the finishing order of that race determines the starting lineup for the Grand Prix, which decides our Kartmasters champions. Like any motorsport event, technical regulations are a major part of the weekend, with engines, chassis and tyres being the main focus. Each driver are given controlled slick tyres at the start of the event, which have to last them the entire weekend, highlighting who has looked after their rubber and who hasn't. With drivers only allowed to nominate 1 chassis and 2 engines for the event, looking after your equipment is key. Make sure you don't miss out on any of the action by watching all 3 days of racing on the Alpha Live YouTube channel.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The track is cleared, and we will be getting underway with, are we restarting? No, we are going on to the next qualifying session, so with a minute to go in that qualifying. That will be a whole group of junior Rotax drivers somewhat upset, but I can have to say that it was a complete racing accident, just wheels interlocking, and of course spitting the 2 karts, one of the Evolution karts, and the other one was a Kato Motorsport kart across the track. Now, the green flag waves. Here comes Senior X30, 49 in total, and everyone's like, right, just in case there's another red flag, we want to get out and get a lap in early, or get our 3 laps in early. A couple of drivers running a little bit wide there out on the banking. So in this group of drivers, we have Oscar Repetto for the Jade Racing team, our first ever Kartmasters driver from Monaco with us. We've got Bahrain's Ty Mahia. We've got Ireland's CJ Bennett. We've got Eden Spanswick running under the Moldovan flag. And we have we got from Poland, Piotr Jurowicz. And my favourite commentary name, Emilio Van Overberger from Belgium. Emilio Van Overberger from Belgium with us. The results will be available on www.motorsport-timing.co.uk. That's where you can follow live timing and all the results. Also out in this one, we got the PF plate. Henry Gregory. Greg's on legs in the Vismo International PF plate. He's the club champion here, so he won the PF plate meeting. Aaron Brown, the Vismo teammate, there he is in cart number 46, going through your screen. Henry's teammate. the moment, it's Oliver Stilp, who was the fastest on the outlap. There's Aaron Brown. Aaron Brown, who not only drives, he does the engine, he's the engine builder for that team as well. A whole host of teams involved in this one. There's Gregors in the PF plate kart. And making a move on Alistair Cresswell for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team. Now, this isn't a great tactic for qualifying, I have to say. Chopping and changing positions. These drivers, whether they like it or not, these are the people that they're going to have to work with for the next few minutes. You've got the O-Plate champion, Harry Platten, in this one, Air Force One back, and of course the reigning British champion, the defending Kartmasters GP plate champion, Gus Lawrence, for the PF international team. His dog George the Jack Russell, or George the Russell, is here watching and probably barking somewhere. Out onto the banking. New camera angle for the banking this year, which is exciting. Here we go, over the bridge. It is Gus Lawrence, 56.47, who's got the fastest average speed so far, ahead of Oliver Stilp, Lewis Bird, and then Henry Gregory with Tiger Dixon for the MDL team, the Mark Dave Litchfield run team. Charlie Morrison-Jones, privateer driver, doing 2 classes. There he is in kart number 14. There are 4 drivers in seniors doing 2 classes, doing double duty. Charlie Morrison-Jones, Macaulay Bishop, Cian Geraghty and Caden McQueen. We've also got the only driver here for Veloce Racing Engines, Katie Ashman. Piotr Jurovic is also for Veloce, but we've got the only driver here representing the Klassen Motorsport team. Harrison Morrow is out in this session as well. There is Harrison on our screens, the number 72 kart. He's being closed in upon by Gus Lawrence. And Harrison, this is a big step up for Harrison, but it's a one-off event, so why not? He goes into the second hairpin on that Klassen kart. Now, Gus Lawrence will move his way past, and Harrison will do well to sort of tuck in and follow. That's the only ARC chassis. That's the ARC chassis built by Dave Klassen and the Klassen Motorsport team. And, of course, Klassen Motorsport, the only team in the paddock with a female team manager in Ashley Klassen. And he goes past the number 25 kart. So, George Mayle, that's it's a familiar team, S8 Racing, unfamiliar chassis. They are now running these TB karts, which is a very, very distinctive chassis. TB karts are making noise both in the world of rental kart racing and owner-driver racing. They're very successful out in the United States. And Dutch driver for the TB kart team, Mitch Haynert, took a top 10 finish at the Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans recently. So the TB kart making their UK debut at Kartmasters this year, which is really good to see. Charlie Cox getting plenty of support online. He's not in this session. And Eden Spanswick has not gone out in the number 69 kart, which is a real shame for the only driver here flying the flag of Moldova. Checkered flag has come out. Gus Lawrence, 55.75 seconds. That's his best at 3-lap average. Oliver Stilp and Lewis Bird, the 2 Croc promotion teammates. And there's been a little bit of driver shuffling going on with the Croc team lately, but Oliver Stilp and Lewis Bird, 2nd and 3rd in this session. Charlie Morrison-Jones, great effort for the privateer driver in 4th position. Air Force One, Harry Platten, the O-Plate winner, is 5th. Henry Gregory, Greggs needs a bit more legs to get up the order. He is 6th fastest in this session. Then it's Aaron Brown, his teammate. So good top 7 results for the Vismo International team. Make that 2 top 5 results as Brown and Gregory move into the top 5 on their last flying lap. Oscar Repetto for the Jade Racing team, while the Monegasque driver goes 9th fastest. And for the Irish contingent, of which there are several here, CJ Bennett is 18th in this group, which will please DG51 Racing in the live chat. So we shall wait to see Gus Lawrence. So that's half of our Senior X30 drivers out there. or 49 total. Gus Lawrence having a chat, as usual. Gus Lawrence just, offering a friendly word of advice to a fellow driver. Probably Laws says, why didn't you get out of my way? Because then you could have followed me and we would have both gone quicker. Well, Gus, doesn't matter. You're quickest of all as things stand. Emilio Van Overberg, in car number 269 is 21st fastest. Piotr Jurovic is 19th for the Polish entry. Ty Machia, 14th for Croc Promotion, the Bahraini-based driver. And Oscar Repetto, as we said earlier, from Monaco in the top 10. But as we wait to see the end of that session, Piers Pryor is down in the pit lane.
Thank goodness a little bit less dramatic that session, but why don't we grab a word with our provisional pole sitter so far. Of course, first time qualifying session. Gus, you got some clear space, went out a bit late and made the most of it.
Yeah, so polling group, when I went out the pits, maybe 4 minutes, 40 to go, that gives you 5 laps roughly. I think sometimes clear air is as good as a slipstream. Maybe not for the outright speed, but for safety in terms of a 3-lap average, it's quite good. But I had the outright fastest time, so I can't moan.
Absolutely, and it looked like it was pretty much hooked up. You had one lap, we had a bit of traffic, but it was still, I think the lap with traffic, you only lost about 2/10 compared to your best lap.
Honestly, yeah. Well, I improved on the last lap. Yeah, I got past at quite a good spot, really. I was lucky. I was dreading it, but yeah, I was lucky.
No, a great start to the weekend. Of course, you know PFI very well, but I assume this is all you could hope for.
Yeah, of course. If you hit the ground running like we have, it makes the weekend a little bit easier, I think. So, see how we go.
We'll see you go. I'm sure we'll be chatting to you a bit more this weekend. I'll try not to jinx you as best I can. It'd be great to grab a word with Lewis Bird. Lewis, I'll let you put your car away first, and then we'll grab a word with him, because I think Lewis was second fastest in that group. Of course, 2 groups with 49 drivers. Lewis was quick. Lewis, head on over this way. We want to grab a word with you, because that was a pretty solid qualifying session. I think second after the 3-lap average.
Yeah, obviously it's not what I wanted, but I know it's a big improvement from yesterday, because we weren't that fast in practice. So just see how the rest of the weekend goes.
Johnny, you're going to have to move forward a little bit, mate. So, of course, you sound disappointed, but second in group isn't bad.
No, obviously it's not bad. It gives me a fighting chance up the front, but obviously you always want to qualify pole, just a lot easier. So, yeah, I just guess we'll see what happens in the heats.
I saw you actually come over the line, I think, with the final lap, and you were shaking your head out the last corner. Just a small mistake?
Yeah, just understeered a little bit coming onto the straight, so obviously lost a 10th or 2, so, but it is what it is.
I'm sure you can fight from second, well, we'll see how the grids play out with the second qualifying session just going out, but I'm sure you can fight from where you are.
Yeah, hopefully.
Lewis, thanks for chatting to us. Also grab a word with our third place driver. Talk to us, how was that for you?
It was good. The car felt really good. I had clean air for the whole of it. I didn't get stuck in traffic, luckily, but yeah, I did 3 consistent lap times, which was good.
That's all you need, isn't it? 3 consistent lap times. We'll catch up with you more later on, because we've got to head up, because a second time qualifying for Senior X30 has gone out already. Henry, over to you.
Thank you very much, Piers. And while we watch the drivers in the second Senior X30 group warm their tyres, have to make, obviously, a very important announcement. Obviously, as you look at Dayton Coulthard there, son of David Coulthard, this is Kartmasters, so we must, of course, play, and this is where you can all join in, we must play Kart Mechanic Bingo. Yes, yes, yes. What are the rules of Kart Mechanic Bingo? Well, all the kart mechanics know the rules, but for you viewers at home, here are the rules, and it's all about eagle-eyed viewers spotting the best kart mechanic. Now, Kart Mechanic Bingo. What does every self-respecting kart mechanic need? Well, they need several elements. They need a tight T-shirt, full team livery. They need tight shorts with the team logo on them, cut just above the knee. They need a pair of very bright and expensive trainers. They need an expensive haircut, usually with some sort of line in it. They need to have their earpiece in, folded around the back, with the radio tucked in to their rear belt pocket. The bonus points come for the following. If they've got a team apron with the team logo on it, that's a bonus point. And if they have got a special Jake Dalton permatan, that's a bonus point. And if they've got Dan Hazelwood teeth, that is also a bonus point. There are the rules for Kart Mechanic Bingo. T-shirt, shorts, bright trainers, expensive haircut, earpiece, radio tucked around the back, team apron, bonus points. If they got a set of Ray-Bans on, then they're a champ. If they got a set of Roy-Bans on, then they're a chump. And special bonus points for Jake Dalton, Permatan, and Dan Hazelwood Teeth. There we go. They're the rules for Kart Mechanic Bingo. Please, if you spot one on the live stream, get your comments in. Now, back to the go-karting. And it is Fred Green who is leading the way in kart number 51. There's the 125 kart. There's another one of our Irish contingent. That is the Crop Promotions kart of Robbie Buckley from County Laos. Now there is the number 82 kart, Ella Stevens. Usually Ella is piloting one of the Jade Racing Team KZ2 gearbox chassis, but she's moved into Senior X30 for this event. And of course, Ella, like a number of the young female drivers we have here, are being supported, coached and watched by Alice Powell, who again is doing a wonderful job, not only now as a driver in her own career, but now as a broadcaster for the BBC in her own right, and really giving a lot back to the sport is Alice, and a real inspiration for a lot of young female drivers. There's Jack Nettleship on the TB kart. He was quickest overall. Running as a privateer is Jack. That TB kart looks in the flesh sensational. On the screen, it looks really good. Tim Bullard saying, is there a bonus point for the sleeves rolled up to the shoulders? Sleeves rolled up over the shoulders. Yes, the T4 rule. The Thomas Arm T4 rule. Good point, Tim Bullard. We'll have to wait and see. Normally, the mechanics save their best for the Grand Prix themselves. We'll have to wait and see about that. There's the number 40 kart. That is Isaac Marsh for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team. Tim Wilson Motorsport really coming on strong in the X30 class, a team normally associated with TKM Racing. This year, they've really made an effort to go into the X30 class. Alistair Cresswell's been doing exceptionally well for them in the Motorsport UK British Championship. I'm just writing down there, yes, the T4 rule. Sleeves up over the shoulders. Checker flag is out. Cian Geraghty for the Geraghty Racing Team. Was fastest, but Caden McQueen pips him at the posts. Oh, well done for Caden McQueen. Keaton Geraghty, so two drivers both doing double duty in this class, McQueen and Geraghty. Bishop only 6th. Now, if you're looking for Macaulay Bishop, you won't find him in this class in the familiar Dan Holland Racing livery. He is racing for premium karting in the X30 class. Dan Holland Racing concentrating on the Rotax division, so in X30, Bishop is out for premium karting. Koo-hyo Lee from South Korea in kart 222. Well done, Koo-hyo Lee. Saka Al-Mashirji from Kuwait is 15th. Koo-hyo Yi is 15th. Natalia Dabek from Poland, 19th in that session. Tony Kazugel from France for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team in 21st place. Sadly, no Luis Castellini in this session. The Italian driver has not gone out. I'm not sure if that's a withdrawal from the meeting. But it's Cian Geraghty, Caden McQueen, Fred Green, Harry Cottrell for S8 Racing. There's Geraghty. And again, Cian and his dad Nigel. Well, Nigel's setting up his own team. Benjamin Baker raises a good point. Bonus point for having a pressure gauge around your neck at all times. Yes, that's a... I tell you what, Kart Mechanic Bingo is getting harder and harder to win these days, I've got to say. Pressure gauge, neck, thank you very much. A full complement of criteria will be made available on the live chat Sunday. We will probably put something up there on the live chat so you can correctly identify Kart Mechanic Bingo. There's Cian Geraghty. So from one very fast peddler on our screen to another very fast peddler in the pit lane. Piers Pryor, who have you got now?
At the moment, Henry, at the moment we're going to grab, or very shortly grab a word with Caden McQueen, but I'm feeling a bit attacked because you've gone with Kart Mechanic Bingo. I've got the twirly earpiece, I've got the sunglasses, I've got the shorts, I've got the t-shirt, I've got the radio in the back pocket, I haven't got flash trainers, and my haircut doesn't cost very much, so I'm only halfway there. But anyway, let's see if we can grab Caden McQueen.
Piers.
I'll get Kieran to... Oh, I'll try better next time. You know me tomorrow I'll get some better trainers on. But Caden's on his way over. Caden, we've already spoken to you once, but of course, double duty for you this weekend. 2 very solid results. I think second in that session. I don't know where that'll put you in the overall classification, but pretty decent.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't even know what time I've done because the dash weren't working, so it was quite hard to chase something, especially when you don't really have anyone in front of you to chase. But no, yeah, 2 good solid results. I'm looking forward to the week.
I'm probably going to make you feel a bit disappointed now because you were top in that session, and Kian got the extra lap and beat you by 0.02 of a second.
Yeah, which is even more annoying considering the Rotax one, I got the extra lap.
So you decided to just mix up the tactics?
Yeah, for me, like, I did want to go out first because it's quite hard to get used to the Comet tyre and the way this thing drives compared to the Rotax again. But this is probably a little bit more important to have the slipstream, so yeah, I waited a little bit.
Just talk to us a little bit about that tyre situation, because of course we know we run the Mojos in the Rotax and of course the Comets in the X30. How do you actually have to drive them differently?
Yeah, for me with the Mojos, you know, you have the grip straight away. The Comets have more of a peak point. They're good for, say, a lap or 2, and then they drop off a little bit. The Mojos have the peak point, but they stay a little bit more consistent. These are a lot more consistent after the first run. But yeah, the Mojo is there straight away. You can get on with the job straight away. With this, you have to just be a little bit more patient.
Caden, thanks very much for giving us insight, because of course a lot of you at home maybe will have dreams of coming to Kartmasters and racing in Senior X30 or Senior Rotax or whatever class you think in the future, and those little tiny details are the ones that of course are important. We're just waiting for the other drivers in the top 3 to come through. Busy grid, of course, 49 drivers, so 25 in one qualifying session, 24 in the other. We're going to grab a word with our Fred Green if we can. Fred, we'll let you get your car out of the way first, and then we'll chat to you, because Fred's was very quick in that one. I think he was third, only half a tenth off pole position. So so close. I mean, well, look at the times now. King Garrity's average 56.2. If you were half a second off, that would have put you 12th place. 12th place, and that's on a 3-lap average as well. Mr. Green, decent 3rd place after that one in that session. You must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, it's a pretty good result. I'm somewhere near, so we should be okay. I was just driving around my teammate really, and he was doing a good job on the front. Unfortunately, he made a little mistake on the last lap, which might have cost us a little bit, but like I said, we're somewhere near, so it's only Kartmasters, so see where we end up in the races.
Yeah, somewhere near exactly, and it was very close. I think you're only about half a tenth away from pole position, so.
Yeah, it's really close. Senior's really competitive, and like I said, you don't need to be on pole to win the actual final. Just need to have good heats, and then you should be somewhere near for the race, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we'll let you go and debrief with your team. We'll see you out for the first heats later on today. And we're going to grab a word with Kian Garrity. Kian, come on in. Kian, your extra lap that you got in there was very important. I think you dropped down to about 4th place, and then that last lap just bumped you up about half a tenth of a second, put you on pole in the group.
Yeah, when I looked as I drove out the hairpin and I looked at the board at the chicane, it showed I was second or something like that, so I knew I had to get a good last sector in if I wanted to get a pole. Managed to make it happen.
Got to make it happen when it counts. Surely that's good feeling for you, because I know Rotax didn't go quite to plan.
Yeah, obviously doing the double this week. Rotax didn't go quite to plan. Got held up on one of my quick laps. But I know the speed's there as well in that, so I think I can get through, no problem. And then off the front of the X30 just makes things a bit easier.
It's interesting that you guys, of course, new team with this year. You've started it yourselves, and then you've gone straight for the double. Is that just to give yourself the best chance of taking it home at least one GP?
I'm racing the Rotax with Strawberry. I do all the British champs with
of course, yeah.
And then we're just doing the X30 ourselves, but we're just running out of their garage this weekend because I'm the only driver.
Is the fitness going to be there at the end of Sunday?
Yeah, it should be, honestly, why not?
Kieran, thanks very much for chatting to us. Good result in X30, and we'll see Kieran, of course, in both Rotax and X30. And we've got the next session coming up, Water Swift Restricted. Henry, over to you.
Thank you very much, Piers. An incredible insight. Again, very good. Thank you to Caden McQueen for explaining the nuances, differences between the different tyres. You've got Comet tyres in the IAMI classes. You've got Mojo tyres in the Rotax classes. There are people in the live chat asking questions. What should I do? Should I do X30? Should I do Rotax? And there's something to consider. They've got different tyre compounds, different tyre life. And of course, the tyres behave in a different way. They're not just, round bits of black rubber. They do have a life of their own, and drivers have to learn how to adapt their style to the different tyres, and that's what makes doing the double duty here at Kartmasters so difficult. And speaking of difficult, we have got a bit of a difficulty there on circuit in our Water Swift restricted classes. So this is one of our 2 youngest classes here, drivers aged 8 to 13, and there is the Queen of Kashmir, George Gibbons Motorsports, Atika Mir from India. Atika won a heat race in the International Trophy. She is the only young lady in this class. There are several other young ladies racing in lots of other classes. We'll talk about them as well. But it's Mason Hibbert, whose dad Will used to race gearbox karts, as Uncle Tom as well used to race as well. Both race Janettas as well. We've got the E-plate holder, the English champion, Oscar Kenny, in this class. We've also got the current British Championship leader. There he is on your screen, Fusion Motorsports, Alfie Davidson in this class. And we've also got the driver, although this is Water Swift restricted, Joshua Cook in kart number 9. He is the Micromax International Trophy champion this year. He's just in front of Alfie Davidson, who comes through Mixed Bend into the final corner. The number 21 kart, that turquoise blue livery machine, that's James Roots. The Roots are on fire. And they go past Hugo Williamson, that very, very striking two-tone blue liveried privateer entry car. That's a Charles Leclerc chassis underneath here. How does fast lap go to the 9th person? It's a 3-lap average. It's a 3-lap average, so of course the timing screens are updating itself. You won't get a full sense of who is fastest until they have completed 3 laps. So yes, at the moment, it looks as though Alfie Davidson, who's 15th on the timing, has got the fastest lap. That's the fastest individual lap. And then the wonders of the timing system calculate the average laps as the session progresses. So there's Chester Fawkes. Very impressive young man, privateer chassis with the Danger UK. Danger, high voltage. Yes, I like that. There's no one else in the commentary box that can stop me singing, which is really, really good. Chester Fawkes, the number 38 kart. Here is where we will see slipstreaming and drafting aplenty. It is really, really important to get a slipstream in these karts, in the Micromax karts, in the Water Swifts, and in the Water Swift restricted class, as well in Minimax as well, which we'll see later. Now we have 3-lap averages. So at the moment, the best 3-lap average is Alfie Davidson, a 105.77 3-lap average. Oscar Kenny, a 105.80, the Oliver Roller Motorsport driver, the E-plate driver. Atika Mir, she is 4th fastest at the moment. You're looking at Chester Fawkes in the number 38 kart, that yellow and green number 38 kart. He's got the fastest individual lap, but in terms of 3-lap pace, it's this driver, number 46, Alfie Davidson, who is now just coming up behind the number 28 kart of Alessandro Salas. They will come out of mix into the final corner, across the line, checkered flag falls, and Chester Fawkes goes to the top of the mark. The sheets. No, Alfie Davidson replaces him. It's Davidson, and then Fawkes, and then young Daniel Ferguson, the Ram Racing entry. He's got former world champion Danny Curl and Gary Henderson Curl there helping him out this weekend. And Daniel Ferguson, after the last round of the British Championship last weekend, I think it's safe to say he has got redemption on his mind after an unfortunate issue with various plates on a chassis or something insignificant, but apparently against the rules. Not that anyone knew, but there we go. Well, somebody in the paddock knew because somebody told the scrutineer, but we won't go into that because I'll get into trouble. But yes, Daniel Ferguson, Alfie Davidson. I have to say, Alfie Davidson, who inherited the win last weekend at Shannington, he turned around and said the most incredible thing for a young driver. He went, can I give my first place trophy to Daniel? Because Daniel beat Alfie Davidson on track, and Daniel Ferguson and several of the drivers were excluded because their chassis, the specific chassis plate, was non-homologated, which technically is against the rules, and they were a lot of the ORM karts were excluded as well because they had a different colour chassis. It's as stupid as that. And Alfie Davidson, who stood there inheriting the win, went, I don't know, and he asked could he give his trophy to Daniel Ferguson, which says an awful lot about some of these young drivers. But it's Davidson, Fawkes and Ferguson top three, James Roots fourth, Joshua Cook fifth, then Oscar Kenny, Harry Chapman, Mason Hibbert, Attica Mir and Alessandro Salas, your top 10. And Piers Pryor is down in the pits to speak to one of our Waterswift restricted drivers now.
Great to see such young drivers going around so close together. Very, very tight qualifying session once again. It was Alfie Davidson, as you just heard from Henry there. We've just seen Daniel Ferguson head into the scrutineering bay. I'm going to grab him and pull him out in just a moment. We're going to expect some great racing from these young drivers over the weekend. We've seen it time and time again, the cadet classes. Almost inseparable over the weekend. We're going to head just this way a little bit and see if we can just flag down some drivers and come over and chat to us. Yep, here we go. Daniel Ferguson first. We'll let you get your helmet off first so we can see the whites of your eyes. Daniel Ferguson, third place in that one. Must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I think I could have done better. I had a lot of traffic on my laps and I just didn't get the consistency.
Yeah, 3 lap average, of course, so but surely that's a good place to be starting the races.
Yeah, I think I can go ahead and win these races and hopefully the final.
And how's the kart feel underneath you? The round racing lot doing a good job?
Yeah, it feels good. Everything feels good, just got a bit too much traffic.
Well, you're going to have to deal with that traffic in the races. We'll see you go out with that. We'll go and let you celebrate with your team, and we'll get you to get prepared for the races. Be good to grab a word with Chester Fawkes. So you go and get Chester for us, please. That'll be. Look at this guerrilla work on here. I'm sure he'll send an invoice in the post to Alpha Live. Don't tell James or Luke. Where is Chester? Is he in there? Young Chester Fawkes. We know, of course, see Chester out in the British Kart Champs a lot. Chester, how was that for you? Second place. You must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, it's good. I just got, at the start, I just got holded up. So I think I could have got pole if I didn't get holded up.
Well, it's good to know that you've got the pace if you got it all right. But surely second place, you're pretty happy with that?
Yeah, second place is good. Hopefully we can just get first in the heats, and then for the pre-final get a first, and then hopefully in the final it'll be a squabble, but I think we can win it.
I think you can as well, Chester. Thanks for chatting to us. We'll grab. Can you actually go and grab Alfie Davidson for us, please? Look at this. It's working an absolute charm. Who needs a runner when we've got drivers? Ah, there we are. Alfie Davidson for the Fusion Motorsport team. Alfie, fastest in that session. Must have been pretty good underneath you, the kart.
Yeah, the kart was good. We did the right thing, so we have heats next, so we'll have to see how we do in them.
You had a really good pace in that one. The fastest driver in this session, nearly a 10.5 clear of second place. So that must put you in a good position and feeling good, so they know that you can work with the drivers and maybe pull away.
I know I'm fast enough, but we'll have to see what the other drivers do.
Long way to go. Of course, that's only the first time qualifying. We do it all again tomorrow, then finals on Sunday. What's your outlook? What are you thinking about?
Hopefully we can win. It would be a great achievement if we win this weekend, which I think we've already won the British, but we'll have to see if we can win Kartmasters as well.
We shall see. Thank you very much for chatting to us. It would be great to hear from them. Next up, we have the Waterswift Inter. So, Henry, I'll hand back up to you so you can talk us through that qualifying session.
Thank you very much, Piers. And I've got to say, I love that interview with Chester Fawkes. I want to be holded up as well. But it does remind you how young these drivers are. 57, Orion Meta, going for a quick spin for the premium karting team. Now, this is the IAMI Waterswift class, non-restricted, same engines as the restricted class, but obviously with no restriction. Thus the name. It's actually called IAMI Waterswift Inter. And you'll see several drivers. In fact, there are 3 drivers in this class doing double duty. in this and the Minimax class. So you've got Findlay Lines, the E-plate holder. You've got Luca Holmes Ballack, Findlay's Synergy Factory teammate in kart number 28. And you've got Zdeněk Babicek, the MS kart driver from the Czech Republic, who is a top 6 finisher in the Micromax Grand Finals. There on your screen is Nathaniel Hodges from Market Raisin. Also in this class, you've got drivers from Turkey, Baron Altinsoy. You've got driver from Spain, although he's based in the United Arab Emirates, Darek Rivera. You've got Enzo Butterazzi from Italy. But there is one kart. Let's try and find the number 29 Jamie Green racing kart, because that is Italian newcomer to the UK, to British karting. It's Lorenzo di Pietrantonio. Lorenzo di Pietrantonio, and I say look for him. You will spot him very, very easily on camera because he has the most sensational chrome style crash helmet. There he is to the inside there. That is a reflective chrome crash helmet. It's absolutely stunning. He's got the Super Lolo brothers in there. He's wearing one of Will Green's old race suits because he's just joining Jamie Green Racing for this weekend. He speaks very little English. He was in the paddock show last night. If he goes half as quick as that crash helmet looks, we could have our second Italian Kartmasters champion ever, after Marco Ardigo back in 2000 and something or other. But there we go. So that is Pietro Antonio, Lorenzo di Pietro Antonio. He's down at the entrance. He's coming from Rugby, which is just west of Rome, I believe, possibly. Maybe I'm lying, but he is very Italian. Enzo Butterazzi, fellow Italian driver, currently leads the way. This is the class that has been fantastic battling in the British Championship between Findlay Lines, Will Green, Jarlath Sayer, our young Sikh driver Sukhmani Kira. She is looking to become the second female ever to win Kartmasters. Of course, you've got that whole group of international drivers joining in as well. And of course, you can't count out the baby-faced assassin, Austin Newstead for the BMR Restart team either. The PF plate kart, that's George Clark for the OMS team. OMS, as usual, have got the best hospitality in the paddock. And we look up there, it's Butterazzi, Luca Narroway, second fastest at the moment. Zach Champney third, Jarlath Sayer for Fusion Motorsport, only fourth fastest at the moment. He's already taken the checkered flag. Well, I think we're going to have a turn up for the books here because we're waiting for timing to adjust itself. Best 3-lap average, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen. It could be a real shock to the system here if Enzo Butterazzi and Luca Narroway can head the list of drivers. Luca Holmes-Ballack hasn't gone out. A 103.18 best 3-lap average from Enzo Butterazzi. Zdeněk Babicek is at the best individual lap time. Zach Champney goes second. That's why 3-lap average is so wonderful. On their out lap, or on the first flying lap, a lot of the drivers were tripping over each other, slowing each other down, and they cost themselves a lap. The three drivers, Butterazzi, Champney and Narroway, and Nathaniel Hodges, they went out all on their own and just put the pedal to the metal and did 3 fast laps while everyone else was messing about, and they come top 3. Fantastic work for some of the unsung heroes in this class. And I know Luca's dad's going to be very pleased with that. Okay, there's the number 20 kart. That's Enzo Butterazzi. That's your pole sitter. Behind him, he's got the number 61 kart. That in the Schnitzer BMW style livery. That's Zach Champney. He's on the outside of row number 1. And just behind them is the number 17 Evolve kart, Luca Narroway. That is your third place kart. Fantastic. Sometimes team tactics can backfire. Looking down there, so Will Green is 6th, Austin Newstead is 8th, Zenek Babacek is 11th, Finley Lines 16th, although for those of you that watched last weekend's coverage from Sheddington, you will know that Finley Lines is a superb overtaker. Trademark inside lines for Finley. He's going to have to do some of that, though, some of that overtaking to get his way up the order in today's 2 heat races. So that is excellent. Now, I could see that people are asking for a follow back from Max Jolly. Max Jolly will be out in a little bit. Don't worry, Sith. Meanwhile, Piers Pryor has got, I'm imagining, some unsung heroes down in the pit lane. Piers Pryor, take it away.
As you will have seen, the last 3 drivers of the line were pretty much the top 3 in that session. So we're going to have to wait to chat with those, but I'm hopefully going to grab a word with a couple of the other drivers who were notable ones in that one. I know that I'll probably be very unpopular, but Finley, can we come and grab a quick word? Of course, the E-Plate champion, very strong last weekend at Sheddington. Apologies, I've left my sunglasses on. I try and take them off. 10th in that session. 11th in that session. I can see you're disappointed, but as Henry was just saying, we know you can overtake, so can you still work your way through?
Yeah, I think I definitely have the pace to get it through. We were just unlucky about the decision making that we didn't get an extra lap.
Yeah. The extra lap probably made the difference, do you think?
Yeah, that was most of it, because when I crossed the line with probably, if I needed like 1 or 2 more seconds, I would have been like probably 1 and a couple more to make another extra lap, which would have made a huge difference.
Well, Finley, we'll look forward to you carving your way through the field this weekend. We'll look up for the E-Plate in this class. If you see me scratching myself, it's because there's loads and loads of thunderbugs. You may have seen it over in the paddock show yesterday. So annoying.
I thought it was anyway, that rash that you said got
one
cleared
moment
up.
because the top 3 are just on their way through. We're waiting for Austin Newstead, Will Green and Oliver Warner as well. Hopefully we'll grab them in a second. Of course, the Water Swift Inter always produces great racing. We see it every time. When they were here for the British Championships earlier on in the year, very much enjoyed watching that. Ones to look out for as well, of course, we've got loads of drivers that can come through. Harley Musk, of course, last year in this very much race, had a role in one of the races and then tried to flip his car and get back going again. That did very well on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And talking about the Alpha Live YouTube channel, if you're not already subscribed, first of all, why not? Secondly, just hit that subscribe button. We've got plenty of content going alongside the live streams this weekend. We've got the live lounge with Nicole Sutherland. We've got also lots of content that we've had. Henry and I had a little car trip up here, which you can have a watch of that in between races. We may even play some of that out over the weekend. But let's grab a word with some of our top drivers. I'm going to try and grab a word with Austin Newstead, number 74, if we have time. They're coming the way through. We'll give him a second. I want to grab a word with the number 15 before we do that. The number 15, of course, Derek Rivera. Unfortunately, not the best session for yourself. How was the kart, though, feeling for you?
Pretty slidey, not really where I expected for the quali, but not bad.
Can you still come through the field?
Yeah, I believe I can, yeah.
Absolutely, I'm sure you can. Right, it's getting very congested down here, so we're going to take a quick step backwards to make sure that we don't get run over. Why don't we also grab a word with Will Green? Will, second after that qualifying session, I think.
Yeah, I was 6th.
6th? Oh, okay. Well, whatever I've got is not correct. That's warm-up, that's why. That's warm-up. Anyway, let me... 6th, still 6th place, a good result.
Yeah, it's okay. It was a bit frustrating though. It was a bit of a mess at quali, but I'm all right with it, and it's okay. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, not too bad. You know, once you're inside the top 10, you know you can fight from there, surely.
Yeah, I just need a good, decent result this weekend. Like, I just need some good, consistent heats, and I'll be up there for the final.
Brilliant. Well, we'll see you work your way through. Sorry about the confusion now. I had the wrong results up on my phone, but Henry will keep you up to date. Let's go back to Henry and watch the next session, which is going to be Micromax.
That's all right, Piers. I'm in a state of perpetual confusion. And there is the sad sight of George Climo's kart, the Coles Racing number 83 in Micromax, which has broken down on the out lap. So 22 Micromax drivers. George will be starting 22nd on the grid for his 2 heat stakes. Comes all the way from Cornwall, and he's actually got the Cornish flag proudly displayed on the back of his race suit. But he will have to come all the way from the back of the grid in this one. Now, let's talk. These are the youngest members of the Rotax family, the Micromax drivers. You'll see several drivers doubling up with this class and the Water Swift restricted class. If there was a prize, oh dear, I was about to say, if there was a prize for the smartest looking kart on the grid, it would be this one, the number 77, the privateer entry of Otto Amy. Now Otto, he's got help from Tom Smith International, and he's got a wonderful British Racing green livery on his kart. However, Otto also wins the prize for the most amount of damage sustained on the outlap of qualifying, because one of those side pods is somewhat skew-if, shall we say. Now, of course, as we learnt, it is imperative in these slower classes that you get out and you get your extra lap in. No slowing down, no waiting to find a drafting partner. That's what caught out all the front runners, or the potential front runners, in Water Swift Restricted. So the drivers that get out at the head of the train are the ones that are more likely to get that critical extra lap in. 3-lap average. There on your screens, the number 21 cut. That's James Roots. It is, yeah, the Roots is on fire, and that quite literally the kart looks like it's on fire with that wonderful Kart Republic graphics kit on it. In this class, we have got from the United Arab Emirates, Ava Lawrence, young Billy Lawrence. She's aiming to become the second female Kartmasters champion ever. We have got Japan's Kuryu Kiyotake-san is in this class as well for Strawberry Racing in kart number 12. We've also got Oliver Behrman's nephew, Sebastian Behrman, who won the race recent round of the British Senior Rotax, British Micromax Championship at Warden Law. And for those of you watching, the Rotax Grand Festival comes to Warden Law, the Jewel of the North. That is September the 20th to the 22nd. There are tickets in Micromax and Minimax to the Rotax Grand Finals available. That is open to drivers from all over the world. So international drivers can get your entries in. It's also the E-plate for Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax. The Senior Rotax E-plate winner at the Grand Festival will get a DD2 ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals in Sarno in Italy, but that is only open to UK-based drivers. Entries for that opened yesterday. Please get your entries in. Tyres squealing on our camera. That means that somebody has gone off. And it's the number 17 kart of Buddy Hugo and the number 24 Dan Holland kart of Arthur Farrow. So there's two drivers that will not be getting quick laps in, or good 3-lap average. And with yellow flags waving under the bridge, they remove Arthur Farrow's kart. Drivers should have to slow down. Austin Oman is fastest of all on a 3-lap average, 105.35. There is the number 44 kart of Lucian Smith, entered for the Jacks Motorsport team, although that looks suspiciously like a KR Sport livery to me. So not sure what Lucian is doing. If he's with KR Sport, I think he must be with KR Sport if he's got the KR Sport wagon. The Cookie Monster, Josh Cook, the O-Plate winner, the International Trophy champion. He's the first Team UK member of this year's Micromax class. Let's have a look. Where is the Cookie Monster? And the answer is only down in 15th place at the moment. But it's Austin Oman. A best lap average of 105.19. Second best lap average for Lucian Smith. Alfie May for the Zip Factory team, was runner-up in last month's Rotax International Trophy. And a quick mention, let's have a look. Archie Loveridge, 7th place for Archie Loveridge in the number 73 Zip Factory team. He normally races Honda Cadet. He first saw and sat in a Micromax kart yesterday morning. Well done, Archie Loveridge. Ava Lawrence qualifies 13th behind, well, it's Oman, Smith, Mayer, Josh Hushka for Sam Pollitt Racing, Sebastian Behrman, then Luke Millwood, Loveridge, Max Jolly, Charlie Page, and Maximilian Abrahart. That was your top 10 in Micromax. And, well, 22 drivers in Micromax, and they're all heading towards Piers Pryor, who is down in the pit lane now.
Very, very close session once again in Micromax. At the front of the field, the second and third had almost identical time, well, pretty much identical times, and again, half a second would have taken you to 16th place. That's how competitive it is. But let's have a quick word with Austin Oman. I'll let him get his helmet off. Austin, fastest in qualifying. Just tell us about how you're feeling right now.
Good, it's Kartmasters, so it's really good that we can get high up on the grid, so we'll have easy starts for the heats.
How does the kart feel?
Good to drive and just smooth.
And are you looking forward to the races?
I know they're not going to be easy, but they're going to be fun.
Well, Austin, congratulations. You'll have the best starting position for the races, so we'll let you go and celebrate with your team. Next up, we're going to have Alfie Mayer, who was third. Alfie, you were third place, but identical times to second, so very, very close out there. How was the qualifying session for you?
I mean, it was a good qualifying session. The first lap didn't go too well after I had some contact with a few cars at the second hairpin and got stuck with one, but I managed to get back into a good position and just use the toe to my advantage.
Of course, the toe is important around here, and you made it work when it needed to. Surely third place. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, because then for the heats I've got the inside line, so if I can just follow first place through, I'll just push him to the end.
Amazing. Well, we'll see how you get on in the races, and then also we've got our second place driver, Lucian Smith. Thank you very much. Thank you very much there, Lucian. Second place, very, very close, just only a tenth or so away from the top. But are you happy with second?
Very happy. We've had some tough results this weekend, but we pulled through, and I want to thank KR Sport for supporting me, because we've had some problems with the engine power, but they've pulled through and we've got a good result.
That's amazing. That's good to hear the karting community coming together, and of course you did a good job behind the steering wheel as well.
Thank you.
No worries. Lucian, we'll see how you get on in the races, still going from second place. A great, really close fight there. Well, next up, well, that was Micromax. We've got Minimax coming up next, so why don't I hand over to Henry, because that's going green in about 20 seconds.
Thank you very much, Piers. You can see a lot of the Minimax parents, mechanics, spectators lining up. It's our first chance to pick on some members of the paddock in the grandstand. So, corner of the grandstand, looking at his phone, sunglasses on, in the purple shirt. That's Toby George, who runs the KR Sport Junior team. Next to him is Lee Taylor in the grey top, Panda, who's Albie Friends mechanic. Mike Spencer from the Synergy team. Shouting to his drivers, and then Luca Holmes-Ballockstad in the sunglasses and the dark shirt next to it. Rob Hanscom on the desk there for the Synergy factory team, and Drew Tooley just behind them there with his earpiece in, trying to look Euro. And we now head back to the circuit under the bridge. This is Minimax. These are the drivers that are slightly older than Micromax drivers. Let's have a little look. We've got, of course, 3 drivers doing double duty. So Finley Lines, Luca Holmes-Ballock and Danik Babicek have all got back into a different kart, different engine, and they're heading out onto the circuit. Drivers to look out for in this one, well, you've got Albie Friend, double Rotax International Trophy winner in kart number 19 for Strawberry Racing. Obviously, you've got the O plate, Finley Lines for the Synergy factory team. Emerson McAndrew Uren, this year's Rotax International Trophy runner-up. And Jensen Chalk in kart number 64. He is the reigning Micromax International Trophy champion. The driver in the all-black livery car, that is Coles Racing's Alfie Mew, who is another one to watch. Joshua Griffin is there in for the KR Sports team, and on our sort of myself and Piers' car ride, and somebody is off at the top of the banking there. That's the number 88 car, Zach Starbuck, who now gets himself back in line. Michael Zions Poland is saying good luck to the mini drivers. Hopefully, Michael, we will see you at the Rotax Grand Festival at Warden Law in September. Entries for that are now open. Somebody asking, did Emilio Van Overberger already drive? Yes, Dags. He's already qualified. There is Finley Lines going through your picture there with Luca Holmes-Ballack, second of the Synergy karts right behind him. They are chasing the number 18 Jack's Motorsport kart of Ollie Thompson. And if you noticed, again, the two Synergy drivers, they haven't been able to get nose to tail. They've got to just follow whoever. They're chasing the number 78 kart, Archie Rogers-Tyler. Archie Rogers-Tyler is the driver with the Nigel Mansell tribute crash helmet. Very, very iconic livery indeed. Speaking of iconic liveries, I have noticed that the eagle-eyed amongst you would have spotted clerk of the course Dan Ashton sporting some brand new trainers this week. They are red, white and blue trainers, the Union flag colour trainers in preparation for the World Championship. But there's the Mansell crash helmet going through the Fullerton S's. At the moment, it's Tom Reed. I hate to be proven right when I say he's my one to watch, but he's fastest at the moment is the Farmer, probably because they got a new puppy. They got a little Welsh collie, Welsh Border Collie, 3 months old, and is fluffy. And no, she's fluffy, and I had a really good cutch with her in the paddock show last night. What's the paddock show? Paddock show pooches, obviously out in force at Kartmasters. Good morning, Susan Woodward. She's saying hello to Nikki Riley and Ethan Woodward and all at the OMS team, and saying well done to George Clark. What place did Emilio Van Overberger qualify? He qualified down the order, outside the top 20. Very good point, Nibbers. At the at TVKC last month, Nibbers did spanner for Finley Lines to a clean sweep, so no pressure there. To the Synergy team. Good to hear from you, Nibbers. Whilst we're on the subject, Nibbers, I have heard rumours. These are really weird. I'm not sure if these can be confirmed. Somebody at Dunkerswell last week drove a Mitox, a Tony Kart Mitox, and apparently is 20 years old, and they won with it. I'm not quite sure. Nibbers, if you can confirm online, there were some rumours. I don't think Philip Howarth, the real number one, mentioned it often, but I have heard those rumours. Nibbers, if you can confirm for us on the live chat about a rare sighting of a Mitox on track down at Dunkerswell winning in Senior Rotax, please let us know. Because the real number one didn't mention it that much. Here we go. Back to the top. Finley Lines. Top of the charts, a best 3-lap average, 60.90 seconds. Albie Friend, second, 61.23 best lap average. Haynes, Collison, Reed, the rest of the top 5. The checkered flag is out, and the drivers have got that extra lap in. What place did Keo Lee qualify? He was top 10 in his session. We'll move on to that in a minute. Let's talk about what we're looking at on track, because the checkered flag waves. Max Wheatley comes out. Tom Reed goes second fastest. Albie Friend stays third. There goes Albie. We wait. Finley Lines stays top of the charts. Jack Collinson goes second. Reed is third. Friend, Emerson McAndrew Uren. Brand new gloves for Emerson McAndrew Uren, thanks to Matthew Higgins this weekend. Edward Haynes is 6th. Max Gilman is 7th. Luca Holmes-Ballack 8th. Harry Taylor 9th. Jensen Chalk 10th. Well, if all the if the Water Swift Interclass was all jumbled up, all the major players are right at the front of the group in qualifying in Minimax. Check this out for a top 10. Lines, Collison, Reed, Friend, McAndrew Uren, Haynes, Gilman, Holmes-Ballack, Taylor, and the reigning Micromax Grand Final champion, Jensen Chalk, 10th. And that's before you get the likes of Josh Griffin, Finley Hines, not Lines, Hines, and Oliver Spencer. So, well, inside Lines, Finley Lines takes pole position in one of the two classes, and that will be a big, very popular decision. But Piers Pryor, they are coming towards you, Piers. You can see the 36 car of Tom Reed getting shouted at there by Mick Streak on the loudspeaker. But Piers, what can you see from your side of the pit lane as they head towards you? We'll have a look there as our camera on the weighbridge there. I could see Piers there. I think Piers is talking to himself, which is something that I usually do, has to be said. And now he's realised that he is talking to himself. He's gone off. He's got his earpiece in round the back of his head, but he's not looking Euro at any stretch of the imagination. He'll go up and try and chat to some of the drivers as they come in. And you can see there. So, second time lucky, Piers. What can you see as they head into the weigh scale area?
I'll try that again, shall I, Henry? Hopefully I don't die this time. Yeah, drivers all coming off the weighbridge, so a bit loud out here. But why don't we grab a word with Tom Reed? Tom Reed, come in this side. Third place. You must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, it was a good quali. I kept pushing. I got a toe on my fastest lap, so it's quite a good race.
Of course, a toe really helps. Let's move this way a little bit away from the noisy carts. Sorry, Johnny, our cameraman. How was it out there compared to practice this morning?
A bit more nerve-wracking, but I came out, took it third.
Very, very close at the front of the field. I think you were third place. Fastest was only a tenth faster, so good position, good speed for the races.
Yeah. On the inside. So.
And you're on the inside, always important. That's Tom Reed. Jack Collinson. Jack, come on in. Jack, you were second in that session. Only less than half a tenth away from the top there, so very, very close.
I think it was obviously a good session considering I come from the back. But if maybe it was a little bit less traffic, I could have maybe got the pole, but I'm still very happy with second.
Well, you must be happy if you think that you left some time on the table in your second place. Surely that's good pace that you've got in the locker.
Yeah, I think yesterday through practice I was really quick, top 5 every session, so I've definitely got lots of pace.
And then in the races, what can you do?
Just fight for the win.
Simple as. We'll let you get back and talk to your team. And Finley, we've already chatted to you in your other class. You were a little bit under the weather, of course. We're not particularly happy with that one. But in this one, things went very well. Fastest.
Yeah, I'm happy. We came here to do it, and that's what we did.
Yeah, of course you did. The kart must have felt good. Of course, it takes a little bit of getting used to swap from one class to the other. How are you finding that?
Well, I did it last year, so I'm kind of getting used to it. But it is kind of hard with just the heat and that. It does struggle a little bit, but I'm getting better and better at it as much as I do it.
And you have to drive the kart slightly differently, don't you? Just tell us, those people who might not have driven both classes, what's the difference in how you drive them?
I think on my point of view, there people might have different opinions. The Rotax is more like on the power, rear slide, jack in the wheel, get it stopped quick. But the Miami's more chill and calm and making no mistakes and carrying as much speed as possible.
Interesting, that's a really good insight. Well, pole position for the first race is about the best starting position, so I assume we're just going to be going for the win?
Yeah, hopefully.
Finley, congratulations on what is a very, very successful qualifying session. Only a couple more sessions to go now. I'll let Henry chat through the final session of the morning, Junior X30.
Thank you very much, Piers. And yeah, Finley lines in his own words, with Rotax, you're going to be oh dear. And just beyond our camera shot, I was about to say about Finley lines saying Rotax, Miami is more chill, and Rotax you've got to get and jack it up. It's only chill X30 is only chill when you remember to bolt all 4 tyres on. Unfortunately, Jake Brooks' mechanic, probably has, almost certainly did, forget to put the hub on tightly, because hub and wheel have, cue Freddie Mercury voice, have want to break free, and it did. And he's out of qualifying, luckily without getting hit by anybody, but he will be starting at the back of this 33 kart Junior X30 grid. George Edgar, Rocco Leon Shenton, Riley Cranham lead the way in the very early stages. Zhao Chenji, for Chinese driver and premium karting, is in this group. So is the only driver here from Jersey, Macaulay Guy. So a big welcome to Macaulay. He is in kart number 38 for the MDL Motorsport team. In fact, I think we were just looking at him there on our screen. The third kart, the kart at the back with a dark crash helmet on, Macaulay Guy. So everyone watching at the Derby Kart Club in Jersey, hello to you. Was Derby the Isle of Man? I can't remember. Same horse, different jockey. Small island, part of Britain. Is it? We're not sure. They don't. Let's not get into that because people kick off about it. But yeah, welcome from Jersey, Morgan Guy. Cameron Edmonds is at the back of the field at the moment, just going to be picking up the pace very shortly. Watch out for Theo Palmer in kart number 249. You're looking at the number 86 kart. That's Rocco Leon Shenton, privateer driver. He is a driver to watch as well. Sebastian Guest asking me, am I going to commentate the Worlds, Henry? Well, sadly, I'm going to allow my former protege and now voice of world karting, Anthony Jordan, and my current co-host of the British Kart Championship, Andrew Mather, to commentate the World Championship, because I'm going to be at the Transylvania Trophy in Romania, which is where all the Rotax drivers need to be that weekend. So yes, so no, you're stuck with Anthony. Sorry, but no, who I'm very, very proud of and is doing a fantastic job. Formerly of this commentary box, he'll be back in this commentary box very shortly. But yes, I'll be at the Transylvania Trophy in Romania and watching the World Championships on a phone somewhere. Here we go, back to where it's at. Which is, who sung that? I know where it's at. Well, it's here. It's it's PFI. It's Riley Cranham. In there he is, being chased by George Edgar and by Rocco Leon Shenton. Here are your top three drivers in the final qualifying session of this morning. Where is, Spencer Allen. A Welshman from Newport, Fionn Jenkins, there we go. Spencer Allen, no pressure, but the only two drivers to ever win a Kartmasters title was Harry Linden and former World Karting Champion runner-up Jordan Chamberlain. No pressure. Can you be the third? Harrison Whitcomb is going to have something to say about that as well. But it's Cranham, Leon Shenton and Edgar. Cranham, Shenton and Edgar leading the field at the moment. Joey Brown, the Fusion Motorsport, who's attempting to grow a William Antrobus victory mullet. He is third. And Harrison Mackie goes to the top of the charts. Harrison Mackie, current British Championship leader, leading the Euro Series as well. Currently ranked the #1 Junior X30 driver in the world, according to the FIA karting rankings. And there's someone exit stage right. That was, let's have a look. The kart shall not fire again. A rather disgruntled driver pushing, it's the number 56 kart of Ethan Higgins for the S8 Racing team, who gets going again. Not looking wonderfully impressed at that turn of events. There is the number 8 kart. That is Zach Green. Green is now fastest. The checkered flag is awaiting. Zach Green. Taylor Orridge, the defending and reigning champion, has gone second quickest overall. Here comes Zach Green across the line. He goes second because Harrison Mackie is top, and he retakes top spot from Harrison Mackie. 3-lap average time for Zach Green, 57.12 seconds. Harrison Mackie 3-lap average, 57.20. Taylor Orridge, 57.25, and putting it right amongst the privateer, amongst the big guns, Rocco Leon Shenton as a privateer, 4th fastest overall. And there is a driver that has stopped. We'll get a number check on that kart, that red and white machine. That could be Alexander Di Benedictis. It is the Wright chassis, the Simon Wright Race Development chassis. So Di Benedictis out of qualifying. He's qualified down in 31st position. Ethan Higgins has qualified 32nd, unsurprisingly, after he spun. Let's have a look up the field. Maisie Creed, 25th. Archie Owen, 21st. Let's have a look. Lewis Goff, 14th. Aaron Richardson, 13th. Joey Brown, 11th. Evan Purcell is 9th. Morgan Moore, 8th. George Edgar, 7th. Alfie Brown, 6th. Riley Cranham, 5th. Then Shenton, 4th. Orridge, 3rd. Mackie, 2nd. And Zach Green, the number 8 kart, your provisional pole sitter. Now, there is a glance at the Weybridge area, which is undercover there. You've got the initial entry to pit road. The first race of the day is due to start at 12:10, so that's in about 13 minutes time. So in 30 minutes time. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a final chat with Piers Pryor, and then we're going to hear from some of our sponsors. But Piers Pryor is down in the pits now.
Well, as if by magic, Taylor Orridge has come and joined me. Thanks for that, Taylor. A very solid session, so close at the front. 3rd place, we think, after the 3-lap average.
Yeah, it wasn't really the pace that I could have shown. Kind of just messed it up. Didn't drive very well. Kept missing corners, but you know, it puts me up there for the front of like the heats and everything, which is what's important really. It's only qualifying, but I could have done a lot better, you know what I mean?
Well, you couldn't have done a huge amount better. You could have gone 2 places better. I mean, when we look at the times, I mean, look at this. You know, Taylor Orridge, you are 57.5. If we go down half a second, we're down in 18th place. So it could have been worse.
Yeah, it could have been worse, but kind of messed up when I rolled as well, because I didn't want to lead for too long and just tow people around, because the slipstream's obviously very big today. And then my 3rd lap, because of the 3-lap average, it was very, very bad. I'm not going to lie.
Well, if very bad is 3rd place, then you've got a good weekend ahead of you.
Yeah, well, no, the last lap was good, obviously, because that's what bumped us up. But before that, yeah, it would have been quite a bad weekend.
Well, Taylor, we'll let you go and debrief for the team and get yourself ready for the heats now. I'm going to grab a word with some of the other drivers. Hopefully we can grab a word with Harrison Mackie in just a second, who, of course, as Henry said, the number 1 ranked Junior X30 driver in the world. Harrison Mackie, of course, 2nd place in that session. Actually, a fair way away, 2 tenths away, I think, in the fastest lap from Zach Green, but still 2nd place for Harrison. 2nd place after 3-lap average, I think. Pretty good for yourself?
Yeah, it's a good result, as long as we're in the top 3. Obviously, the final is just a long way away, but we're obviously, at the moment, there to win it. So.
And how was the kart feeling underneath you? Actually, on the fastest lap time, you're a couple of tenths away from Zach. He may have had a bit of a tow, but you still think you've got the pace to take it to him?
Yeah, we showed good pace yesterday, and obviously here today. So obviously, hope for the best.
And then that's the outlook for the weekend. Of course, we know we've still got 3 full days of racing to come.
Yeah, I'm just going to try my best. Obviously, try to win as many heats as I can, but obviously, top 3 results is all you need for the final.
Absolutely. Harrison, we'll let you go and debrief with the Fusion Motorsport team. Harrison, of course, been very quick around here. And we'll grab a word with our pole sitter, Zach Green, who we grabbed, who is, of course, the number 8 driver. Zach, brilliant pace. I mean, what more can you say?
Yeah, I think we got the setup spot on. I got myself in a good position and was able to put the laps in to be pole, yeah.
It looked like you actually got yourself quite a good position in the traffic, considering you were basically in the middle. You just got enough of a gap, a distant tow.
Yeah, at the start I went out a bit too early, and it was just there was a bit like it was basically carnage. So I rolled over and got myself towards the back and in a decent position to tow through.
Yeah, having that awareness of the session where you need to be is really important. I suppose that comes from your years of experience in the British Championships and stuff like that. How do you know when you need to back off and when you think, oh, I'm in a good position? What are you looking for?
Well, you don't want to be behind slow drivers because they can hold you up, especially when it's 3-lap average, because it can ruin one of them and then it ruins your overall lap time. And then especially when there's lots of drivers in front of you, you don't want that, because then you know you'll never get to the front of them and be able to be in clean air.
Well, congratulations, clearly very, very fast. Cart's working well for you, got the setup spot on. Everything's going well. We hope that you have a good first few races and we'll see how you get on. I'll let you go and debrief with the team. That's it for time qualifying for Friday. Next up, we have some heats coming up. Henry, get yourself prepared, because I'm going to come and join you in the commentary box, but not before we hear from some of our sponsors.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just a few minutes away from the start of today's heat races. Before we get to that point, however, let's give you some numbers. Now, even though Kartmasters is all about 2 letters, G and P, let's talk about numbers just for a minute, because since the first event back in 1996, this event has produced some staggering statistics. Ready? Okay, let's start with number 29, which, including this running, is the number of Kartmasters events that have been held so far. In that time, we have handed out 220 GP plates to 170 drivers across 28 different classes. Only 30 drivers have ever won more than 1 GP plate. Ben Barnicoat leads the way with 9, which is 2 more than Mike Simpson, and 5 more than Gary Catt, Mark Litchfield and Oliver Hodgson. Nobody else has ever won more than 3. Now, 5 Kartmasters champions have gone on to race in Formula 1. Another 6 have crossed the pond to race in IndyCar and the Indianapolis 500. 6 winners have also been World Karting champions, either as a junior or a senior, and another 6 have gone on to race in the British Touring Car Championship. 11 drivers have successfully defended a Kartmasters title, but only 2, Barnicoat and Simpson, have won the same class more than 2 years in a row. Simpson holds the record with 4 straight wins in Senior Rotax, and he did that in the years between 2000 and 2003. Barnicoat is also one of 2 drivers to win 2 GP plates in one day, the other being No Wolf, and Barnicoat has done 2 in a day twice. Now, Barnicoat also owns the record for the biggest number of wins in different classes. He shares that record with Mark Litchfield. He's won in 4 classes. 3 sets of brothers have also won GP plates, and as of at the moment, only 1 female driver has won the GP plate title. That was Gabby Weyer. Now, despite its legendary status of attracting international drivers, only 2 international drivers have ever won this visiting as a one-off. Marco Ardigo and Jamie Day. 2 international drivers, that equals the amount of Welsh Kartmaster champions we've had.
Was one of them you?
Absolutely shocking, and it wasn't. So there's some numbers. Piers Pryor, welcome back to the commentary box. A big hello to everybody in the paddock watching, everybody in the online chat. We've had the rules for Kart Mechanic bingo already. Not bad going, Piers. I think we need more bright trainers. Far more graphics up but you've got some sunglasses. Are they Ray-Bans or Roy-Bans?
They are, I'm not sure. I think they got them from Next, so not quite making that.
Roy-Bans, but they're not as good as these,
They're absolutely not as good as those.
Oh, yes. There we go. We're starting off today's racing. Okay, we have... Oh, sorry, Piers, just jab you in the arm there. 19 races to get through today. Every single driver, every single one of our 287 drivers will compete in 2 heat races today. We're going to be starting off with groups B and C in Senior Rotax. What did you learn down in the pits, Piers?
Well, it was chatting to the drivers. First of all, looking at qualifying times. So close.
Very close, absolutely.
That last Senior X30 race, if we ignored Zach Green because he said that he got everything spot on.
Which ignore Zach just because he's ginger. No.
But no, I think pretty much every time I looked, and I use half a second as a gauge. Because I feel like half a second is an amount of time that you can actually feasibly just miss on a couple of laps and be not quite there. And that will drop you 10, 15 places in most of the classes we had today. So, yeah, it's ridiculously close, and that all bodes well for good, close racing.
I forgot, we got one more statistic. Only 1 Kartmasters driver has ever gone on to manage a Formula 1 team. Congratulations, Ollie Oakes, the new team principal of the Alpine Formula 1 team, apparently.
Yeah.
I think so. Cool. But we've got 2 world champions in the paddock. Danny Curl's here. We've also got Abby Sanders here. She is the World Rental Kart Saudi World Series champion. She's here in the paddock having a little look around, maybe looking to come and make a break into the world of owner drivers racing.
Well, Henry, you might forget, but I was actually Saudi World Karting champion in 2011, I think, in the juniors.
I apologise
There you go.
unreservedly. Jeremy Montgomery-Swan, I think, also came second in that event. He is here. So 3 world champions in the paddock. But we've got a few other little trivias because what we're going to do now, ladies and gentlemen, in the live chat, we've got some fantastic bits of trivia about Piers, myself, and Nicole Sutherland. So we're going to put up a couple of polls in the live chat. I was saying, no, Christian Horner never, ever won Kartmasters. And apparently, I was wrong earlier. I don't get it wrong very often. The Mitox was 24 years old that won at Dunkeswell International Raceway last weekend. All right. For those that know. That's gone over the head of the vast majority of the audience, but Phil Howarth will be very upset if I don't mention that.
It was quite impressive, actually, because you don't see that very often.
I still don't think it was wide enough at the front. The Mitox wasn't wide enough at the front. It needs to be that wide at the front. But yeah, he won at Dunkeswell. 24 years old. 20 years ago, Philip Howarth won the British Minimax Championship on that kart. Him and his dad Darren kept it, and they kept it in the workshop, and just a great little story. Not that Phil mentions it much.
Of course not.
No. Anyway, right, okay. Charlie S is going to be here on Saturday. Barbara Lapper is here on Sunday. But here we go. Now it's time to go racing. Here we go then. A look at the time-keeping building. Time is ticking towards race number 1 of Kartmasters 2024. Let's give you the full starting lineup. Starting from pole position will be the reigning and defending champion Kai Hunter, Matthew Higgins on the outside of row number 1, with Teddy Pritchard-Williams and Caden McQueen on row 2, Brandon Klein-Nagelbort and Jamie Perilli on row 3, Joshua Graham and Zach Heslop, row 4.
Yes, row 5 started with Charlie Webb, then Marcus Litterwood, Ben Folland on row 6 alongside Gustav Uzakovs. Row 7, James Swindles and Guy Cunnington. Row 8, Harry Hannum and Tyler Harris.
Moving on to row number 9, Luca Osmond-Price and Lebanon's Omar Ganoum. Rounding out the top 20, Neo Clark and Sam Baker. Sam Longley and double-duty driver Charlie Morrison-Jones on row 11, with Stephanie Hobika from Lebanon and Morgan Hudson on row number 12.
13th row starts out with Luke Bates and then Iggy Smith. And then 27th place, Alex Adams-Acton, all of the A's. 28th, Enzo Dickenberg. 29th, James Lingard. 30th, Jack Collins. 31st, Danny Shields. And 32nd, Adish Mehta.
Jack Lilly and Mark Quinn round out the starting lineup, but we've already got 2 drivers in trouble. One of them has pulled out. It's a Jack's Motorsport kart, and that could be Luke Bates in the number 95 out of the running. There was another kart going very slowly, James Lingard. But for the first time in 2024, drivers are in the tram lines and we are off and racing. Hunter leads them under the bridge and we head out towards the banking 33 karts all through turn number 3. Now, with the defending champion for the Hunter Motorsport team leading and Teddy Pritchard-Williams running in P2.
Yeah, great start from Teddy to get into P2. Defending down into the first hairpin is Hunter. We had McQueen getting stuck into the corner off the bridge, and we've already having scrapping for the leaders round the outside. Oh, car's off.
3 karts up there. There's the 81. Omar Ganoum is one of them. Ben Folland for the Thule Motorsport team is another. And Jamie Perilli moves into P2 for the Jacks Motorsport team. Make it P1. Matthew Higgins follows through. Hunter getting elbowed out to 4th. Lap 1, Heat 1, Piers. As you can see, things are nice and calm as usual.
Everyone taking it easy in the senior Rotax class, as we come to expect. No, absolutely not. But Jamie Perilli, actually a brilliant first lap. He was in 4th place going into the first hairpin. Now for the lead, Matthew Higgins into turn 1. That's a late move. You have to get alongside before the apex. High risk, but he wants the lead at this stage. Clearly thinks he's got the pace. And Perilli, having gone from 4th to 1st, is now going to go from 1st, potentially to 5th as side by side. McQueen looking around the outside, and now McQueen's got the overlap. So 4th to first to fourth in 1 lap.
I got to say, though, here comes Caden McQueen to the inside. McQueen up into 4th position, proving that that KR Sport kart has got more stroke than the British Olympic rowing team in it, and he gets elbowed wide there a little bit, well, muscled wide. It wasn't a full-on elbow, it was Jamie Pirelli signalling his intent, as it were. We're onto the back straight now. All 30, well, Neil Clark has retired, sadly. He was involved in that earlier incident. Luke Bates failed to take the start. Who are the big movers, Piers?
Jack Lilly up 15 to 18th place. That's an absolutely rocket ship start.
Because he had a mechanical problem in qualifying and didn't complete his full 3 flying laps. Kai Hunter has decided he doesn't want to be in second. He would rather lead from the front. There was an interesting little subplot going on earlier. I want to know which member of the Hunter Motorsport team left certain keys in a hotel this morning that made that they couldn't get tyres and he missed practice.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, the Hunter Motorsport team might be leaving keys in the hotel a little bit more often because polling qualifying by I say a decent margin, a margin that is bigger than you would expect in Senior Rotax, and then currently in the lead of the race. Another one to look out for, there's actually a monumental scrap from 9th, which is Guy Cunnington, who went up 5 places from the start.
Yep.
All the way down to about, well, actually I keep going, pretty much the back of the grid, but that 9th down to 32nd is everyone else. There you can see that train that starts at Guy Cunnington in 9th and does not end.
Yes, it only ends at the back of the field when there are no more wagons left in the race. There is the number 34 kart on our screens. That's Charlie Morrison-Jones, privateer driver on the Tony kart chassis. Caden McQueen sets a new fastest lap of 57.70. As we have a look, Hunter, Higgins, Pritchard, Williams, and again, lots of defending. That's an MLC Motorsport kart. That looks like Tyler Harris, or Richard Harris to his mates. He is there in about 15th position, just ahead of James Swindells and the number 89 kart. That's Gustav Usakovs. He's got that deep red and wine liveried race suit. That's Team Latvia, who he represents in the grand finals when he has qualified for that event in the past. There's a 3-wide battle. Omar Ganoum, the Lebanese driver, making a move. It's his birthday later this week. That's Iggy Smith as well in the number 14 Jack Dex kart. As we cross the line, only half distance, and we've already had a dozen lead changes.
Oh, amazing. It's going to be close for the whole race weekend. I'm almost certain of that, especially in the Senior Rotax class, which is one of the most hotly contested. Of course, we've got 2 grids in the Senior Rotax.
Yes.
So that's going to mean that we've got this is the B versus C heat for the first, I believe. Then we've got A versus, or whatever's next. We'll get to that when we get to it. But around the outside of hairpin one is very rarely done, but it can be done, as we've seen many times this year.
Yes, ask Harry Taylor.
Yes.
Now, ask a question on the right. Why is Hunter now on the Carlos Sainz 55 chassis and not the Lando Norris chassis? Well, because Kai now races for his brother Reese's Hunter Motorsport team, and the Hunter Motorsport team, they are the UK importer of the Carlos Sainz 55 chassis, which is an OTK product, which is basically a Tony kart but painted a different colour.
There are plenty of them out there.
Yes. Oh, Marcus Littlewood, welcome back to karting. He's not in his radical anymore, so Marcus Littlewood getting stuck in. And take about getting stuck in. There's Caden McQueen making moves. He's up to
second place. So that's actually been a change to the lead that we missed there, Henry, as we were talking about fighting around the lead. Well, he's up to third, up to second, down to third. It's this. If we take our eyes off the lead battle, as we see again, contact as Kai Hunter robustly goes up the inside of Teddy Pritchard Williams into the second hairpin, and following through goes Caden McQueen and also Jamie Pirelli as well.
Now, that's the first mention of the C word on the live broadcast. I'm going to mention another C word right now, which is something that Caden McQueen needs to use. That is composure.
Composure.
Yes, and that little thud in the background is producer Rob having a heart attack. Composure is the name of the game here at Kartmasters.
Yes.
It is not won yet, but here we go. 4 minutes to go. We're out onto the banking, down towards turn number 3. Here's a Jack Dex racing kart making a move. And Higgins leads by 0.8 of a second. The Jack Dex kart in question making a move. belong to Harry the Lion Hannam. I know Harry's dad, Dan Hannam, is literally on his way to the circuit now. He flew in overnight from his from where Harry and he live in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates, and I think he stopped off at duty free for me as well, which was awfully kind of Dan. But here we go. Here is the lead battle. 3 minutes to go. All these heat races, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Let's not forget that every driver has one set of tyres to last them the weekend. Usakov sets the fastest lap of the race. Things have calmed down a little bit. 32 drivers still running. As you look at Super Teddy Pritchard-Williams battling with Guy Cunnington for what is now 4th or 5th position. Let's take you through the running order at just past the halfway stage. Oh, a 5-second in-race penalty for the Dutchman Enzo Dickenberg on the Sodi kart, the driver from Den Bosch in the Netherlands, and obviously Dickenberg has gone Bosch right into another driver, and that is what has incurred the wrath of the race directors. You can get in-race penalties for a variety of reasons. Number one, going out of the tram lines at the start, part of the kart out of the tram lines at the start, that's a 3-second penalty. Fully out of the tram lines at the start, that's a 5-second penalty, and then for driving misdemeanors, you could get a 5-second in-race penalty. But of course, at the end of the race, you have the iPad of Doom, which is the iPad that takes the photos of the nose cones, the front fairings. If they have dropped off their bracket, that's a 5-second non-appealable penalty. So as we watch Cunnington now begin to pull away from Joshua Graham, Marcus Littlewood, Teddy Pritchard-Williams and the rest, here's the running order. It's Higgins, Hunter, Perilli, your top 3, McQueen, Hannam, Cunnington, the top 6, Pritchard-Williams down to 7, then Graham, Littlewood, Nagelvoort and Zach Heslop are next. Charlie Webb runs 12th, followed by James Swindells, Charlie Morrison-Jones, Gustav Usakovs, Tyler Harris, Jack Collins, Alex Adams-Acton and the coach Danny Shields. Jack Lilly rounds out your top 20 ahead of Morgan Hudson, Iggy Smith, Sam Longley, Luca Osman-Price, Omar Ganoum, Ben Follen, Sam Baker, Enzo Dickenberg, Adish Mehta, James Lingard, Mark Quinn and Stephanie Hobika. They are the only karts left running. Neil Clark and Luke Bates sadly out of the race. Now, just under a minute to go. Higgins is being caught by his ex-teammate, Kai Hunter. So Hunter dropped back a little bit, has now just sort of eased back up towards the race leader. These two drivers, they know each other very well. They finished 1st and 2nd in last year's Vera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. They come into Bobby Game Corner, now into the Mike Wilson complex. And through the Mike Wilson complex, this is the newly named Mix Corner after Mick Barrett, legendary team owner and one of the founding members of Trent Valley Kart Club, who has still got drivers running this weekend. He's got George Edgar going in Junior X30, out to the final corner, across the start-finish straight. New fastest lap for Joshua Graham, the KR Sport driver in kart number 78. Now Kai Hunter starts to work around the rear bumper of Matthew Higgins' kart. Down towards hairpin number 1, watch Hunter swing out wide. This isn't trying to go around the outside at this corner, it's trying to get the undercut, but Higgins, the Welshman from Treveglois, trying to become the 3rd Welshman ever to win a GP plate title. You can tell that I'm Welsh, not that I'm favouring the Welsh drivers, but I am favouring the Welsh drivers because it's not often when you're from Wales you get something to cheer about sports-wise. Hunter has the lead, however, and kicking into the picture there, Jamie Perilli in the number 30 Jack's kart, but it's going to be Kai Hunter beginning his title defence. He was a late entry, but he is back on home soil, and he takes, he starts the final lap in the lead, and Higgins trying to go around the outside on the banking. Does he make the move work? Oh, it's tight. Not quite. McQueen and Perilli are looking, well, which way do we go? Now Kai Hunter looks over his shoulder. Higgins is going to have to defend. Here comes Perilli to the inside. Oh, that was so close. 3 wide on the exit. Higgins over the curb. And here comes the Lion, Harry Hannam, for the Jack Dex Racing team getting involved. Oh, 3 wide up the infield straight. This is only Heat 1. This is race 1 of 57, ladies and gentlemen. Strap yourselves in. It's going to be a good one this year. I can tell. I can feel it in my iron brew. Into the Mike Wilson complex. Higgins now trying to scramble. Pritchard Williams over the curb to trying to keep Littlewood behind him. And Kai Hunter checks over his shoulder, takes the race victory by 1.64 seconds over Caden McQueen, with Jamie Perilli third, Guy Cunnington fourth, Harry Hannam from 15th on the grid up into P5. Then it is Matthew Higgins, Teddy Pritchard Williams, Marcus Littlewood, Joshua Graham, Brandon Nagelvoort. Just outside the top 10, you have Charlie Morrison-Jones, Gustav Usakovs. We're looking at, there's somebody, another Guy Cunnington kart crossing the line. Not quite sure who that was. That could have been Mark Quinn, possibly, in the number 87 kart. Although he is entered as a privateer, but he's certainly got Guy Cunnington graphics on his kart. Here we go. A look at the provisional results. There you are, Kai Hunter, Caden McQueen, Jamie Perilli, Guy Cunnington and Harry Hannam, followed by Matthew Higgins, Teddy Pritchard Williams, Marcus Littlewood, Joshua Graham and Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. Gustav Usakovs, Charlie Morrison-Jones, Zach Heslop and Charlie Webb. James Swindells rounds out your top 15, followed by Tyler Harris, Jack Collins, Alex Adams-Acton, Jack Lilly, the coach Danny Shields, Morgan Hudson, Iggy Smith, followed by Sam Longley, Ben Folland, Omar Ganoom, Sam Baker and Luca Osman-Price. Adish Mehta, James Lingard, Enzo Dickenberg and Stephanie Hobika are outside the top 30 there, and along with the last driver across the line, Northern Ireland's Mark Quinn. Well, 1 down, 56 to go. And the next race will be for Junior Rotax. I haven't got the grid in front of me just yet. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. But that will be coming up in a few short minutes. Yes, Ashley Barker. If anybody wants to know what hard wheel-to-wheel racing is, that was a prime example. It was. And I hope that we continue in that vein, although traditionally it gets a little bit harder as the weekend progresses. Piers Pryor has escaped the commentary box and is now down somewhere in the pits. Piers, what have you got for us now?
Well, I've got the current GP plate holder in this class, Kai Hunter. Kai, that was a busy first race of the weekend, I would say. You had a decent start, went down the field, then caught back up to Matthew and then got a nice little gap.
Yeah, I went down at the start. Obviously, it's so hard leading here when you're like out first on the track, so it's like just incredibly slippy. So went back a few places, clawed my way back up, and then yeah, got a really good tow down the straight. Did defended from then on. It was game on from there. So yeah, great race. If this is the first race of the weekend, I think it's just going to get spicy later on. So yeah, I love it. So it's great.
You know, I was about to say almost exactly the same thing to you. I'll let you go and do your scrutiny, and we'll grab a word with Caden McQueen, who came up in the field that time. Caden, second place after you went backwards at the start a little bit, but managed to fight your way back through.
Yeah, I went backwards at the start. It's quite hard starting on the outside here. Come back through, went backwards again, and then come back through. Yeah, I think the pace is there. We're good enough. We've probably got the speed to win, so yeah, hopefully we can continue this and be at the front.
Well, we'll see a lot more of you this weekend, I'm sure, with, of course, doing double duty as well. Let's grab Jamie Perilli. Jamie, first lap, you went fourth, ran the outside to third and second, and then took the lead, and then by the time you'd come back round to hairpin one, you were in fourth again.
Yeah, I mean, it was a crazy race. The first lap was unbelievable. I'm not quite sure I'd done it myself, to be honest, but it was really good.
Yeah, really good indeed. Surely it's a good thing to know that you could be right in the fight, you know, with the top guys.
Yeah, it's a massive confidence booster. I mean, recently we've always been near the front, so it's always good. But P3 can't complain really. So
can't complain. Well, I assume your outlook just keep going.
Yeah, keep driving away, see what we can do.
See what you can do. Thanks very much for chatting to us, and we'll grab a word with Guy Cunnington as well. Once he's got his cart up, you know, we'll let him get his cart up because they've got bits and bobs they need to do to make sure that they're on time. Guy, we didn't catch up with you after qualifying because I'm sure you weren't particularly pleased, but we started at the start of the race, up 5 positions on the first lap, and then somehow 9th to, well, yeah, pretty quickly.
Yeah, it was right. A bit of fun, isn't it? That's what it really doesn't matter at this point. 3 days to go. It really doesn't matter until Sunday. So as long as you're in the top 5, even like top 8 in each race, you're in the chance. So
yeah. Guy, thanks for chatting to us. We have to head to the next race. Henry, let's see the grid.
Here we go, 33 junior Rotax drivers to get through. Pole position will be the O-Plate champion, Harry Bartle. Alongside him, Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison Crowther and Corey Fowler on row 2. Charlie Neve and Theo Palmer, row 3. Jack Baker and Albie Lapper are up next. Row number 5 is Ryan Gill and Kai Clark, followed by Shane Chandaria and Lucas Blanford, Nathan Cappan, Joe Anderson, Aidan Mitchell and Eva Morris. Your top 20 will be rounded out by Charlie Cox, Riley Sims, Ezard, Jacob Woods and Daniel Bridgen. Outside the top 20, Eli Baden, Braith Murdoch, Jake Flewitt and Jack West. And on row number 30 we have Alfie Thompson, Brian Truman, Logan Howes, Ivan Bansal, followed by Oliver Smith, Harry Holland, Zach Turner. At the back of the field, Sebastian Lusch, and rounding out 33 kart grid is Adam Wooden. Here we go. Junior Rotax, hello to Thua37 in the live chat. We are green, off and racing. Harry Bartle takes the lead as we head under the bridge over the grass, going one driver towards the back of the field. That could have been a Thule Motorsport car of Brandon Truman. Hello to Uncle Tyrone, somewhere out there in the live chat. And over the bridge we go. That very bright green livery car, that's number 77 of Harry Holland, which always makes you nervous because he's sponsored by ukbailiffs.org. I did say hi to some of his sponsors when they come knocking at my door, only joking. Do I get a discount for mentioning Harry Holland's? No, we'll talk about that later on. Anyway, it's a good start for Harry Bartle. Harry Bartle has made a habit of being very, very quick off the line, has to be said. Harrison Whitcomb is going with him. Well, what happened was, Piers, is that they decided that they wanted you to get your steps in this week. So they're having you run back and forth because you're a fit young man. They're going to keep the old addled body of myself here in the commentary box. But it's the end of lap number 1. Bartle, Whitcomb, Crowther, and then Charlie Neve. Luckily, they got a fire in the commentary box. I think, Piers, you might need that sooner rather than later. Oh, that does feel nice.
Yes, the fan on our legs and lower extremity. Harry Bartle this weekend, in practice especially, has been rapid on cold tyres, and we're showing that once again being quick at the start of this race, but there's a whole train of them pushing on to try and get onto the back of him because they don't want him to get away, and Harrison Whitcomb is leading that train.
And I'm going to try and pick out number 29, the red race suit there, privateer driver Corey Fowler. Picked up a bit of local sponsorship this week. I'm going to try and figure out what the sponsor's name was to really help with that. But yeah, that was, really impressive. He's doing the business here. He is there in that red race suit, still in the top 7. Jack Baker in kart number 37, also having a good run for the Evolution Racing team. They had 2 karts in the wars earlier on in qualifying, but oh dear, Charlie Cox is out of the race, the Coles Racing driver. I don't know what happened, but she broke.
Yeah, unfortunately, Charlie Cox out of the race, although save a little bit of ties with that, but you'd rather finish the race in a decent position.
Yes.
A long way to go in the weekend still, so the race weekend is not over for Charlie Cox. Worth looking at the driver Kai Clark, who's currently in 8th position, set the purple 2nd and 3rd sector that last lap and currently holds the fastest lap of the race. Went up a couple of positions as well, so on the move.
Yes, indeed. Now, we talked about the only Argenti motorsport kart here in the paddock this weekend, Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison Whitcomb is sitting behind Harry Bartle in 2nd position. There's Ryan Gill in kart number 43. He's got Oliver Clark, former Rotax, the IAMI Euro Series Championship contender. I think he's a former British champion in Honda Cadet as well, is Oliver Clark. There is the number 59 machine, that's Lucas Blanford. Right, he's running a Zip livery kart. He's entered under the Ultimate R banner. So the Scotsman, I think, is just perpetually confused. But there we go. Is it one set of tyres over all 3 days? Yes, George, on the live chat it is. Now there's the... Oh, you're looking at me.
Juniors and seniors.
Yes.
New tyres for the grand finals.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
I had a look at the supplementary regulations just to double check.
I'm glad someone was looking, but that's good. That stops anyone messing about and trying to save tyres. You're all on brand new, fresh bones if you make the main event. And of course, in juniors, with 50 of you, you're not all guaranteed to make the main event.
Yes.
Now, driver just being pushed wide there a little bit, number 251. That's Nathan Cappen from the MLC Motorsport team. He is having it's the second year at Kartmasters, and he's, again, getting used to the hustle and bustle of British kart racing.
Hustle and bustle is a good way of phrasing it, Henry.
Fix Auto UK is the sponsor that came on board for Mr. Fowler, Corey Fowler, who's dropped to 16th. Let's hope that he doesn't have to fix his auto at the end of this go-kart race. But well done to Fix Auto UK for coming on board and sponsoring a local driver in this event.
Yes, it was a robust move there from Kai Clark on Theo Palmer. Kai still making his way through there. Maybe it's essentially a little bit of contact into the braking zone, but I'm sure the stewards will have a better look at that than we will in the commentary box. But plenty of fighting, and aggressive fighting as the 43 looks up the inside of the chicane there. Doesn't quite get the move done. Ryan Gill in that very, very cool coloured very cool coloured car there. I like those turquoise and pink ones.
Yeah, it is. It's Chris Lamar's team doing very, very well this year. They got karts in most classes now. He's under pressure though from the number 16 Sam Pollitt racing kart of Joe Anderson, and that's for a place in the top 10. Now Jake Flewitt has also retired along with Charlie Cox. We've got 31 karts running, so the halfway mark of this race. Here's a quick rundown of the order. If anything happens, Piers, then just please feel free to jump in. Something probably will happen. Bartle, Whitcomb, Crowther, Clark, Baker are your top 5. Theo Palmer, Lucas Blanford, Nathan Cappen, Charlie Neve, Ryan Gill, your top 10. Then it's Anderson, Truman, Mitchell, West, Fowler, Eva Morris, Wooden from the back of the grid up to 17th, great drive. Kenya Shane Chandaria is 18th. Then it's Alfie Thompson and Braith Murdoch. Oliver Smith, Albie Lapper, Sebastian Lush, Daniel Bridgen, Ivan Bansal, Zach Turner, Eli Baden, Riley Sims, Ezard, Jacob Woods, Logan Howes and Harry Holland is your complete running order. What's changed?
The only thing that I saw on screen is that the number 60, Charlie Neve, made up one position in the second hairpin, but it was actually just taking back the position he lost in the first sector.
Okay, and now we've got 3 karts. Harrison Crowther chasing down Harrison Whitcomb and Harry Bartle. Triple H at the front. And the game. That's a wrestling. I can't help myself. Sorry.
I had one of those little figurines, Triple H, when I was a youngster.
Oh dear. And Harrison Whitcomb saying, no, let's go. Harry Bartle saying, if I want to defend, young man, I shall defend. Don't you know who I am? Now I'm defending, and Harrison Whitcomb goes, okay, I think they might hand that opens the door from Harrison Crowther to go through. That will not please Harrison Whitcomb. Oh, Harrison Crowther into mixed bend there. Well, this is Strawberry versus Coles versus Argenti. Still 3 minutes to go.
Gloves are off, and it's only the first race of the weekend. But I always think it's funny in karting that the point forward is almost up the inside goes Crowther. Great move into the bank corner in the first sector, and following through goes Whitcomb. So Bartle from first down to third place. But it's always funny when it's like point forward almost is a signal to lunge me.
Yeah. So it's like send one in from a different postcode. Well, now Bartle is back to third position. Now, of course, Harrison Crowther, if Harrison Crowther starts to defend now, Bartle goes round the outside. First Slim Shady of the event, round the outside. Now it's wheel to wheel between Whitcomb and Crowther. 2 Harrisons into Fullerton, and this chasing pack, led by Kai Clark, is getting closer and closer. All good fun at the front, but Clark, Baker, Palmer, Blanford are all closing in. There they are. breathe and breathe.
It's it's quite entertaining how these drivers, they could have guaranteed themselves the top 3, but no, they're absolutely gunning for the race win from race number 1 of the weekend in the Junior Rotax, yes.
Yeah, now we're looking at the 4th place kart. There's Lucas Blanford, Kai Clark. Of course, it would be remiss of me not to mention that when we were here at the start of the year for the first round of the Vera Tours British Championship, Kai's great-grandfather sadly passed away here at the circuit whilst he was spectating, and this is their family's first trip back to to the PF International as a family. And I know the family wanted me to say a big thank you to the officials, the medics, and the spectators who were there on, and the marshals there on hand to help. And sadly, Kai's great-grandfather passed away, but they're back here, and I know there's everybody want to see Kai do very, very well. He's got his race head on, and he is chasing down the 2 Harrisons. In 2nd and 3rd, that's remarkable. Harry Bartle has now pulled away in the lead again, and Kai Clark is looking for a potential top 2 finish in this race. Piers has jetted back off to the pits area to try and speak to some of our leading contenders at the end of this race. Here comes Kai Clark to try and undercut Harrison Whitcomb coming out of hairpin number 1. Crowther, 30 seconds to go. White lining it into hairpin number 2. Here comes Kai Clark. Here comes Lucas Blanford as well. Good move, Lucas Blanford. He picks up a place, or rather defending, over Theo Palmer and Nathan Cappan. So this is how much karting is progressing out in the Middle East. Hello to David Bright at the Dubai Kartdrome. Hello to Guy Sheffield and the team at Al Ain Raceway. A lot of the drivers that compete. Oh, Harrison Whittaker having a little nibble at Harrison Crowther. But Cappan and Palmer, I would say, well, Nathan Cappan, this is a good performance from Cappan. Theo Palmer was excellent in the International Trophy a few weeks ago. And potentially, we've had Jamie Day, the only driver to come from the UAE and win a Kartmasters title, way back when, I think 2017 in Minimax. We could potentially get a second driver from Dubai. Oh, and one of the Evolution Racing karts, Jack Baker getting sideways in turn number 1. Yes. RPM Racing saying, funny, I was sat with Riley Sims last week in Mackey's at Teesside, and now you're watching him race. Well, yeah, and Riley Sims, Ezard, he's got a brand new pair of Ayrton Senna race gloves, which he's debuting this weekend, which he was proudly clutching on his way to the dummy grid this morning when I saw him. Here we go then, final lap. Harry Bartle, 3.5 seconds up the road. The 2 Harrisons, 2nd and 3rd. And then this battle led by Lucas Blanford for 4th. Oh, Harrison Whittaker, 2nd. No, can't say it. Didn't complete the move. Thought about it, tried it. And Harrison Crowther said, not on my watch, son. Here we go, but Whittaker again, having a little look when he tried the crossover coming out of hairpin number 2. He will get the crossover, but Crowther's on the inside line. Whittaker can't come across. No, he can't. Oh, Harrison Crowther hangs him out to dry. So Whittaker can't get back up the inside coming into the Fullerton S's here. Harrison needs to look over his shoulder. Harrison Whittaker will look over his shoulder, I'm assuming, shortly, just to make sure there's no one behind. Blanford defending from Joe Anderson. So Joe Anderson's had a very, very good second half of this race, but Harry Bartle takes the first win of the weekend in Junior Rotax. Harrison Crowther 2nd, Harrison Whittaker in 3rd, Lucas Blanford is 4th, and Joe Anderson is 5th. We're watching the rest of the drivers come across the start-finish line. And let's see, there's a driver with a rather skewiff Nassau panel going over the line there. That looked like it could have been, let's have a look. It could have been Sebastian Luch or a Hunter Motorsport car. Let's have a little look down. Zach Turner, I believe that was. And of course, hello to everybody watching in Nuts Corner, home of Irish karting this weekend. Is it the Irish Grand Prix this weekend? I'm sure you'll tell me. Nuts Corner, fantastic circuit, great owners, love the Eastwood family. And of course, Charlie Eastwood racing sports cars around the world. But here we go with your provisional results from race number 2. Harry Bartle, the O-Plate winner, is your provisional winner, followed by Harrison Crowther and Harrison Whitcomb. Lucas Blanford and Joe Anderson round out your top 5. Theo Palmer, Kai Clark, Charlie Neve, Brandon Truman and Jack West, the rest on the top 10. From 33rd on the grid up to 11th for Adam Wooden, he finishes ahead of Alfie Thompson, Corey Fowler and Australia's Jack Baker. Then it's Nathan Cappan, Ryan Gill, Aidan Mitchell, Braith Murdoch and India's Ayuman Bansal. Albie Lapper rounds out the top 20. Kenya's Shane Chandaria is next, followed by Eli Baden, Oliver Smith, Riley Sims Ezard, New Gloves and All, Sebastian Lusch, Harry Holland and Eva Morris. Then it's Logan Howe, Zach Turner, Jacob Woods, sadly Daniel Bridgen, Charlie Cox and Jake Flewitt failed to finish. So there's a full list of finishers from the second race. The Praga IPK karting entry of Daniel Bridgen is walked off to the side of the circuit. The Praga, beautiful looking chassis, I have to say. The graphics kit on that one. A big hello to Daniel Sleever from Praga Karting. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday to Daniel Sleever from Praga Karting. But Piers Pryor, it's not his birthday. Well, it is, because he gets to work with me this weekend. He's down in the pits.
Yes, I am, and I've got our first race winner in Junior Rotax of the weekend, Harry Bartle. Harry, at the end of the race there, it looked like you were just chilling.
Yeah, it was a bit of a scrap at the start, and last few minutes, it just got a bit easy, and then got a gap, and then just chilled out.
Chilled out, and I suppose potentially that might help the tyre situation towards the end of the heats?
I'm sure the defending wouldn't have done them much good, but at the end of the race, I'll try to be as smooth as possible, so it's going to be as good as it's going to be.
Perfect way to start the weekend. Harry, congratulations on the first heat win. Of course, it doesn't mean as much as the finals do, but a good way to start the weekend. I'm hoping to grab a word also with Kai Clark. He's finished in 7th place, but Kai had an excellent battle in the race because he was basically getting stuck in. He went quite a number of places. And in the second, he'll come over. Hopefully, he's just having a quick debrief with his team. If not, we'll just grab a word with someone else because that was one hell of a race. We've had 2 brilliant races in both senior and junior Rotax so far. Why don't we just edge backwards and grab Kai Clark. Kai, come in this side for me. You were right in the thick of things. That's why I wanted to grab a word with you. But you went up quite a few places as well.
Yeah. We got to the top 3, and then it was a scrap to get into the top 3, and that's about it. We tried the best.
It's very close out there, though, isn't it, in terms of times and also positioning on circuit?
Yeah. We were close, but we still moved up positions. It's the best we could do.
Well, Kai, thanks very much for chatting to us. We'll see how you get on for the rest of the race weekend. Let's head our way towards the next race of the day.
Yes, indeed. It is race number 3, Senior X30. 49 drivers in the class. We'll see 33 of them in this race. You can see one of our clerks of the courses, Dan Ashton, walking out after checking with our grid marshal. And the grids are as follows. Pole position will be privateer driver. Kian Garrity running his own team. Alongside him will be Lewis Bird. On row number 2, Oliver Stilp and Fred Green for the Croc promotion team. Then on the TB cart, Harry Cottrell and Henry Gregory on row 3. Charlie Morrison-Jones and Jack Nettleship go from row number 4. Macaulay Bishop and Alison Cresswell round out your top 10, followed by Monaco's Oscar Repetto, Christopher Bingham, Marcus Lucio, Louis Johnson-Cool, Rylan Ashberg and Ireland's Robbie Buckley. On row number 9, Morgan Hill and Ty Mahia from Bahrain, then Josh Palfreyman and Kuwait's Saka Al-Mashirji. Then it's Harry Ewell and Katie Ashman, Ireland's CJ Bennett and Dayton Coulthard. Outside the top 24, we see Poland's Natalia Dabek, Joel Hull, Belgium's Emilio Van Overberger, and then Freddie Housley, followed by Isaac Marsh, Harrison Morrow, George Mayle and Jack Cox. 32 drivers, and they all settle down nicely. We've had two very good races so far. Cian Geraghty running with his own team. He's effectively a privateer this weekend, the Geraghty Racing team, run by his dad Nigel. Only one driver, that'll be his son Cian. Let's see if Cian can lead from start to finish. They're in the tram lines, 10 minutes plus a lap. We're off and racing, and it's a good start from Geraghty. The George Gibbons Motorsport kart of Lewis Bird drops back from second to third. We're all safely underneath the bridge, out onto the banking. Geraghty trying to make a breakaway at the front. We're still 3 wide back in the middle of the pack, but up at the front, pretty much single file, hard on the anchors into hairpin number 1. And okay, a little bit of a committee meeting at the back, but everybody else eventually comes to the conclusion it's better to carry on and live to fight another corner.
Yeah, I saw also Lewis Bird going up the inside into second place, so going past Oliver Stilp, so that was a good move, and we've got more fighting.
Yes, indeed. Now, Lewis Bird, he's down the entrance as a Croc Promotions driver. He has moved teams to the George Gibbons Motorsport outfit, so he's not on a Croc chassis anymore. He's on a KR chassis. CJ Bennett, the birthday boy, is running in thing. We've already got Josh Palfreyman, who hasn't taken the start. And I think that might have been Josh Palfreyman coming into the pits at the end of the lap. Hello to Stuart Brierley, who had a less than stellar weekend with his son Dylan at the British Championships last weekend. We won't mention the airbox. See, Stuart didn't mention it. Didn't mention it once. One Jubilee clip. That's it. It's like Lego. Karts are like very expensive pieces of Lego. You put them all together, and then you look at it and think, there's one little clip there. Oh, it can't be important, and it turns out it is. We'll see Stuart and Dylan Brierley back in the British Championship. Hopefully we'll see them this weekend, maybe come up to watch, who knows. For those of you who are watching, if you want to come and watch tomorrow or on Sunday, it's £10 entry if you're over 16. If you're under 16, it is free to get in. And if you're a Trent Valley Kart Club member that's not racing and you show your digital TVKC membership card on the gates, then you also get in for free. Meanwhile, up at the front, here are 2 premium karting entries battling away, and that would be Macaulay Bishop and Louis Johnson Cool.
Yes.
Very unusual colours for Macaulay Bishop. He's racing Senior Rotax for Dan Holland Racing, but he's in X30 for premium karting. And there's that very smart TV kart of Jack Nettleship picking up a place as well.
I think it's interesting when we've got the double duty drivers doing it for 2 different teams, because I feel like that must be a strange sort of dynamic, because you have to cop from one awning to the other. We've got Macaulay Bishop, who in this X30 category, as you just mentioned, Henry, premium karting, and then the normal Dan Holland Racing. But we've also got the King Geraghty.
Yes, King Geraghty as well. Yes, doing both. But for Macaulay Bishop, all is not lost. Now, his dad Ian is in work today, but they've had to draft in Marvellous Marv on the spanners. And there we go, Marvellous Marv. One morning working with Bishop, and Bishop's already setting fastest laps. Need we say more? Ian Bishop, may as well, Mason Tune, he's mechanicking for Cole Denham, and Ian's in work, so just stay there, Ian. Marvellous Marv has got you covered.
Yeah, Jack Nettleship getting a little bit sideways into the first hairpin and losing out in terms of some ground. Has he lost a place? Not quite, but Jack Nettleship's actually been working hard. I think he's working for Elite Motorsport these days, doing a lot of single-seaters, working on the cars, getting his hands dirty, so he doesn't mind getting stuck in both in terms of behind the scenes and on track.
Yes, there he is, the number 101 kart. He's chasing the 43 of Oliver Stilp. Henry Gregory is up there, the PF. Oh, we've got an abandoned number 31. That's Joel Hull out of the race. Didn't see what happened, but he hasn't got a nose cone on the kart. That, I think, would be a nose cone penalty.
I would imagine so, Henry. I would imagine so, because... Ultimately, it's not going to make a difference to his race. Seeing as he's not going, change for the lead.
Yes, I mean, it's been a while. That is Fred Green up into top spot. But look at the PF plate car. What's the PF plate?
Tell me, Henry.
There is a one-off event here at PFI, a club event. And if you win it, you get the PF plate. You can only run it at PFI. Henry Gregory has already won that. Now, the Vismo International team, that's run by a gentleman called Han. Bear with me.
Bearing.
Greg's on legs, is the only Vismo kart in the race. So that means that it's Han Solo. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I am here all weekend. Go on, and Henry Gregory is one of, and I think Sean Hobson and Jack Hobson might have something to answer for. He is one of the people behind the man, the myth, the legend that is Uncle Tyrone on the live chat. But again, can Henry Gregory possibly win Kartmasters? Of course he can.
Also, another one who's making a move through, we were chatting about him not that long ago, Jack Nettleship, got a good exit off of the bridge, up the inside of Lewis Bird, who set the fastest lap on the last lap. So those two have got good pace in this race and potentially just closing that gap into the back of Macaulay Bishop, and Bishop's just outside the reach of the top 4. It's about a 3/10 gap, or 6/10 gap, I mean, which is just outside the toe.
And of course, Macaulay Bishop, he's focusing on Rotax this year, so he's not driving X30 regularly. It just, takes a little while to sort of bed yourself in. It's a different team around him. He's not, again, Marvellous Marv, he's got that kart working really well. He's closing in, but at the front is Green, Garrity, Gregory, Stilp, and Bishop. Then a gap back to Nettleship in 6th. 7th is a good battle between Lewis Bird and Alistair Cresswell. Then it's Harry Cottrell and Marcus Luzio. And Gregors has only gone and put it purple and got a fast lap of the race. Fast I am.
Yeah, this is going to turn into a 5-kart battle very, very shortly, because I think Cian Garrity is probably going to launch a move into hairpin 2, or if not hairpin 2. Oh, look at that. There we go. Just up the inside. Very clean move. Green giving him space, and Gregory trying to get involved, but thinking better of it into the chicane, because he would like to keep that nose cone exactly where it is.
Yes. Okay, over halfway through. We've been through the top 6. Let's have a little look. The top 10, sorry. So after Luzio in 11th place is Libby Johnson-Core, followed by Monaco's Oscar Repetto, Ryland Eschberg, Robbie Buckley, Morgan Hill, Katie Ashman in the top 16, Tyler Here, Chris Bingham, Dayton Coulthard, Jack Cox. That's your top 20. Harry Ewell, Freddie Housley, Emiliano Vanoverberger. Then it is Isaac Marsh, Natalia Dabek, Saka Al-Bashirji, CJ Bennett, Harrison Morrow, George Mayle, and sadly, Charlie Morrison-Jones just retired in the move.
No, a failed attempt at a move. Fred Green just had a little
sniff at the inside.
A sniff into the very quick corner that goes into the banking, as we see Macaulay Bishop putting himself inside the top 4, getting past Oliver Still. So, yeah, it was just a sniff. You kind of have to really commit into that corner in the banking, because if you don't get alongside, it's a very fast corner. Compression, banked, you barely even brake.
Yeah, exactly. There are 2 or 3 lines around the banking that you maybe don't want to explore in heat number 1. Because that could be... again, we're seeing some spectacular racing, but the last thing you want to do, the first heat of Kartmasters, is get involved in a big collision, because at number 1, we've got to change the lead. Yes, we do. And Cian Garrity allows Fred Green to go. He doesn't fight it. Number 1, you don't want to give your mechanic an awful lot of work to do, because the frame may never be quite the same again. And number 2, you don't want to gain an enemy early stage, because at some point you're going to need to work with all the other front runners, as the race progresses.
Absolutely, Henry. It's part of actually getting consistent results, is getting the people around you to trust you, as Henry Gregory looks at the inside, and maybe Henry doing exactly the opposite there. But I dabbled in the British Karting Championships at the start of 21 and hadn't been in the... Well, Macaulay Bishop now makes his way into 2nd place, but hadn't been in this field in Senior X30 for a while at other circuits. And finding drivers who would trust me, and then to trust you, and finding a way.
It takes time.
It takes time, and you need to gain the respect of the drivers around you, so you don't just effectively get shuffled wide.
Yeah, exactly. The drivers, they'll think, who's this character? We don't know him or her. Gone. Yes. They won't work with you. Oh, there's a move. Bishop up the inside, going on to the banking. It costs him, though. And, that was... the opening salvos, I think, it's a good phrase that we could use to discuss what's going on here. Gregory defending. Let's have a little look. Garrett's trying to go around the outside. He's squeezed wide. He's going to lose a position to Lewis Bird. Nettleship on the TB kart will now try and get involved. Still got a minute to go. We'll see this a lot, Piers.
I've got to go.
Oh, okay, ta-da. Oh, he's got to go and do an interview, hasn't he? So that's the thing, going to get so many people racing so excited that we've got lots of races to get through today. Joshua Owen asks, how many are doing double duty? 13 drivers in total, Joshua. In seniors, you have got Charlie Morrison-Jones, Macaulay Bishop, Cian Geraghty and Caden McQueen. So 4 drivers doing the double in the 2 senior classes, Rotax and X30. Bishop, one of those, is now up into 2nd position, but the leader, Fred Green, has gone. Now, this is going to be interesting. As Gregory defends and battles with Stilp and with Bird and with Geraghty, that's going to allow Macaulay Bishop a bit of clean air. And so this, and so what's going to happen now, we're going to come to the last lap board, and Bishop, he's got 1 lap in clean air. Let's see how fast he is in clean air. That'll be something that a lot of the other drivers in this class will want to see. It'll be out of the final corner into last lap. So Fred Green leads by 1.82 seconds at the start of the last lap. Now, Macaulay Bishop's not going to catch him by any stretch of the imagination. Maxim Kerwin is not racing this weekend. He's gone back to New Zealand, Craig Corbett. But here we go. There is a battle going down into hairpin number 1. And Bird defending from Gregory. Oliver Stilp has escaped. Looking at the lap times, well, Fred Green, Bishop's already a 10th quicker through sector number 1 than Fred Green. We'll do the lap times at the end of this lap. But now Alistair Cresswell having a little look at the inside of Jack Nettleship into the Mike Wilson complex. But here is your winner, Croc Promotion, the Mad Croc chassis. First time that has snapped its teeth, and Fred Green takes the win. And on the last lap of the race, Macaulay Bishop, there's a 56.73 compared to a 57.05 for Fred Green. So that will be encouraging from there. Let's have a little look. Who's your money on for double this year? Lines and Bishop? Question mark, question mark. I'm not going to answer. I don't answer that because I got no preferences unless you're Welsh. What's better, Kartmasters or Super One? Aidan Young, behave yourself. Come on now. I mean, it's Super One, obviously. No, I'm joking. It's obviously it's Kartmasters. Behave yourself, Aidan. Now, come on, you'll get me into trouble. Here we go then with a provisional look at the results of race number 3, Senior X30. Fred Green wins by 1.5 seconds over Macaulay Bishop. Then it's Oliver Stilp, Lewis Bird and Henry Gregory rounding out the top 5. Marcus Lucio, Jack Nettleship, Alistair Cresswell, Cian Geraghty, pole sitter, eventually drops to 9th, ahead of Louis Johnson Cool. Harry Cottrell and Oscar Repetto are next, followed by Morgan Hill and Rylan Eschberg. Jack Cox and Ireland's Robbie Buckley round out the top 16, ahead of Katie Ashman, Ty Mahia, Dayton Coulthard, Harry Ewell and Saka Alamasherji. Freddie Housley, Chris Bingham, CJ Bennett and Emilio Van Overberger in 25th position. Isaac Marsh and Harrison Morrow are next. Natalia Dabek, George Mayo are the only other drivers that finished. Sadly, Charlie Morrison-Jones, Joe Hull and Josh Halfreyman failed to finish. So there we go. Lots of questions. And again, we really appreciate the questions coming in. Oh, there's a good one. Questions. Kartmasters or Vegas Supernats? Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, Kartmasters, I mean, Vegas. Oh, I do them both. I've got to say, they're both absolutely outstanding events. What's my favourite from the first few races? The race that had the least penalties at the end of it. But now Piers Pryor has gallivanted back down to the pit lane and is about to speak to another driver. Take it away, Piers.
It's absolutely beautiful weather down here. I'm a nice warm, but looking a little bit warmer is Mr. Green. You did very well on circuit there to get the win and got a bit of a gap too.
Oh yeah, it was a good race. I had a good start and got to the lead quite early actually from 4th, which I was quite surprised about. And then Cian went in and there was quite a few behind, so I did him back. And then don't know, I think they must have raced hard or crashed or something, and I just got a gap and could cruise to the line, so it's good.
Sometimes timing the move is as important as actually doing the move, and you timed it perfectly. So did you get a chance to potentially save the tyres at all in that one?
Yeah, definitely. The last 3 laps I really wasn't pushing, and I could easily just control it from where I was. But yeah, good result and good way to start the weekend, and yeah, hope we can do some more.
Absolutely. Still a long way to go. Fred, we'll let you get chilled off and ready for the next heat. It'd be interesting to grab a word with our second place driver, Macaulay Bishop, because Macaulay made up a fair few places. Macaulay, pace was good at the end. You had to work for it, though.
It was all right, but it ain't quite as fast as what I'd like to be, so we're going to change some stuff on the kart to be a bit more competitive. But yeah, it was all right. It was a good race. Obviously, first race back in X30 for a while, so yeah, I enjoyed it.
Give us a scoop. What are you changing on the kart?
Oh, I don't actually know yet, but it's going to work on a bit of the power department and obviously the kart as well to make it just a bit more racy.
Was it understeer, oversteer too much, long off grip?
Can't disclose that.
That's absolutely fine. I'm trying to get a scoop out of you. But Macaulay, a great result from yourself. And I might as well grab a word with someone else. Who else have we got around? Why don't we grab a word with Robbie Buckley? Come on over. We're just grabbing a random person just because, you know, we get to chat to some of the drivers in the race. It looked like it was a proper fight out there.
Yeah, it was a big hack in fairness, but yeah, it's just spots of the track where you can struggle on bits, like, and a few mistakes for myself as well, but they were just going to have to learn from the next one, really.
You're going to have to learn for the next one, of course. It's as much as it's, you know, maybe the gap to the front was big. The time, in terms of times, it's not big at all.
No, there's hundreds between the top 15 or something like that, like, but it's crazy.
Yeah, and we also saw in that one, our winner, Fred Green, he made a move, and then the pack started fighting behind him, which got him a gap. So being in the right place at the right time, important too.
Yeah. It's just, you have to be there to pick up the pieces, really.
Anyway, what can you do from the next one?
Just get a better start and get going from the start, really. So, yeah, that's about it.
We'll see how you get on that one. Right, next up, we have Water Restricted, who are just leaving the grid now.
Here we go then with your starting lineup for race number 4, Water Swift Restricted. 16 karts in total, some of the youngest drivers we have here. Your grid is as follows. Alfie Davidson and Chester Fawkes share row number 1. Daniel Ferguson and James Roots go from row number 2. Joshua Cook and Oscar Kenny go from row number 3. Harry Chapman and the Queen of Kashmir, Atkabir, on row 4. Alessandro Salas and Reggie Chandler on the Falcon chassis round out the top 10, followed by Mason Hibbert, Harry Flavel Flav, Finley Bedford, George Greaves, Hugo Williamson and Rex Pooley. Now, so I mentioned, I want to say a big hello to Maxim Kerwain, watching in New Zealand, more specifically Maxim's dad, Paul Kerwain. He loves me. Paul, got a driver parade later. You just want to whip over, bring Maxim down just for the parade. Don't miss it. That'll be great. Here we go then. 16 karts, 10 minutes, and the first of our Water Swift restricted races. Alfie Davidson for Fusion Motorsport is this year's champion-elect in the British Championship. Chester Fawkes in the danger, high-voltage graphics liveried. Number 38 kart is next. And then that very, very smart number 15 kart of Daniel Ferguson on the inside of row number 2. They come into the tram lines. Lights are out. No, they're not. That's okay, Piers, because I got half a malwam in my mouth. It gives me a chance to chew that sweet.
Thank you very much, Glyn. One of the marshals who walks around with his...
Head Marshal, Chief Marshal.
Apologies, Glyn, Chief Marshal. Also, it's Glyn with one N, I confirmed. So if you ever need to spell his name.
I thought, Glyn, you only spelled Glyn with an N.
I've seen a double N before.
You think about Jess Glyn?
No, I've met I've met a Glyn with 2 N's.
I think about Jess Glyn. I think about Jess Glyn quite enough. I'm going to finish chewing my sweet.
I'll talk you through what it was interesting from that senior race from me just then is how close the field is, but also, you know, the battles really, really slow you down. The drivers that are scrapping in the midfield, if you can get to the front of a scrap and get away, it makes such a difference to a race. But that's part of the skill of karting, I suppose, and also Kartmasters in general.
Would you like a malwam?
For now, I'm okay. I've got some in the hocket, which are just melting nicely, which will come out when I need a sugar boost later in the day.
Always better, a malwam, always better after they've been in your pocket for at least 8 hours.
Well, the good news is we've got 8 hours of
Well,
live
exactly,
coverage.
exactly.
3 times this weekend. First one today, and then we're back again live tomorrow morning, and then once again on Sunday. And yeah, we're looking forward to every moment of it, Henry.
Indeed, indeed. So there we go. The youngest drivers here, along with our Micromax drivers, here are the youngest drivers in the 2024. So now you're back in plenty of time. Piers Pryor, for the first time in Kartmasters, please bring us to the starting lineup.
Water Swift Restricted. Not the biggest grid that we've got this weekend, but still plenty competitive. Slightly slower this time out, which will hopefully mean we get going green, and the inside lane getting a fair advantage. So we'll see how that goes with the clerk of the course. False start once again, so the Water Swift Restricted not quite getting the start procedure down, but it's their first chance this weekend. It's okay. They've got plenty more practice this weekend. And hopefully we get going third time out.
A quick hello to Bruno Rangel, or a quick bon dia from Brazil. Obrigado for a wonderful welcome back in Brazil when I was last there. From Bruno Rangel, and hopefully we'll be back in Brazil with the grand finals or with another major karting event very, very soon. Yes, now, first things first, there's a Dan Ashton sighting. Trainer watch. They are brand new trainers. Apparently, last weekend, he got a lot of criticism, including some from me, for wearing boring coloured trainers. Well, his mum, Linda, was responsible for buying those trainers.
Shout out to Linda.
Shout out to Linda.
On fashion,
yes.
Something I saw on my run from the assembly area back to the commentary box.
Yes.
I think it's going to be stylish going forward. Ooh. I've seen a mechanic, big Oakley sunglasses, fuel pipe between the backs of them as the chain. You know, the librarian chain. No, we've gone one up. We've got fuel pipe between them, so you can't lose your glasses when you're running.
Was it a fusion mechanic?
I don't know, actually. I didn't get a good enough look.
That sounds like a trend setting. That sounds proper Euro, that does. Proper Euro. What's your favourite karting track to commentate at? He asks Aidan Young on the live chat. One where they feed me for free. How's that?
You getting free lunch today, Henry?
Don't know. Might do.
Find out.
Hopefully now.
You've put the feelers out.
I'll put the feelers out. Here we go. Let's try again.
Third time lucky. Let's go on Water Swift Restricted. Front row of the grid, Alfie Davidson, Chester Forks. They've done it plenty of times before. They should know how to do it by now, and this time looks much better. We'll keep an eye on those lights. We are racing, and away we go. Oh, we've got a slow drive at the back of the field. We'll keep you updated with that, but at the moment, at the front of the field, it is Alfie Davidson that takes the lead, closely followed by Chester Forks, who's slotted in behind. Fairly well behaved. That was, is it Alessandro Salas who stopped Jade Privateer, unfortunately. Still fairly well behaved going into the into the bridge. Sorry, I'm getting my circuits mixed up there, but a move for third or fourth place.
Yes, down towards hairpin number 1. Last weekend at Shannington, the British Championship round, Davidson, Forks and Ferguson were virtually inseparable throughout the event, and it looks like as they're running 1, 2 and 3 that they are sort of taking up that again. Now, we've also not had Rex Pooley at the start. He's not come across the line in the number 31 machine. He's down as not starting, so we hope that Rex is okay. There's James Roots just getting shuffled a little bit wide by the ORM entry of Racing Hidden. He's not Northern Irish. He is Irish instead.
Don't get those two mixed up, Henry.
Oh, God.
Right. The E-plate making a good move in the final sector.
Yasmin Breed,
Oscar Kenny making a move up there. I think was he reducing the deficit from that lap? I think he was actually, but fending off an attack into the final sector. Final sector at PFI, not normally one we see a huge amount of overtaking. However, we have seen GP plates decided in that final sector on a number of occasions.
Yes, we have.
2018 springs to mind. Senior X30.
Yes, there was probably a move going into the last corner. I tell you what, I'm going to go see Yasmin Manchester, who's in charge of the timing and scoring here, to get this flag changed of utmost urgency.
Yes, we better. We don't want to start the Northern Ireland and Ireland dispute on this. It's just a family show, of course, but we've got great racing so far. The front two have pulled away ever so slightly. Daniel Ferguson now leads the race ahead of Alfie Davidson, a change on this lap. Chester Forks and Joshua Cook are trying to chase them down, and in these cadet classes we've seen many, many times, very hard to break away without someone to help and tow you along, and these two at the front not using that to their advantage at the moment. Chester Forks ever so slightly breaking away for Joshua Cook in the middle sector. Let's have a look at the order as it stands after a few minutes of racing. So Daniel Ferguson, Alfie Davidson, Chester Forks top 3, then Joshua Cook, James Roos and Mason Hibbert in the top 6. Atika Mir, Oscar Kenny, Reggie Chandler down to 9th, Hugo Williamson, Finley Bedford, George Greaves, Harry Favell.
Harry Fable.
Harry Fable.
Is it Flavor Flav? Yeah, Flavor Flav, yeah. Flavor Flav.
Harry Chapman, and unfortunately the two drivers we are missing on circuit, Alessandro Salas and Rex Pooley.
Now, this is what we could expect to see. This is tactical driving. This is not just two drivers, following each other around nicely. This is Alfie Davidson just sort of figuring out, is it better if I push Daniel and slipstream with him as the chasing kart, or is it going to be better if I lead and Daniel pushes me? There's James Root's making move. Now, we said it before, and I'll say it one more time, just in race commentary. Last weekend, Danny Lou says, thank you for my shout-out. You're very welcome, Danny Lou. Can I ask Gus Lawrence if there's been any change to his hair routine since last year? We will ask Gus Lawrence if there's any, care to the hair care routine.
It's a little bit less volume than I remember.
It's less volume. The Barnet is not quite as bouncy. Okay. These two drivers lead the way. Daniel Ferguson, Alfie Davidson, last week at Shennington. Ferguson won on the road in the final, but then got an exclusion because something to do with the tag plate on the chassis wasn't correct. Like it was the wrong colour. It wasn't illegal. It was not, advantageous or anything like that. A whole host of other drivers fell foul of the same rule. Alfie Davidson afterwards said, "Can I give my first place trophy to Daniel?" Which I think, and I don't know if it happened because I had gone before the presentation took place, but that speaks volumes about Alfie Davidson as a person.
Yes.
It speaks volumes about Daniel Ferguson, how his nearest rival thinks that highly of him. Because sometimes these drivers, when they battle tooth and nail, they don't necessarily get on well with each other because it can get, very touchy, karting can, but these two do. So quite often, when you leave it to the kids, that's perfect. It's the adults that spoil it all in karting. Yeah. It's us lot that make the problems.
It's great to see such sportsmanship between such young drivers. I mean, in this Water Smith restricted, what is it? I think is it 8 to 11 years old, I think, these drivers? Something like that.
8 to 11, yeah. Oh, and Dan's mum is on there. Hi, Dan's mum. I'm assuming that would be Danny Ferguson's mum. Hello, Danny Ferguson's mum. That's Danny Lou 6997.
Just seeing the number 30 at Chester Forks tapping his helmet to James Root, saying, right, come on, let's catch these guys in front. And I think Chester realises that James is quick and following him on, and he would be correct because James currently holds the fastest lap of the race. It was a 1:05.8 on that last lap, fair amount quicker actually, good half a second than our leading group.
And we can see that James Root is closing in. Yeah, that's good for the Evolved Motorsport team. Here's the battle behind. There's the Cookie Monster, Josh Cook. Cookie Monster. Nom, 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 nom. That's apparently what they call him in the awning. That sounded a bit like Yoda. It was the Yoda doing the Cookie Monster impression. Not Sesame Street meets Star Wars. I'm not quite sure.
That's a crossover that everyone wants to see.
That's that. Yeah. But anyway, the Cookie Monster is eating up the gap to Mason Hibbert, who is in 5th position now. And then it is Attica Mia and Oscar Kenny right there as well in that group. Then a big gap back to the next group, that lovely blue livery kart. Hugo Williamson, the number 11 kart. That's a very smartly graphics up machine. Harry Fable, Reggie Chandler on the Falcon, Finney Bedford and George Graves. Oh, right. It's Dan Ashton's mum, sorry, the one with the boring shoe taste. Hello, Danny Lou. That's Linda. Why did you put your name Linda down, Linda? I love the way that she spelt Daniel's name right.
Yeah.
In the live chat, COC.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't say the word, but at least you spelt Dan's name correctly.
Yeah, seen a move there. Oscar Kenny past Tika Mir just in the middle sector, but they're still very, very close on circuit. Oh, no, hang on, it wasn't. It was Oscar... Hang on, have I missed...
Oscar Kenny.
There's been 2 changes this lap, which is what's thrown me off.
Yes. I was busy making fun of Dan Ashton and his mum online, and we've missed some action on the track. There's people now going to get triggered. Saying,
big move on the inside of turn 1. That's the 33 that's got turned around.
That's Mason Hibbert.
Yeah, Mason Hibbert. It was, I think it was Joshua.
It was Josh Cook, yeah.
Just putting a nose up the inside, and we said it at the Senior Rotax race, you really need to get all the way alongside into turn 1, because it's completely flat out.
And if you're not all the way alongside, let's have a look back at it. If you're not all the way alongside...
Here we go. We're looking at back of shots.
Yeah, no, Hibbert runs a little bit wide coming out of the final corner. Cook is committing.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that Mason Hibbert saw he was there.
No, he didn't.
When Cook tried to back out of it, he's getting pushed along by the drivers behind.
Just too late.
There we go.
Yeah, again, it's hard to call from that one angle. Of course, the the clerks and the stewards have many more angles than we do and will make the correct decision there. But unfortunately, we never want to see people taken out of the battle, but it wasn't deliberate, that's for sure.
Oh, well, no, yeah, I mean, certainly it wasn't a late lunge. Oscar Kenny has capitalised. I was going to say, people get triggered now. They say, Henry, shut up, talk about the go-kartings, talk about the racing. We got 24 hours of racing to cover, so occasionally we'll do a couple of little jokes. How's that? We won't miss a thing, however. Like, suddenly we didn't miss that incident, but luckily Hibbert is absolutely fine back in the race. James Root sets a new fastest lap. And there is the chasing pack. Now, Alfie Davidson has taken the lead. Daniel Ferguson second. So now they're seeing, well, can Davidson try and pull away from Ferguson? The answer will almost certainly be no. He can't. But Davidson are thinking, okay, is Ferguson quick enough to push me? In which case, it's a tactical battle at this point in time. You'll see down the back straight and Roots closing in. So this is the Ram Racing Privateer entry of Daniel Ferguson. That smart looking kart. Chasing the Fusion kart of Alfie Davidson. Fusion usually have a special Kartmasters graphics kit, but I know that they've just started the new OK and OKJ team, so Fusion Motorsport have moved. They're probably the most successful British karting team of the last 20 years with, Strawberry and Fusion, but certainly in the cadet classes, Fusion have stood the test of time and they're the most successful of all. They've now moved onto a global stage in OK and OK Junior, and that's probably taken up a little bit of their time, and they haven't got a special Kartmasters graphics kit for us this week. But the Fusion colours are at the front and trying to hold off Daniel Ferguson, and the Roots are on fire as we head through the Fullerton S's. Davidson runs a little bit wide. Fawkes has been dropped in fourth position. Oscar Kenny runs fifth. Then it's Joshua Cook, Attica Mia, Hugo Williamson, Reggie Chandler, Finley Bedford, George Greaves, Harry Favel, and the recovering Mason Hibbert. Harry Chapman has had to retire. Sadly, Alessandro Salas stopped on the start-finish line as the race got underway with a mechanical problem. So that answers William Bennett's question, where the clock has struck 0. Next time around, they'll see the last lap board. Megan Lawson saying, can we have some more Ash Klassen footage, please? Well, ask and we shall aim to deliver. But here we go, into hairpin number 1. The top 3 now together. James Root's proving that you can catch 2 drivers who are working together on your own without the slipstream in Water Swift Restricted. 3 teams. You got the Fusion Motorsport kart, that is the Kart Republic chassis. The 15 is also a Kart Republic chassis. And then James Roots, so all 3 on the KR chassis, or part of the Kart Republic family. They come out of the last corner to start the final lap of Water Swift Restricted. Ferguson resting the nose cone of his kart on to Davidson's rear bumper. He looks to the inside, going onto the banking, has to back out of it, clatters over the curb. That allows Roots to go through into P2. Ferguson comes back and in there side by side through turn number 4, and Ferguson runs Roots up the track a little bit, coming off the bridge down towards hairpin number 1. This is going to give Alfie Davidson all the room he needs to pull away. And we head into the second hairpin. Ferguson defending. This race is now Davidson's to lose. Chester Fawkes in 4th. Cook is 5th. Then it's Kenny, Mia, Chandler, Bedford and the rest onto the back straight. Ferguson checking over his shoulder into the Mike Wilson complex. We go through the Mike Wilson complex, now into Mix Bend. And out of Mix into the final corner. Alfie Davidson picks up where he left off in the British Championship by taking the checkered flag side by side across the line for second. Daniel Ferguson holds on from James Roots in second. Chester Fawkes is in fourth. followed by Austin Kenny, Joshua Cook, Akitika Mia, Reggie Chandler, Finley Bedford, Hugo Williamson, Harry Fable, and George Greaves. Now, Mason Hibbert finishes 13th. Harry Chapman, Alessandro Salas failed to finish, and Rex Pooley failed to start. So, this is where we will call upon the wizardry. Before we get to the results and Piers prior, we are going to have some trivia questions. Now, we were hoping to set up a poll on the live chat. We will do that later. However, there are 3 of us here presenting and hosting Kartmasters this weekend. Myself, Henry, Piers Pryor, and Nicole Sutherland, who is in the live lounge doing interviews today and tomorrow. But there we have some interesting true facts and trivia about the 3 of us. So, the answer is going to be one of us 3. The first question, the first bit of trivia is, in the live chat, put your answers in. So, out of the 3 of us, whose favourite song of all time is Welcome to Miami by Will Smith? Whose favourite song of all time is Welcome to Miami by Will Smith? Is that me, is that Piers, or is that Nicole? Just put your answers in the live chat, and we will see who is right. The Victory Mullet is on the live chat. William Antrobus saying good luck to Sam Pollitt Racing, Tier 1 team, of course, and Antrobus with his Tier 1 mullet is next. Already we have our next race going out. This is race number 5 for Water Swift is on track. Ian Carey, Karting Boy, saying Nicole, Nick Meister. Okay, sorry about that. I was whittering on while I put this thing out. Here's your starting lineup for race number 5, Water Swift Unrestricted. It is going to be Enzo Butterazzi on pole position, the privateer driver, alongside Zach Champney, Luca Narraway, Jarlath Sayer. Then Nathaniel Hodges, Will Green, Max Mason, and Austin Newstead. Next up is George Clark, Lorenzo Di Pietra Antonio, Zdenek Pavacek, Harry Williams, Freddie Woods, Suklani Kira, Oliver Warner, and Finley Limes. Row number 9 is Austin Gibson, Mason Brooks, Charlie Clough, Colby Patterson, Grayson Wortley, Blair Smith, Orion Meta, and George House. Then Callum Graham, Jensen Ackerman, Baran Alton, Soy, Harley Musk, and Derek Rivera. 29 drivers set to take the start. Thank you for all your answers. Those of you who guessed that Welcome to Miami by Will Smith is Nicole Sutherland's favourite song of all time, you are correct. Here we go, into the tram lines, and it's a false start. Yes, that is correct, Nicole Sutherland. Welcome to Miami. I don't know, there we go. So that's your first trivia question. So if you got that one right, well done. We're going to go around again. Keep score at home. We've got 9 of these trivia questions to get through today. So whoever got that one right, thanks, Rapid Ralph, for saying that Will Smith, not my cup of tea. Well, you know, I get jiggy with it, but I'm not, not Miami. But there we go. So that is 1 question down, 8 to go. Here we go. Piers Pryor, we sent you for a bit of a run down the paddock, and then they start the next race. However, it gives you a chance to marvel at an all-privateer front row.
We love it.
We love an all-privateer front row. Enzo Butterazzi, there he is in the blue and yellow, and Zach Champney, and also a big shout out to the Evolved Kart number 17, Luca Narraway, and to Nathaniel Hodges on, so keep your score. Yeah, good, yeah, 1 so far correct, Dan Haynes. We had our first trivia question of the day. Look at that, beautiful, beautiful, pristine livery. Do you know what would look better on that kart? A sponsor. White crash helmet, plain graphics kit, pole position, the Schnitzer livery side pods there of Zach Champney as well. Or is it a Martini livery? Oh, I call the Martini livery of Zach Champney as well. Here we go. It's going to be a great, great result if Butterazzi and Champney can hang on near the front. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Enzo Butterazzi, Luca Narroway and Zach Champney lead the field under the bridge. A driver slow away at the back of the field. I think it looks like a premium karting entry.
Champney looks like he's done very well to actually go from second to the lead. So he stayed on the left-hand side, around the outside of turn 1, and then that put him on the inside for the banked corner, and he's going to get away. Everyone else queuing up on the inside. We see a few drivers going all the way around the outside. 2 trailer park girls, as you refer to it, Henry.
Yes. Round the outside. Full Slim Shady in effect.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's battling throughout the field. This This Water Swift Intergrid is stacked, Henry. We chatted about it on our car ride to the circuit, which you may or may not have seen at home on YouTube, on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you haven't seen it already, make sure you're subscribed and have a watch of that, maybe after the racing today or throughout the lunch break. But battling throughout the field, that's the number 23 running wide there. Oliver Warner just getting shuffled wide on the exit of Bobby Game corner, and still side by side through the final sector. Number 12 getting shuffled off, going side by side again, and it's almost too much action to call. And the front of the field is actually the part of the circuit that is slightly more calm.
Yes, it is indeed. As we go through onto the banking, and Champney, Butterazzi, Jarlath Sayer has moved through into the race lead. So one of the main contenders of the British Championship. But look at this. So Champney, Butterazzi and Nathaniel Hodges is still there. Luca Narroway has just dropped to 8th position. But they just need to stay competitive. Oh, and there is... that's
Harry
the
Williams.
number 84 car, Mason Brooks, going sideways. And I think it was Harry Williams, the other driver involved.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, really. That was they came together on the exit of the corner. It wasn't really anyone's fault. It was just as the carts converged at the exit, there was a bit of a wheel-to-wheel contact. Here we go again, Henry. Look, we're keeping an eye on the 60. Is it the 63? There we go. Yeah, so just on the exit. Yeah, the 63, just on the outside, and unfortunately the 84 there. It just rear wheel to rear wheel contact, and then if you're the one behind and you drive forward onto the cart in front, your rear wheels get lifted up and then you're airborne. But luckily, only damage done was to position on circuit, I believe. Carts are still going, drivers are okay.
Yes, indeed. And again, it was just, squeezed out wide. Now, here come the leaders. Into 4th position has come Will Green with the fastest lap of the race. So, Jarlath Sayer just holding firm. And again, Butterazzi and Champney, the worst thing they can do, in my opinion, the worst thing that those 2 drivers, second, third, can do is try and take the lead away from Jarlath Sayer. Just sit there, boys. Sit there and allow... Jarlath to push you, to drag you away from the chasing pack, because undoubtedly some of those drivers that qualify down the order, they will be coming, up through the field and gaining ground. Speaking of drivers coming through the field gaining ground, there's the E-plate holder, Finley Lines, started 16th. He is already up into 11th position. And
setting fastest lap of the race in that last lap as well, a 103.0, half a second faster than our lead group.
Yeah, and of course, that's really just pushing one driver along. What Finley Lines and that Synergy factory kart will do when he gets in clean air, I do not know. He has got to try and get past, Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio, and Pietro Antonio now is battling, and they're 3 wide for second position. That's allowing Jarlath Sayer to pull away, but more significantly, it's allowing the babyface assassin Austin Newstead in the number 74 and Zdenek Babacek in the number 35 to close in. Then it's Sukmani Kira, and suddenly Champney and Butterazzi, from sitting pretty in second and third, now they're under pressure, and with the greatest of respect to them, normally the 3 drivers who are now right behind them would simply use them up, spit them out and put them down.
Yeah, that's a prime example of, if you're going to make a move, you need to do it cleanly and first time, because if you don't get it done straight away, you end up losing so much time. And you can see the gap that Jarlath Sayer at the front of the field has gained in that last lap. Over half a second compared to the previous lap on that group. So Yeah, you need to be decisive.
And there goes Butterazzi. Will Green has already got past him. And what the main what the drivers that usually run at the front will do is they will say, I don't know this driver. I don't know if I can trust this driver and whether they'll turn in on me, whether I can race them. So do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get him out of the way.
Yes. Dispatch them and potentially... Oh, a big move up the inside.
Like that.
Yeah, and I think actually, Will Green, that was probably more on your shoulders.
Yeah, I got to say, you know, at the end of I'm saying that, though, Zach Champney is ahead and has got every right to defend if he wants to. But there we go. There goes Green. There goes now. Champney can get back in line behind Butterazzi. Yeah, they're not second and third anymore. They are fifth and sixth. But still, you know, keep up the good work.
Absolutely, we love a privateer here at Kartmasters. We always keep an eye out to see if we can have a privateer winner.
Got to. You know, this is the British Grand Prix. If this event doesn't become accessible any longer to people once a month warriors, they got a cart, they got a van, they can come, they get their entry in, they can compete against the best of the best. Yes, they may not win, but they can compete and they've got a chance. And like I said, Butterazzi and Champney, they took their chance in qualifying. They're up at the front. If this sport becomes, you know, unobtainable to the privateer drivers, we've lost something we've lost something from this sport that'll be very, very difficult to get back.
Of course, we will have less privateers in the British Kart Grand Prix than we have at club level and many racing across.
It's the British Grand Prix. It's the pinnacle.
It's the pinnacle of British karting, this event, and it is the one that everyone wants to win. And of course, with teams comes some sort of advantages. You've got other drivers you can set up data,
professional, huge advantages.
The experience of the teams as well, but that doesn't mean that you can't go out there and go. I mean, I did most of my karting as a privateer. I won the Wilton Mill Kart Championship as a privateer. It can be done.
It can be done, you know. It can be done. And sadly, no Hondas racing this year. This is the second year we haven't had any Hondas. We've got 8 classes. The timetable just won't allow for the Hondas, sadly. So no Hondas racing. Here we go. Battle on at the front. Austin Newstead, BMR restart. Denek Babicek for he usually races the TEPS racing team, which is TEPZ. That's Teresa, Aliska, Petra, and Denek, the 4 siblings. But he is, I'm looking at this, he's in as a privateer, but the driver from Vraco in the Czech Republic. I'm not quite sure who he's sharing it on with. Possibly Strawberry Racing, I think he may be. But he's on an MS kart, so who knows? We'll find out.
It's been a good race from Babicek so far, actually, making his way quite cleanly through the field. He's just been placing his car in the right place, picking his battles, not getting stuck into anything he doesn't need to, and that's pulled him right from outside the top 5 into second position, and actually looking to push away at the lead of the field.
And on hhis way to the front of the pack is Finley Lines, up into 8th position, now ahead of Max Mason and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. There's Pietrantonio with that, that wonderful chrome crash helmet. Cones.
Kill cone 2.
2, yes, that's the... so long, farewell. Oh, please now, come on, gentlemen. You've done all that work in qualifying. Don't take each other out in the race. That is Butterazzi and Champney. They were best buddies in qualifying. And so Newstead leads from Babicek, Green and Sayer. Sukmani Kira is up into 3 wide. Finley Lines, great move there. That's inside lines all the way into the Mike Wilson complex. Precision manoeuvring there from Finley, and that puts Finley up into 6th position. So normal service at the front has been resumed. Newstead, Babicek, Green, Sayer, Kira, Lines. Then it is our privateers, Champney and Butterazzi. Max Mason is next, followed by Di Pietrantonio, Austin Gibson 11th, then Blair Smith, George House, Harley Musk, Luca Narroway, followed by Jensen Ackerman, Colby Patterson, Nathaniel Hodges, Freddie Wood, Harry Williams, Callum Graham, George Clark, Charlie Clough, Oliver Warner, Grayson Wortley, Derek Rivera, Mason Brooks, Baron Altonsoy and Orion Meta. 29 karts started this race, 29 karts still running. I've got 30 names on my entry list, so I wonder who isn't out there. Luca Holmes Ballack doesn't appear to be out there, so maybe Luca's not doing double duty this weekend. We can't see him. can I shout out Harvey Sargison Racing? No, I can't shout out Harvey Sargison Racing, because I'm talking about Zdeněk Babicek. Taking the lead in this one with 18 seconds to go. Oh, it's 4 for the lead. Watch now for Sukmani Kira to catch up. And Babicek and Green, wheel to wheel. Newstead round the outside. I tell you what, Sukmani Kira and Finley Lines aren't out of this one yet. They're going to defend Babicek and trying to go round the outside. He gets 1-2 moves done there for Jarlath Sayer. Oh, and Newstead and Green wheel to wheel, 3 wide. Here comes Finley Lines up the inside. Lines is up to 3rd. Taking advantage of the battling behind. So, quick reset, lap and a bit to go. It's Babicek from Sayer, from Lines, Green. Zach Champney was also back in the midst of this pack. In fact, Zach Champney's back into 4th position. So, don't count the privateer out either. Here we go, we're going to start the final lap. The order, Babicek, Sayer, Lines, Champney, Green, Kira, Butterazzi, Newstead. The top 8 separated by 1.12 seconds. Out onto the banking. Is that Finley Lines trying to go around the outside? Is that Finley Lines taking the race lead? That is incredible stuff. Finley Lines from 16th. What a move for the race lead. Now he's got to hang on. Babicek's got him back. He overshoots turn number 1. Lines back to 3rd. Jarlath Sayer up into 2nd. Champney, oh, a little bit of elbowing. Oh, Champney up over the front of the Lines. And they're hooked together on the track. Oh, it was hero to zero to hero to zero. And now Zdeněk Babicek's going to come out in front. Is that Sukmani Kira into 2nd position? I think it might be the number 9, you know, because Jarlath Sayer has dropped back a little bit. Well, here we go. What a turn up the books. Zdeněk Babicek from the Czech Republic takes the checkered flag. Sukmani Kira is 2nd. And Enzo Butterazzi finishes 3rd. What a drive for the privateer entry. Will Green 4th. Austin Gibson comes up to finish in 5th position. George House from 24th on the grid to 7th for George House, and he finishes 1 second behind the leader. Now, replay. Firstly, this is going to be a superb Slim Shady from Finley Lines. What a move. Did he pass 3 people around the outside of the bank? He passed at least 2. Superb Slim Shady work. However, it didn't all end as well as he would like to. Then Jarlath Sayer tries to get involved. Okay. Lines loses 2 places there. Babicek breaking on the inside. There was a chain reaction, and Champney. You could see that. Oh, it was somebody got into the back of Champney, who got into the back of Finley Lines. It was a chain reaction effect, and you can't win Kartmasters on Friday. However, you can, put yourself at a disadvantage by that Finley Lines coming back towards the pits with a badly damaged NASA panel, as well as Zach Champney. The good thing is both drivers are still in their karts driving back, so, they might have damaged machinery, but we haven't got damaged drivers. That is the key thing. There's Will Green, and right, there is Mick Streak in the iPad of Doom. Well, he's got a clipboard of Doom. Clipboard of Doom.
Go. Yeah.
Butterazzi is okay. Just double check. Yep. So we'll go down very quickly to Piers Pryor in the pit lane.
Yeah, I was going to grab a word with Zdeněk Babicek, but unfortunately he has to go and get himself ready for his next race. So I'm just going to grab a word with whoever I can, to be honest. It'd be great to grab a word with the number 9. It was such a close race. I was actually going to grab a word with either Finley Lines or Zach Champney, but unfortunately, of course, they came together. It looked like an unfortunate incident, actually, didn't it? So, yeah, one of those things. But Enzo Butterazzi, well, actually, it looks like because we are devoid of drivers, we'll catch up with them later on because the next race is going out. Henry, let's talk. We'll talk you through the grid of that one.
Yes, this will be Heat 1 for Micromax, and the starting lineup is as follows. Pole position is Austin Oman. Lucian Smith starts alongside him on row number 1. Alfie Mayer and Jos Hushka are on row number 2. Sebastian Behrman and Luke Millward go from row number 3. Archie Leveridge on his Micromax debut starts at the inside of row number 4 alongside Max Jolly, with Charlie Page and Maximilian Abrahart next. Albert Farrow and James Roots go from row number 6. Ava Lawrence and Arthur Farrow on row number 7. Joshua Cook and Dax Farah are on row number 8. Daniel Ferguson, Otto Amy, Buddy Hugo, Kuryu Kiyotake, Teddy Higgs, and all the way from Cornwall, George Climo at the back of the field. There is a look at the privateer number 77 of Otto Amy, and further up there, 22 Micromax drivers lead themselves into the tram lines, and it's a false start. It's a false start. They go under the bridge, onto the banking. Gives a chance. So Sam Pollitt Racing and Austin Oman came very close to winning the international trophy. Oh, somebody, that's Otto Amy on the graph, trying to get Tom Smith, the Tom Smith International graphics an extra bit of coverage. I think Otto is doing that. The British Racing Green livery of Tom Smith International. It's been a while since the TSI expertise has been in the paddock, but he is here running, helping with Otto and his dad in a true privateer effort, which I'm really pleased to see doing well. So Oman and the Cookie Monster on row, sorry, it's Lucian Smith. I'm getting confused because Lucian Smith now with KR Sport, not with Jax for this event. And then it's Alfie Mayer and Jos Husker on row number 2. So 2 Sam Pollock karts, 2 KR Sport karts, a Zip Factory kart, and the Jax Motorsport machine of Sebastian Behrman on the outside of row number 3. Here we go then into the tram lines for the second time of asking. Will we get a start this time by... Yes, we do. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Ooh. And from the outside... Oh, Austin Oman there, up over the wheels of the number 44. Lucian Smith and a spinner in the middle of the pack. They all somehow avoid that cart that was going sideways. I don't know how. How? I don't know. And they've done it again at the top of the hill. There's 4 of them going
12.
wide. The 12 cart of Kuryu Kiyotake, our Japanese driver. Let's have a little look back at some of the drivers, some of the names that haven't come round. Okay, Buddy Hugo, Otto Amy, and Teddy Higgs also in that pack. But I think it was a KR Sport kart that went sideways. That would tell me it was probably Luke Millward.
Yeah, just got a little side-by-side close racing and just touching the curb, getting sideways through the exit of turn 1 into turn 2. It's not something you want to do on the first lap, but potentially someone straightened them up, which was lucky, because that could have been pretty nasty. But luckily, we all got away with it, and we're all racing, and it was just an incident further around the first sector.
Yeah, Millward is also there. That could have been also. Let's have a little look. We'll figure it out. It's definitely a KR Sport car, but the main thing is that everyone is okay and still running. Although I'm looking down there, who's dropped down a few positions? Millward has gone down. So it was Luke Millward, but he is okay. He was Trent Valley Kart Club's driver of the year last year.
Yes.
Now he's got a bit to prove himself. Why? With 3-4 wide, going to hairpin number 1 for 3rd position. And look at that Zip Kart. That's the number 15 of Alfie May. No shortage of micro waft in that kart. That's Roger Pitford, the RPM engine waft in that. As we go through over the curve and
a helping hand.
A helping hand, and that was bounced across the curve there. Here comes one of the Pharaohs.
That's Arthur.
Arthur Pharaoh.
It's a good move up the inside of Bobby Game corner. It's harder to overtake into Bobby Game in these slower classes than potentially the juniors or the seniors, because the average speed is lower, so you actually have to brake less. but still, if you can get alongside, that's good. If we see a move, the number 37, Sebastian Behrmann going out the inside of Lucian Smith, trying to take that final podium position in this race.
And of course, a collective. That was Charlie Page at the inside, I think, of. Let's have a look. Yeah, Charlie Page at the inside of one driver there. That very brightly liveried green cart. Now we've lost Kiryu Kiyotake. We've also lost Max Jolly out of this race. The two Sam Pollitt Racing drivers, Hushka and Oman, they are. As Alfie Mayer runs wide, and that looks like Daniel Ferguson having a lunge at the inside in the number 67 card it was. So, Sam Pollitt Racing, this is a fantastic opportunity for those two drivers to pull away. There's Sebastian Behrmann, and followed by Lucian Smith as we head in towards the Mike Wilson complex through Mix Bend now. As the 21 car, that's James Roots. Even though it's the Evolve Motorsport team, it's not the Evolve Motorsport graphics kit. As
making our life easy as ever.
Making our lives easier.
Yes, so at the front of the field is Jos Huska, who's got a little bit of an advantage at the moment. Only 0.6, those front two trying to pull away, 2-second gap. But then it is pretty much everyone from third downwards. We've got Sebastian Behrmann, Lucian Smith, Albert Farrow, James Roots, all nose to tail. I mean, there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 carts within 10 carts within a second and a bit. Leading the way is that number 37 of Sebastian Behrmann. Pushing hard as Lucian Smith trying to get on the back. And now at the inside, the 21. James Roots at the inside of Albert Farrow. Good move into the second hairpin, not losing them too much time, which is, of course, very important at this stage in the race because you just want to be at the right place at the right time. A dive up the inside, losing too much time can put you on the back foot and end up scrapping. As these drivers, it's the first race of the weekend for them. They're just trying to get in a good position, trying to figure everything out, and build a race weekend. It's a long, long way to go. GP plates are only handed out on Sunday afternoon, and lots of racing between now and then. The two DHR carts going side by side into turn one. The 24 was Arthur Farrow and his brother Albert Farrow. I don't know if the two Farrows jockeying it out, pushing each other, the teammates, so they won't push too hard. A bit like we have at the front of the field, the two leaders, Sam Pollitt Racing. That team will be very happy with the state of affairs in this one so far. Not even in shot at the moment. As we cut back to the battle for second place, the 37 of Behrmann, who goes wide through hairpin one, sliding the car a little bit, but doesn't actually seem to hurt his exit too badly. As once again into the second hairpin, looks the 21, and a little bit of a touch between drivers and the 44. Lucian Smith, hand in the air, saying, come on, that's not the way we're going to get to the next group. If you want to get up into the top 3 positions, we're going to need to work together, not against one another. So close between these drivers. Micromax, again, it's some of the youngest drivers at the Kartmasters race weekend. Just 8 to 11 years old, all of these drivers, depending on size, age and experience. Now the Farrow goes up the inside, side by side, a little touch through turn 1 and 2, can't get the move done. Standing his ground was James Roots. Well, once again trying on the bridge now. Just about holding that position. So we're just over halfway now, 4 minutes remaining in this 10 minutes plus 1 lap situation. So the order as it stands is, I think, actually we'll cut to that in a moment as we've got plenty of fighting into hairpin 1. Falling backwards slightly is the 21. James Roots just coming off slightly worse. Oh, it's more side by side. All jockeying positions, side by side, almost every single corner. And we're still going side by side. And that's Farrow just having to relinquish the place. We're just finding our relative positions at the moment. So I'll run you through the order as it stands. It is Hushka and Oman in the top 2 positions, both at Sam Pollitt Racing. Then we have Sebastian Behrmann in 3rd, Lucian Smith in 4th, James Roots 5th, Arthur Farrow 6th, Joshua Cook 7th, Albert Farrow 8th, Charlie Page 9th, as that's actually changed, is now Arthur Farrow in 5th, Joshua Cook 6th, Charlie Page 7th, James Roots 8th, Maximilian Abrahart 9th, Albert Farrow 10th, Luke Milward 11th, Ava Lawrence 12th, George Klimo in 13th, Alfie Mayer 14th, Daniel Ferguson 15th, Archie Loveridge 16th, 17th is Dax Farah, 18th Buddy Hugo, 19th Otto Amy, and 20th, the last running car, is Teddy Higgs, Max Jolly and Kiryu Kiyotake no longer running in this one. So we just caught a shot there of the O-plate Joshua Cook trying to bridge the gap to the next group of Pharaoh, Smith, Behrman. Pushing hard, trying to work together. We've seen a couple of laps of jostling. It's all settled down now as everyone's just trying to get back up to the next group ahead of them. I'm sure it'll probably kick off once again with just over 2 minutes to go as they come over the line, plus that one extra lap. The front two Sam Pollitt racing drivers once again working together, pretty much matching the pace of the group behind. So the gap now at 3.7 seconds from Sebastian Behrman to the lead pair. So unlikely that gap will be eroded, as I imagine the Sam Pollitt drivers will not be fighting too hard at the end of what is one of the their first heat. Oh no, that is Pharaoh, the 24 of Arthur Pharaoh. Coming together with the 33 of Charlie Page. They have dropped well down the order. They'll pretty much be at the back of the race, and Pharaoh just trying to get the kart restarted. Looks like no lasting damage done to the kart, but certainly lasting damage done towards their position in this race. Let's have a look at that again. It was that last onto the bridge. So it was Pharaoh looking up the inside, taking the space that was left by the 33 of Page, and unfortunately it looked like just a little bit of wheel-to-wheel there meant that they came off worse, and potentially a nose cone penalty also being applied to Pharaoh. Understandably disappointed was Pharaoh, but unfortunately I think that was just a racing incident from my point of view. Henry, we just saw contact there. Oh, sorry, I said the word again. But that was undoubtedly, it was not deliberate. It was Pharaoh trying to take the space at the inside of the 33 of Page, and unfortunately they came together.
A slight territorial dispute.
Yes.
I think, arguing over the same bit of tarmac.
Yes, but these two at the front of the field, nothing changed there, Henry. It was Austin Oman and Josh Husker. They're both Sam Pollitt racing drivers, and they've just basically thought, you know what, we've got this one signed, sealed, and nearly delivered.
This is what Tier 1 teams do. Long story about Tier 1 and Tier 2 teams. Sam Pollitt Racing, I've always said about the big three in the Rotax classes, Dan Holland Racing, KR Sports, and Strawberry Racing. Well, it's now the big four, because Sam Pollitt Racing have joined well and truly the top table this year. Multiple wins, both internationally and domestically. They tend to do better when Sam Pollitt's at weddings.
Does he go to a lot?
Well, I think the rest of the team is saying, Sam, just find a couple of other friends. Find some more friends, because he wasn't at the Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans, and he got a win, and he got other podiums as well. He got people on the podium. It was fantastic.
Are we going to see a battle for the lead, though, or will Josh Husker decide that he actually just fancies a solid second place? There's more battling going on to the bridge. Didn't quite catch the numbers there. Who was that? That was a KR Sport driver, certainly.
Joshua Cook, possibly Maximilian Aberhart, just set fast up the race. Luke Millwood, look at Luke Millwood coming back through the field. And look at George Climo, up into 9th position after starting stone last. So well done to George Climo, the Cornish driver. That's right, pasty, Cornish pasty.
That would go down an absolute treat.
That would go down an absolute treat. Whilst served to us, whilst the Fisherman's Friends sing a sea shanty to us.
I thought you were talking about the Fisherman's Friends, the Sweets. I'm less keen on those.
The band. Come on, all you no-hopers, you jokers and road. Yes, they're a band, Fisherman's Friends. Wow, Piers. I've got to educate you. So here we go. Talking about no-hopers, jokers and rogues. Here are our two leaders, Oman and Husker, starting the final lap. Austin Oman. His dad, Tristram, never won a Kartmasters title. Won lots of other things in karting, but can Austin be the first in his family to win a GP plate?
Well, we've got a long way to go before then, but his son may well win a heat, that's for certain. There's a little... Oh, it's not an iron brew, Henry.
No, it's another orange drink. I'm waiting. My iron brew is waiting and chilling for later on.
Saving it to the end of the day. When you need that extra boost, as we see battling down the field into the first hairpin, the 37, trying to ward off the attacks of Sebastian Behrman, warding off Lucien Smith. Looks like the front two have decided they're going to finish where they started the last lap.
Yeah, no one's decided who's going to finish third yet.
No, absolutely not. Lucien Smith also taking a long look over to the... No, sorry, Sebastian Behrman taking a long look over to the either the mechanics on the watching area, or it was just looking behind to see how close Aberhart was.
Yes, we come across the line.
It is Austin Oman that takes the victory from Josh Husker, and then very close over the line between third, fourth, fifth. It was Behrman, Aberhart, Lucien Smith, Luke Millward, Joshua Cook, James Roots, George Climo and Alfie Mayer round out the top 10. 11th, Ava Lawrence. 12th, Albert Farrow. 13th, Daniel Ferguson. 14th, Archie Loveridge. 15th, the other Farrow. No, that's Dax Farrer. Then Buddy Hugo in 16th, Otto Ame in 17th, 18th, Charlie Page. 19th, Arthur Farrow. And 20th, Teddy Higgs. And then, of course, we lost, once again, unfortunately, Max Jolly and Kurio Kiyotake early on in the race.
Oh, Kurio-san, better luck next time. OK, as we watch the two Sam Pollock racing drivers, that's the first one, too. We'll have a full look at the results on screen coming up now. But as you look at the screen, it's time for our second piece of presenter trivia. That'll come up very shortly after we announce that Austin Oman, Josh Hushka, Sebastian Behrman, Maximilian Abrahart and Lucian Smith are your top 5. Luke Millwood, Joshua Cook, James Roots, George Climo and Alfie May your top 10. Ava Lawrence, Albert Farrow, Daniel Ferguson and Archie Loveridge are in the top 14th position. Don't forget, that's Archie's first ever race in Micromax. Dax Farrer, Buddy Hugo, Otto Amy, Charlie Page, Arthur Farrow and Teddy Higgs, your 20 finishers. So, trivia time.
Trivia me.
We've already, it could be about you.
It could be about me. I won't spoil the party if it is.
We've already learned that Will Smith's Miami is Nicole Sutherland's favourite song of all time. So, which one of the three presenters, myself, Piers, or Nicole Sutherland, once had an uncredited cameo as an extra in a film starring Cameron Diaz?
Was it me?
I can't tell you. So
that's not giving anything away.
One of us has appeared as an extra in a film starring Cameron Diaz. Is it me? Is it Piers? Or is it Nicole? Answers in the live chat now. So while you look and think about that, let's go to race number 7. That's on track next. Here we go then, it's time for Minimax and the grid.
The grid
as follows.
Absolutely, Minimax 950, Finley Limes after a strong fight through in his other category. Starts on pole in this one, Jack Collinson second, Tom Reed third, fourth is Albert Friend, fifth Emerson McAndrew-Urin, sixth Edward Haynes, seventh Max Gilman? Let's go with Gilman. And then eighth, Luca Holmes-Ballock.
Rounding out your top 10, Harry Taylor and Jensen Chalk, Joshua Griffin and Finley Hines. On row number 6, Oliver Spencer and Max Wheatley are next, Josh Cormack and Riley Murrow.
17th, 9th row, Zdenek Babicek, who had a good race in his other class just gone. Then Theo Bradshaw, Leo Livings, Ollie Thompson, Sebastian Clark, Alfie Ward, Zach Starbuck, Otis Clearly.
On the final few rows, Archie Rogers, Tyler, Miles Burton, Larry Price, Benjamin Lawn, Ari Kallenberg, Alfie Mew, South Africa's Devin Taylor and Cameron Tipping.
Yes.
And still the drivers come.
Yes, 36 kart grid, Fraser Anderson, Warwick Milam,
yep.
Soren Gallagher, and rounding out the 36 kart stacked grid in Minimax 950, George Fountain.
Right, you got one lap, and we'll announce the results at the end of the trivia question. So who appeared as an extra in a film starring Cameron Diaz? Uncredited, because it's an extra, so no looking at IMDb. Here we go, Piers Pryor.
Here we go, start of the Minimax 950 race. Are we going to get a start? No, we are not. We're going to go around once again. I think that was the right call because it looked like the outside row actually was ahead.
Well, it gives us more of a chance to get the answers coming in.
Thank you very much, Finley Lines, for orchestrating that for us.
Yes, indeed. So a lot of people, Louise Richardson thinks it was you, Dan Haynes thinks it was you, Ada Sexton thinks it was you, Piers, Leo Robinson thinks it was you, Zach thinks it was Nicole, but I got to say...
What, it wasn't me. Was it you, Henry?
Stanley Clark, you are correct. The film is called The Other Woman, and it stars Cameron Diaz and a whole host of other people. It was filmed in Nassau, the Bahamas, in 2013. I was there, and it's
For the film?
For the film,
Just following Cameron Diaz around as normal.
I was there working, and there's a scene in the film where they're walking down Bay Street in Nassau, and in the background there's somebody in a bright blue Cardiff City shirt, and that's me. My mate, Cam, my team coach for the Bahamas national go-karting team, he was there with the curly hair with his phone at the time, trying to take a sly video that the producers quickly found and confiscated.
Yes.
But yes, I was an extra in a film starring Cameron Diaz.
We'll get you on
very
IMDb
much.
one day, Henry.
To be fair, I had to stop taking her calls afterwards. I mean, pestering. I don't
Honestly.
know. I had to say, you know, it was like the Me Too movement before it was a movement. I said, Cameron, I've just said no, Miss Diaz. Now, I loved you with the mask, but you know, I got carted to commentate.
Right, let's try and go again, shall we? Minimax 950, a slower start. Finley Lines not particularly happy that everyone is pushing him along, but a slow start. Will it be a good one for Finley Lines, who are probably going to go green? Looks pretty good up till now. Lines on the front row. Alongside him, Jack Collinson. We are green this time, and it is Lines that holds the lead. Collinson trying to hold around the outside. Albie Friend following through into third place, so a good start from him.
Yes, indeed. Under the bridge we go. A full grid of Minimax 950 karts out under Finley Lines. Has lost the lead. Albie Friend moves into first position. Fresh off his second consecutive international trophy win. Albie will be looking for a fourth straight top 10 finish in the grand finals. Later this year in Sano, Finley Lines will be looking to join him for the first time, as will Jack Collinson. There's a look back. There's number 33 car, Emerson McAndrew Uren. Brand new gloves on for the Dan Holland Racing driver, and it's a good clean start as we head into the Fullerton S's.
Everyone knows new race kit means at least a 10th or so watch out for Uren using that to his advantage through the field. But a dream start from Friend at the front of the field, going from third to first in about 3 corners and getting a nice little gap actually. So I'm almost certain that he will be caught at some point, as is the way in Minimax 950. Hard to punch a hole in the air yourself, as actually Finley Lines also has Jack Collinson for company, and they will work together. As we also see the number 46 saying, "Come on, guys, let's look forward."
Well, of course, yeah. There's one thing you cannot do. You cannot give Albie Friends a sniff of a clean air as Jensen Chalk moves up the inside there, because Albie Friend will go toe or not. So Lines and Collinson will have to work together. And here's this huge train with Chalk under pressure from Edward Haynes. Not quite.
No, that is... hang on, yeah, they must have swapped positions in the first section. They swapped once again. So that is Haynes going back on Chalk, as they'd swapped in the first sector. They swapped back again, clearly trying to figure out who is quickest at this stage of the race so they can chase down that lead pair.
Yeah, and of course it's interesting that, I mean, you've been down in the pits after some of the races and during qualifying. There's Tom Reed at the inside, and he loses out to Luca Holmes-Ballock. So Luca Holmes-Ballock, and that's Harry Taylor as well for the Jack Dan Holland Racing team moving up. Now, when you were down in the pits, Piers, you know, you obviously spoke to Finley a couple of times, who's now getting passed for second by Jack Collinson. Did anyone leap off the page as being really chilled, you know, or when you spoke to some of the drivers, did you get a sense that somebody was like, okay, I'm not worried about, you know, today, it's, you know, I've got it all in hand, I got the package to take the win on Sunday?
That's a good move up the inside, actually, we're just seeing that. But yeah, there's quite a few cool customers in this Minimax 950 grid. Of course, Finley Lines, always pretty chill. Jack Collinson, after qualifying, we chatted to him, he said it's pretty chilled. He said, you know, it's a long way to go. Yeah, it's a good qualifying, but a lot of racing between now and then. And we've seen already Finley Lines going all the way from, I think it was like 16th up into the top positions, and then unfortunately coming off worse out of some racing incidents and dropping down the order in his other category that he's doing. But going a little bit better so far in Minimax 950. Currently in third place, although the gap is to the lead will be a little bigger than he would have liked.
Yeah, there's the number 76 of Alfie Ward. Alfie Ward. There's Dan Ashton jumping there. And I saw there was Dan Ashton jumping off the fence there, because we've had a couple of carts come to grief at the outside of turn number 1.
Yes.
And I'm looking there. Okay.
And also more drama. Sorry, Henry, to cut in there. There's 2 carts that have gone slowly under the bridge. We will, as soon as we come over the first sector, we'll figure out who they are. But no, it looks like a fairly big accident at the first hairpin that last time by. It's a Sodi Vitesse.
Yes, it's Warwick Milam for the Sodi Vitesse team and Archie Rogers Tyler, who have come together going into... and there's somebody on the grass coming out of the second hairpin. So Milam and Tyler are both up and out of their karts. That Sodi kart, while Bradley Barrett and the Sodi Vitesse team, they have got some work to do because that kart has been totaled.
It looks a different shape. It looks a different shape than when it left the grid, so let's put it that way.
And Warwick Milam is limping away. Dan Ashton, again, can't speak highly enough of the safety teams here at PF International. Back on track, we're looking at Harry Taylor leading Emerson McAndrew-Uren for 4th position, but the two drivers are walking away and chatting to each other, which tells me that, I mean, I wouldn't want to speculate, but it almost looks like one kart has just not braked and gone straight on at the hairpin here. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Here we go. This is for 5th and 6th, so that's Taylor and McAndrew-Uren trying to break away. Yeah,
McAndrew-Uren's had a good race so far, just picking people off again one by one in this one, and he's pushing his way through the field. Clearly got good pace, but no one quite matching the pace of our leader, Albie Friend, at the moment. He has the fastest lap, was the fastest on that last lap as well. Ever so slightly off, not quite getting fastest laps in that last lap because of course we did have that waved yellow into hairpin 1, but we're looking at this battle here, the 53 of Taylor and Emerson McAndrew-Uren properly working together, the two teammates from Dan Holland Racing, to try and catch Vinnie Lyons and Jack Collinson, and potentially will be trying to make inroads to the front of the field as much as they can.
And of course, you know, for those of you that have watched the Paddock Show, and you'll see the first 20 minutes of the Paddock Show that we filmed last night during the lunch break later on, we were joking, we were busy chasing Lee Taylor, Albie Friend's mechanic, around because it was his birthday yesterday. But of course, you know, and it's great on one hand, however, you know, partners, girlfriends, fiancés, you know, kids, you know, they don't see Dad on Dad's birthday because Dad's here mechanicking. This job, it doesn't stop for anniversaries, birthdays, important occasions. A lot of these team members, mechanics, they spend birthdays away, you know, away from family members, loved ones, kids. So, you know, Lee Taylor, you know, I'm sure he's sacrificing, spending his own birthday with his little one, you know, with his kids and his partner. I think it's his fiancée. But you know, trying to win Kartmasters, he can bring a Mechanics Winners Trophy home, maybe at the end of the weekend.
Karting really is a travelling circus, isn't it, Henry? And it's a way of life to a certain extent for a lot of these guys, and they love it as much as it does, of course, take a lot of sacrifice. But that makes the victory taste ever so sweet.
Yeah, and it also puts food on the table, which is an important factor of any job. Here we go. Albert Friends leading by a second over Jack Collinson and Vinnie Lyons. Here is the battle for 4th place. Taylor, McAndrew-Uren and Luca Holmes-Ballock, with the number 5 of Joshua Griffin next in line. 8th is Zach Starbuck, then Derek Babicek, Max Wheatley, Oliver Spencer, Ollie Thompson, Alfie Ward, 14th, Max Gilman, 15th, then Sebastian Clark, Riley Murrow, Leo Livings, Otis Cleary, Finley Hines, Jensen Chalk has dropped all the way back to 21st. We saw him spin off earlier, along with Josh Cormack, then Larry Price, Cameron Tipping, Devin Taylor, Ari Callaghan, Edward Haynes, Alfie Mew, Soren Gallagher, Ben Lawn, Tom Reed, and Fraser Anderson. Miles Burton is the last kart running. George Fountain, Warwick Milam and Archie Rogers Tyler out of the race. That's a full running order. And now the game is on for 3rd place once again, 4th place rather, because Luca Holmes-Ballock has passed both Dan Holland Racing karts. And here comes Joshua Griffin in the number 5 kart at the inside. He takes over.
Things change so quickly in these races, Henry.
Oh, yes.
We just saw McAndrew-Uren going up the inside in their first hairpin and then immediately losing a place back down, and the two DHR karts have accidentally shuffled themselves backwards in this group.
Here we go, into mix corner, and now out of mix into the final turn onto the start-finish straight, and the gap is slowly coming down.
It is.
Collinson and Lyons working together.
And also Motorsport Title, Apex Timing reckons that it is now a group of 3 for the lead. So that's...
it's Apex Timing.
Motorsport Timing.
Motorsport-timing.co.uk, or else Ian Rogers will get very, very upset.
Sorry, I'm just getting confused by the...
Apex Timing software, apparently. But yes, dear me.
The timing system reckons that it is now a 3-way group for the lead. Physically on circuit, I don't think it is, but the gap definitely coming down. Was out to a second and a half at one point.
Yep.
Now only 9/10. That last lap, actually, there wasn't much inroad, but the lap before, Collinson and Lines were actually a couple of tenths faster.
So, Lines, head down. He's past Collinson. He's now trying to try and break away. Can he? It didn't go well for him at the end of the Water Swift class in the last lap of the race. He looks over, his Albie friend and Finley Lines, they have locked horns all season. Jack Collinson, has been knocking on the door, but hasn't quite made it. But this could be Lines versus Friend, volume 12. There's been some fantastic racing between these two all throughout the season.
It's telling actually a bit that Albie Friend is looking over his shoulder every single straight, because that means that he knows he's being caught and he wants to keep an eye in to know how much he's being caught by. But that won't help the cause of Finley Lines, just missing the apex and getting a little bit bogged down on the exit the first hairpin, showing just how hard he is pushing in that Synergy chassis.
Out of Fullerton S's into Bobby Game corner. Look at the clean track behind him. There's Holmes Ballock, Taylor, Griffin, McAndrew Uren. Then Babicek, Bradshaw, Theo Bradshaw looking for redemption after last year. Starbuck rounding out the top 10. Spencer, Wheatley, Gilman, Clark, Murrow and the rest. The final lap board has gone out. There's a 5-second in-race penalty for Benjamin Lawn. He's further down the order. But Albert Friend, half a second in it. I don't think Finley Lines is going to have enough time to make a move. And bearing in mind the last lap of the Water Swift inter-race, he may think better of just sitting in. He may think, I don't know what, second place is good. I might just sit here.
Yeah, Lines missed the apex a little bit again there. He might actually be under pressure from Collinson in third place because it looks like first has gone, although just at the second hairpin gapped enough that I think Collinson's going to probably wisely sit and collect a third place, because again, Henry, very, very early stage this weekend. You don't need to win every single. In fact, it's almost what you don't need to. Why would you try and win every single race leading up to the GP plate final? You just need to be in the right position to give yourself a good opportunity at winning that GP plate on Sunday. And we're still only Friday, just after lunch. Oh, and that is the race, end of the race. Sorry, Henry, I was looking at chatting to you, and then the end of the race.
I thought I'd give you the chance to call a driver home. I mean,
well, it's Albert Friend. He
right.
took the lead out, half a second in the end, so the gap was eroded, but never quite enough. And then everyone else, fourth downwards, pretty much.
We're having a look now. We'll probably see. I mean, we've got one more race to go before the lunch break, Piers. I wonder if we are going to see a shot, because they're going to have to recover that kart. And Mark Barrett, Bradley Barrett, the rest of the Sodi Vitesse team. We've got the Sodi World Series. Well, we've got multiple Sodi World Series champions here. Yourself, Piers, Abby Sanders as well. Ben Rowley, good P3 Jackie. I'd say Jack Collinson. If you say Jackie Collinson, all I think of is Jackie Collins, shoulder pads and Dynasty in the 80s and large perms. But yes, the Latvian, the Anglo-Latvian driver from Riggs discussed it in our Ones to Watch video, which you can watch on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. It's quite good, even though I look like a cross between James Corden and Peter Kay. That's my fault. The old Terry Waite is showing. But yeah. From Riga to Hartlepool, very, very similar indeed. You can see that Nicole Sutherland is in the live lounge. So if you look at the Trent Valley Kart Club Facebook page, you can see Nicole Sutherland is being joined by a number of drivers, including social media superstar Max Jolly.
Yes, Nicole's catching up with a lot of people. I think she's already caught up with 20 or so this weekend so far, so getting a lot of in there. But there we go. It's conversation between Friend and Collinson.
Yes, good to see. There's Luke Hose-Ballock in the background. Albie Friends, Luke Hose-Ballock comes over to have a chat as well. They're all looking down at the just sort of going through the race, and I'll be friends like, well, what happened? I was in front of it all.
The place you want to be, really, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
To be honest, that is the ideal thing. As much as we said we don't need to win every race. If you can get into the lead and just pull away and not have to worry about battles behind, it makes your life so much less stressful.
Let's have a look at the full set of unofficial results from that race, which was race number 7. Okay. Well, it was. I'm getting the disembodied voice in my head has confused me. We haven't got the results because the next race is due out very shortly. So that second little thud was our producer having another heart attack. Here we go. It's race 8. It's Junior X30. It's up next. Once more before lunch, Piers Pryor. This is Junior X30. All 33 entries are on track. Here is your starting lineup.
Starting lineup, we have on pole position Zach Green and then Harrison Mackie alongside. Second row of the grid, Taylor Orridge, GP plate holder, and Rocco Leon Shenton in fourth. Rounding out the third row is Riley Cranham and Alfie Brown, then George Edgar and Morgan Moore.
On row number 5, we have Evan Purcell, whose younger brother is watching, Jacob Bashler, Joey Brown, Theo Palmer, Aaron Richardson, Lewis Goff, Max Ewell, and Aston Sharp. That's your top 8 rows.
Row 9, started out by Samuel Branston, then Cameron Edmonds, then 19th place Monty Braithwaite, 20th Nat Johnson, 21st Archie Owen, 22nd place Macaulay Guy, 23rd Xiao Shen Ji, and 24th James Harris.
Got 33 karts on the grid, so starting on row number 30 will be Maisie Creed, then Spencer Allen, following Marley Pareo and Max Wright, Ethan Woodward and Alexander Di Benedictis are next, then Ethan Higgins and Charlie Myers. And rounding out the field after failing to do a lap in qualifying when somebody forgot to bolt the hub on, Jake Brooks starting the Privateer Birrell ART chassis from the back.
We're going to have an excellent race here. I can feel it. Here we go. Are we going to go green first time? Mackie actually was a little bit ahead at the last corner, and that's probably why we are going to go around one more time. But a few full starts in the first round of heats this morning. Everyone just getting themselves into the race rhythm. Maybe people just not quite used to racing on a Friday.
Yeah, exactly. You know, normally we're hacking around in practice. Now, the karts that were involved in that earlier incident, they had been moved to a safe space, but because we are very pushed for time, we've got the lunch break is next. For those of you watching on the live stream, we'll show the start of, yesterday's paddock show, a bonus paddock show, 58 minutes long, exactly. The first 22 minutes will be replayed during the lunch break. It is also on the big screens here in the paddock area. We will leave you as well, viewers at home, with another wonderful piece of trivia. We've got to get through all the trivia today because we've got, tomorrow, boys and girls, we've got Kartmaster champion anagrams to give you, to keep you entertained.
Wonderful.
Wow.
I'm terrible at anagrams, Henry.
Well, I mean, luckily, I can't, but yeah, that's tomorrow's fun and games off track. Let's go one more time. Can the #1 ranked Junior X30 driver in the world beat his competition in this one?
Yeah, but he's got stiff competition. Right behind him is last year's win in this category, and on the pole position is Zach Green, who would very much like to make it a green GP plate this year. We are green this time, and it is Zach Green that gets away, but Mackie going all the way around the outside. What a brilliant move, and Green actually is going to get knocked back as we see one driver taking to the grass at turn 1. Who comes out ahead? But it is Harrison Mackie, and then pretty much everyone else fighting over second place. It is Green's dropped down to third. Who's that in second? I couldn't quite catch that.
It looks like it's another Jamie Green racing
It
kart.
is. It's the number...
is that... Oh, no, it's Rocco Leon Shenton, whose privateer entered kart has a graphics kit suspiciously similar. And you go, oh, Rocco, Rocco, you can tell there's a privateer in P2 because Rocco's standing on the anchors going into hairpin number 2. Now Green gets past him. Rocco, there's Aston Sharp. I've seen one of Aston's younger sisters out there with, on the banking. She's very vocal, is Aston Sharp's younger sister. Very chatty indeed. Not afraid of the camera or the microphone at all. She won't be happy with watching her big brother lose a few positions. But that was Rocco Shenton is now in 4th place. Green is 3rd, and that's the George Gibbons GP plate car, and Taylor Orange up into P3.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rocco Leon Shenton went very, very slow defending into the hairpin too, and didn't do well. He thought he was helping himself, but then got overtaken regardless into the chicane, and has given Harrison Mackie an absolutely monumental in Junior X30 scheme of 2-second gap to the lead ahead of Zach Green, but only briefly, because now we have our GP plate holder of Taylor Orridge in 2nd place, and these two will undoubtedly probably just push each other along for a bit, because they know that pretty much everyone else is in 4th place downwards.
Yes, indeed. Now into the Fullerton S's. Orange, again, 2nd weekend, getting used to the KR chassis. No longer on a croc cart. He's got Green behind him, and Zach Green is on the KR chassis. So very similar carts there. Harrison Mackie now trying to pull away. Mackie for the Fusion Motorsport team. We've got Nanny June watching back home. I think we've got Nanny Silv as well watching, or the other Nan. So many, so many Nans, I gotta say.
Lots of karting Nans, Henry.
Or the OGs. I got my jump that says I love karting motor. Karting Nans, original gangsters.
Ooh.
OGs.
Big move up the inside on Green. That was, I think, more. It wasn't Morgan Moore.
It's a
Green's gone backwards.
It's a premium karting machine.
It was a Fusion driver. Joey Brown went up the inside on the exit of the bridge from a fair way back and got the move done nicely, actually. But there's actually, of course, Green, who was at one point, of course, took pole position. Green's been shuffled backwards. He'll have to reset, and now George Edgar is right behind him.
Alfie Brown in the red and white Birrell ART. That's a privateer entry according to our entry list. The driver from Fleetwood, and there's George Edgar getting muscled wide there. That's the 246 of Evan Purcell, the Northern Irishman, going through. And Evan's younger brother was, he's out there watching on the banking, and I promised that I would say hello to Evan's younger brother. He's cheering on Evan. And I've got to say, for a Friday afternoon, the banking is exceptionally well populated. Probably something with the sunshine here. We go through turn number 3, over the bridge, down the hill. There's a bit of squabbling in the middle of the pack. 6.5 minutes to go. Mackie leading by 1.35 seconds over Orridge, and Brown and Moore 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Mackie had a 2-second gap after the first lap, so that gap's already come down by 7/10, and we're only 3 laps in, or 3 or 4 laps in. So as much as Mackie would have breathed a sigh of relief after the first lap, it's not all done yet, and you can't afford to save your tyres until the end of the race.
Yeah, so there was the number 51 Sam Pollock racing car, the Alchemy Car Care product entry of Lewis Goff, doing double duty. In the junior category, Riley Cranham, Lewis Goff and Theo Palmer are the 3 drivers doing both junior categories. And there's the number 11 kart, the number 11 Fusion kart, Joey Brown being pushed along by Morgan Moore. Morgan for premium karting, got his first British Championship podium last weekend. And you'll know this, Piers, as a driver, sometimes when you've been, knocking on the door of a podium but it hasn't quite come off for ages, suddenly you get one, and there's a invisible pressure that you didn't realise was building on yourself comes off, and suddenly you just pick up that bit of extra pace.
Yeah, often when you get your first podium or first decent result, the reaction is, because often it comes fairly easily. You think, I actually don't need to drive at 190% to get it, because the driver's at the front. Everything is so in control that results just come, and almost pushing too hard can be detrimental to your performance.
Exactly. You're so desperate. There's Evan Purcell doing a good job, still up in the top 10. He's ahead of Alfie Brown. George Edgar signalling across to his Mick Barrett Racing team. Something obviously amiss, or maybe signalling to the drive behind, say, no, come on, push me. Edgar leads on the banking. A little bit of a battle going on behind. That would be... I'm trying to see who that was. Brown, Richardson and Lewis Goff in that scrap. Rocco Shenton has dropped back to 12th. Palmer is 13th. All 33 drivers are still running, however.
That's a good rep from the Junior X30 group, because we've seen a few retirements in the first heats in the other classes. Not the way you want to start your Kartmasters weekend. I mean, it's not the end of the world, of course. You can come through. We've seen it a few times before. We've even seen it in the British Karting Championships this year. I think Gavin Bradshaw ran through from the repechage, nearly to take a win.
Yeah, nearly. That was young Callum Bradshaw, yeah, 1-0. But here we go. There's the Fusion cards. That is number 11, Joey Brown. No, is that the... let's have a little look. Yeah, that is the number 11 card of Joey Brown. Or was that no, it's the 22 of Aaron Richardson, who is leading the way.
Zach Green setting the fastest lap of the race in 4th place now. They're actually way faster than Harrison Mackie in the lead of the race. Harrison Mackie at 57.99. The rest of them behind, 3 tenths faster, 3 tenths faster, 5 tenths faster, and then a matching. So either Mackie's not got the pace at this stage of the race, or is thinking, I've got enough of a buffer to try and save some tyres.
Absolutely. It's tyre saving central. He'll be given the signal, say, look, chill, look after the rubber. Caden McQueen spoke earlier, didn't he? He said, the Comet tyres, you've got to coax them into life a little bit more. The Mojos, the Rotax classes, you just get on the gas and use them. The Comet tyres, you've got to be a little bit more thoughtful about how you use them.
He did say that they seem to stay on a number of heat cycles later. So,
okay.
But however, tyre is still something to consider. If you go
with the
flat,
hot weather, yes.
If you're fighting at the front of the field and you're up against, in the final heat before we go Grand Prix racing, if your tyres have been absolutely ragged from Heat 1 qualifying, then you are going to be losing a couple of tenths of those drivers who've had a chance to just chill out a little bit, although Mackie has been caught by Orridge in 2nd place now. The gap is only a couple of tenths looking at it on circuit, so tyre saving is great, but you also do want to pick up the results when you can, because who knows, Orridge might put an aggressive move on, and then Harry could quickly become in this battle that we're looking at right now for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and downwards. Yeah,
that's a little bit. So that's Riley Cranham making a move. He picks off his teammate Joey Brown, who is now going backwards in a hurry. And Joey Brown, who was 4th, is going to cross the line in about 9th now. That's what can happen.
He is, but also I've noticed that number 11 of Brown, his front nose cone doesn't look particularly well attached.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
And I tell you who else is not.
And that is not also very well attached.
That is extremely disattached. We'll be able to tell who that is.
That one. That will be the number 122.
Of Jake Brook. Oh, Jake's mechanic isn't having the best day so far. Oh, and that's the number 246 of Evan Purcell. Just getting a little bit tetchy behind the number 51 kart has had 2 5-second penalties displayed. Well, maybe there's 1 5-second penalty, but certainly Lewis Goff has had a penalty in this race, a 5-second penalty. And you were right, it is Jake Brook who is now going to have to bring his kart into the pits. He has had a mechanical flag.
Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Those silencers that these we've changed the lead. Taylor Orridge has made his way through on Harrison Mackie and has now actually got a very small gap at the front of the field. So we didn't quite see how that happened, but that is a change. So I think genuinely Mackie doesn't quite have the pace in this race of the likes of Orridge and Green for certain, because even though Green got shuffled back, he still holds the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, well spotted there, Piers. I'm there thinking that Harris has got it all in hand, and maybe,
here we go. Green is going to get past 2 drivers on the exit, the first Evan. Brilliant heads-up driving from Green to go from 5th to 3rd place in 1 corner. Saw what was happening ahead. It was the 18, I think, of Riley Cranham went a little bit deep, which also forced Morgan Moore to go a bit wide, and then perfectly execute double switchback.
Yeah, the Jamie Green racing kart, there it is on your screen. Number 8, Zach Green, now ahead of Morgan Moore in 4th place. Cranham down to 5th, Evan Purcell 6th, Goff 7th, but has a time penalty. Edgar is 8th, Brown 9th. Shenton is still hanging on in 10th as the leading privateer. Alfie Brown is next in line, followed by Sam Branston, Theo Palmer, Aston Sharp, Monty Brathwaite, Jacob Bashler, Cameron Edmonds, Archie Owen, James Harris. Then it's Myers, Johnston, Ewell, De Benedictis, Woodward, Wright, G, Pareo, Creed, Guy, Allen, and Higgins.
There's a lot of karts out there. A lot of karts, and only 1 we've lost so far, which is good coming.
But the good news for Jake Brook is that he's going to make the final, because there's only 33 karts in Junior X30. So he's going to be in the main event.
Yes.
Even though he's had a morning to forget so far, he is in the main event as the clock strikes 0. Now, Piers Pryor, we will see what Harris and Mackie's pace is like. because he's not just going to want to sit behind Taylor Orridge, and Taylor knows this.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to give it a go, and even if he's losing a tenth and a half, maybe even 2 tenths in terms of outright pace, sitting just 2 tenths behind Orridge, that's still close enough to use the slipstream and get within the striking distance.
Here we go. Out onto the banking for the final time.
Yes.
Orridge defending, and now Mackie's going to have to start having a little route around the back end of Orridge's go-kart.
Yeah, Orridge defending hard, pushing Mackie to the outside. Brilliant defending, actually. Didn't give Mackie the opportunity to go out the inside, and then squeezed him down the exit. Same again into hairpin 2. Yeah, but it's all about the exit. Mackie goes wide. We'll have a good exit. Orridge is going to be forced to defend. He does defend. Mackie can't get around the outside of the Flirtonesses, but actually Orridge had a little bit of a wobble in the middle and is now going to be under pressure into Bobby Game. Can Mackie? Oh, contact! I said the word again, I'm not supposed to say. But anyway, that was front to rear touching, and unfortunately, Mackie's front bumper did deform quite a long way. We will see if the iPad of Doom hat plays out in this race, but Orridge takes the victory in heat number 1.
Ah, yes, by half a kart length, ladies and gentlemen. Orridge from Mackie, Zach Green in 3rd, Morgan Moore is 4th, Riley Cranham, Evan Purcell, Lewis Goff, George Edgar. They plunge across the line a little bit further back as Rocco Shent and Joey Brown rounding out the top 10. Somebody there, one of the S8 racing karts towards the back. That was Ethan Higgins giving himself a tap on the head there. Obviously a bit frustrated as he chases home Spencer Allen for what was 31st position. And so we will bring you, yes, Piers, who gained the most places?
Yeah, notable
in that race?
drive there from Lewis Goff.
But there shall
14th to
be a
7th.
penalty.
Oh, yes, of course.
There's a penalty.
Wait, he's still...
and also a penalty for number 58, which would be Sam Branston. So that croc is about to go to the dentist and have a tooth pulled.
Yes, so 10 seconds, or potentially 5 or 10 seconds.
Clipboard of Doom.
Here we go.
Can't afford an iPad. It's only a British Grand Prix.
Oh, good. Right, from Harrison Mackie, we saw that contact. Are we going to get? They build those nose cones out of strong stuff.
Yes.
All good for Zach Green as well. And Morgan Moore. Yeah, so top five all safely through and have evaded the iPad of Doom.
Yes. So while we look in there, now let's have a...
to listen in, actually, to see if Mackie says something. A bit like the driver cool-down room.
Yeah.
Hi, Taylor.
Oh, yes.
Taylor always got a smile on his face, especially when he wins a heat.
Yes. And why not? He wanders off. No one else looks quite as happy as Taylor Orridge.
Is anyone rarely happier than Taylor Orridge?
He's a happy chappy, is Taylor Orridge. So there's Harrison Mackie. He should be happy. He's ranked number 1 in the world. Here is in Junior X30 in the official FIA karting rankings. Yes. Let's have a look at the results of this one. Provisional, of course.
Of course. We're waiting for those any iPads of Doom plus the time penalties to be applied. It was a good race, though, wasn't it, Henry, actually?
It was indeed.
Here we go. So Taylor Orridge did take the provisional race victory. Harrison Mackie, Zach Green, Morgan Moore and Riley Cranham rounding out the top 5. Evan Purcell was 6th, Lewis Goff 7th, but almost certainly will fall down the order owing to those penalties he got mid-race. George Edgar 8th, Joey Brown 9th, Rocco Leon Shenton in 10th, Aaron Richardson 11th, Samuel Branston 12th, 13th was Aston Sharp, 14th was Monty Braithwaite.
Then it's Jacob Bashler, Theo Palmer, Alfie Brown and Archie Owen. James Harris and Max Ewell round out your top 20 ahead of Nat Johnson, Cameron Edmonds, Charlie Myers, Alexander D. Benedictis, Ethan Woodward, Jiao Chen Ji and Max Wright.
There are found a few drivers. Marley Pareo, Macaulay Guy, Maisie Creed, Spencer Allen, Ethan Higgins and Jake Brooke. Unfortunately, Jake not finishing on the lead lap in that one.
So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We're now in the lunch break. We're going to show you the start of yesterday's paddock show. However, we're going to leave you with another piece of presenter trivia. So, answers in the live chat during the lunch break. Now, Piers, myself and Nicole have all raced go-karts in our past. We're all safely retired now, but we have all raced go-karts competitively. However, one of us first sat in a go-kart in the car park of our local zoo. And our first run in a go-kart ended when members of the local council chased us off the car park. So who was that? So the first time one of us sat in a go-kart was in the car park of our local zoo, and the run ended when members of the council who owned the car park chased us off. Was that myself? Was that Piers? Or was that Nicole? Answers in the live chat. We'll hand over to yesterday's paddock show. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you for the next race, which is starting at 3 o'clock. It's the first weekend in August. It's PF International. That means only one thing. It's Kartmasters. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Alpha Live's coverage of the 2024 Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix, commonly known to you and I as Kartmasters. My name's Henry Beaudette. This is Piers Pryor. That's Nicole Sutherland. And, you lucky people, we are your guide to this year's 29th running of the single biggest event in British karting every year. Apart from the World Championships, which is later, but we don't talk about that. This is where it's at. How are you guys?
I'm absolutely brilliant. Sun is shining, good vibes, and it's Kartmasters. Best, well, can't say that.
Best, yeah, you can. I can say it. Best event of the year. There we go.
Best
There we
race.
go. There we go. Already, Piers is realising that it's okay, Piers. I'll get myself into trouble. You carry on. So this is an anniversary for everybody. It's my 18th Kartmasters. It's 1 year since you retired from Senior Rotax, and it's your first Kartmasters behind the microphone.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Excellent. What we're going to do, we have got 3 paddock shows. We've got 24 hours at least of live streaming. It's going to be the biggest and best coverage that we have ever brought you. We've got over 300 drivers from all over the world, and more importantly, we've got a whole paddock full of people to get to know, have a laugh with, make fun of, have fun made of us with, you know, all that kind of stuff. And of course, 57 races plus all the Grand Prix to bring you live as well. Tell you what, should we have a go and have a little wander around? Now, I think we're going to say, me and Piers are going to go and have a little look around. Nicole, you're busy doing all the things for the live lounge, so starting tomorrow morning, Friday morning, myself and Piers Pryor will be bringing you all the live coverage from qualifying and all the heat races. Nicole, you're going to be in the live lounge doing a whole host of interviews. You're doing Chris McCarthy's job. Little thing though, Chris McCarthy, he's doing the Olympics this year, so Kartmasters 1 year, Olympics the next.
Yeah, maybe I'll be commentating the 100 metres one day, we'll never know. But yeah, live lounge this weekend for me, coverage of all the, well, some of the drivers here, you know, lots of different nations going on. We've got drivers from the Czech Republic, Poland, Dubai, everywhere. So
Wales.
We've got a good mix of drivers, and then there'll be some team owners and coaches, a bit of everybody in there. So make sure you stay tuned for some good coverage of that.
And more importantly, we've got lots and lots of really annoying little insects.
That's so
it's
annoying.
not going to bother us. Okay, you're going to go off to Carry and do some research at the paddock. We'll catch up with you a little bit later in the paddock show. Right then, Piers. Bugs aplenty.
Honestly, terrible.
Well, I mean, we spend all year moaning about the... I tell you, we've forgotten to introduce. It's only producer James. Hi, James.
Hi,
Behind the camera.
James.
Are you okay, James? Are you having fun?
Tell you what, Henry, this is my first paddock show that you guys behind the camera have seen me.
Yes, yes.
I've actually been behind the camera for the paddock show.
You've been in James? You've been James?
I've been the camera. A number of times. So if you've enjoyed the paddock shows, then some of them have been me.
So, but now this is the man behind the magic.
I've been demoted.
Okay, let's go. First things first. Trent Valley Kart Club, the home of British karting. We are going to go and have a look at the ladies behind the scenes, so the hosts of Trent Valley Kart Club. This is where the race office is. This is where everyone goes. We'll have a little look in here. James, you want to go first? I'm a gentleman. Right. We'll have a little wander in here. So, you've got Danielle Short, Louise Richardson, Claire Mills, random driver. Have you misbehaved already, Mr. Brathwaite?
No, I'm not a driver. I'm signing up for media.
Are you signing up for media?
Yeah, I'm my driver's brother. Monty Brathwaite's brother.
Monty Brathwaite's brother. He's signing on as media. That means he's after our jobs, Piers. Right, okay, let's get him out of the way, out of the shot. Right, let's have a look. This is the heartbeat. There's some Olympics going on. Hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
Jack Baker.
Jack Baker. How are you going to do with Kartmasters this year, Jack Baker?
Hope for a top 15, top 10.
Excellent. Right, Piers, what we love is this.
These are what the drivers are after. All of the GP plates, every single one here. I never quite got my hands on one of these, Henry. In fact, not even quite. It was never close to getting my hands on one of these. Yeah, this GP plate is what most people are after, but also comes with some tasty little goodies.
This is the richest prize, the richest event in British karting. However, it's these trophies. Let's have a look at this. First of all, the Bruno Ferrari 2024 trophy winner. That is superb. But just look at some of the names. The TV Masters, that's when it was first called back in 1996. Kean Dewis. Oh, there's
Zach O'Sullivan, Oliver Behrman.
Twice in 2019. Jamie Perilli, Brandon Carr. Let's have a look at that. David Sutton. Loads and loads of really impressive drivers. It shows you how quickly you can go from Kartmasters to quite literally the top of the sport. I mean, Behrman won here in 2019. So, and then driver of the event. 5 years later, he's sitting on the grid in Saudi Arabia in a Ferrari, nonetheless. And scoring points, beating Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris. It all starts here. I suppose you better mention this. You know, a fantastic achievement for everyone in British karting.
Yes, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've still got plenty of racing to come before then.
Let's go this way. Right, let's go out and have a chat with a couple of drivers. There's plenty of them to choose from. All right, now, we've got to get on the right side.
Anton Deck.
Anton Deck. Well,
does that make me...
well, when it was me and Anthony Jordan, it was Anton something else beginning with... yes, but we won't go down that road.
Yeah.
Practice is still going on at the moment. So we have got today's Thursday practice, unofficial practice all day. This is where we let cameraman James go and walk into a bollard stop and turn left, and go backwards. That could have
been an addition to his anatomy there.
That could have been a subtraction to his anatomy. We're going to carry on going down this way. What's the format this year, Piers? Please tell the people what the format is.
Well, we've got qualifying starting Friday morning, which is coming to you live.
Live.
10
o'clock.
Friday morning.
Yep, love a good televised qualifying session.
And then, well, qualifying is very important, but it's not the most important. What comes after qualifying, Henry?
Heat races, which are very important.
Very much so.
2 heat races. There's the KR Sport tent going through. Stephen Lett's working on one of the numbers. Tell you what, let's have a little look. So this year, we've got time qualifying 2 heat races on Friday. Time qualifying 2 heat races on Saturday. Sunday, we have the repêchages for those what need them, the pre-finals, and of course the main events. Special graphics kits this weekend. It's all about these 2 letters, isn't it? But it's all about the drivers that we don't normally see, such as the coach, Danny Shields, all the way from the UAE. Stephen Letts, he's a former Kartmasters winner. Back when he's got a fan in the awning, that's really good. The junior arm of the KR tent is equally as impressive.
Yep.
Have a little wander in here. More wagons in here. There's Aidan Neat, mechanically over there, former driver in highest level. Lots and lots and lots of wagons, which is what we like to see. Right, I'll tell you what, we're going to come out this way. There's a fan.
James, the cameraman, just keeping himself cool.
But I mean,
hopefully we won't be needing too much of this weekend.
No, that's
just in case.
No kart wants to get jiggy with it at all. No kart wants to get jiggy with it. Right, here we go. Here's a driver, Oliver Spencer. Oliver Spencer, speak to that man there and tell him how you're going to win Kartmasters this year.
How are you going to win Kartmasters, Oliver Spencer?
Being calm and being smart.
How's practice gone so far?
Mixed with, we had a bit of a struggle in that one, but I think we can go fast.
And of course, we know we've got lots of racing before now and Sunday afternoon. Where do you reckon is the minimum you want to be on the grid for that final on Sunday?
At least top 5. I mean, it's going to be like scrap, even if you're starting last, you could still win it. Kartmasters, it's probably one of the biggest races in the UK. It's such a scrap, the final.
Well, we heard that, Henry. Biggest races in the UK, scrap for the final no matter what. Thank you very much.
Exactly. And Oliver Spencer, you can see he's got the Team UK T-shirt on. There's Josh Cormack, only driver in British Kart Championship history to win a final by 1 single lap. Are you racing this weekend?
Yeah, boy.
Are you going to win a race by a lap this weekend?
Maybe not, but I've probably got a chance of winning it, yeah.
Excellent. This is Minimax now, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you've got a lot of competition in Minimax.
Yeah, definitely. It's got to get a bit rough, but just get your elbows out and that's it.
That's the spirit, Josh. First, get your elbows out of Kartmasters 2024.
Henry, I love the way we've chatted to two drivers, both all under the age of 13.
Yes.
And one of them said it's going to be a scrap. One of them said it's going to get their elbows out and it's going to be aggressive.
Yes.
My view is it's probably going to be quite busy on the circuit.
Now, what I love about doing the paddock shows, ladies and gentlemen, is you walk past an awning and then the kids in there think, oh, it's a paddock show. Some of them run towards the camera and others, like Will Green, who was just hiding in the back. So you go find Will Green. I'll sit down and talk to a bunch. Oh, here we go.
Can't get away that easily. Right, what are you hiding in here for? You just don't like Henry, do you?
No. I like your sunglasses, though.
Well, thank you very much. If you do an interview, I might let you wear them for 2 minutes. But do an interview because you lead the British Championship. Go on.
What is in here? What is in here? Talk to us about what goes on in here.
Well, this is just the set, the truck really that stores everything, and obviously we do data and camera in here as well.
Brilliant. Right, where are you going to finish this weekend?
P1.
P1, you heard it here first. Henry, over to you.
Hello, thank you very much. Right, we're going to move back in to the Jamie Green Racing encampment. We're having a great game of Uno here. First things first. Right, move aside, move aside. Who's playing Uno? Oh, do you remember how to play Uno, Piers?
I've played on a few times. I'm terrible at card games, though.
Why have we got... Just... Everyone's disappearing. We're not going to play Uno now. I just wanted to come and embarrass you all. Right, first things first. Mr. Green, Mr. Green, how's it going, Fred?
Pardon?
How's it going?
Not too bad. Had 3 sessions so far. Been quite quick in most of them, so see how it goes.
How would you rate your guy's mullet there? He's trying to grow it a little bit by the time, isn't he?
Yeah, I think it needs to be a bit longer, but it's not too bad.
It's not quite William Antrobus mullet, is it?
Not quite, no, not as long as that.
How's your mullet coming along, Henry?
How's my mullet coming on? my mullet in 1996 was absolutely superb. Max Mason, how's it going?
Good so far.
Okay, question. Right then. Jamie Green Racing, have Jamie Green Racing ever won a Kartmasters title? I don't... No. Is that going to change this year? Well, you've got a young man who's a bit shy. Come and sit down here. You're one of Will's... He does his bit. Right, first things first. What's your name?
Lorenzo.
Lorenzo. Hello, is this your numero uno at Kartmasters?
Yeah.
See, excellent. And where are you from, Lorenzo?
Italy.
Italia. Ah, okay. Perfect. That's what we love.
Si.
Si. Yeah, that's Spanish.
Si?
Si?
Si.
Si.
That's about as far as my...
Right, I already can be confused. Will Green, are Jamie Green Racing going to win a Kartmasters title this weekend?
Yes.
Excellent. 1 or 2 or maybe them all?
Them all.
Them all. Are you racing in all the categories?
No.
That'll be a bit tricky. I like the confidence though, guys. Right, we'll let you go back to Uno. Congratulations, Lorenzo. High five. Say hi to Italy in Italian, in Italiano. Say hello to everyone in Italy.
Ciao a tutti.
There we go. That means he's going to be a rapid. You're going to win, Max. Good luck. Good luck. Right, come on, Will. They are tight. I got a small head. That's why, no brains. Anyway, we'll move swiftly onwards. We'll let them go back to their game of Uno. And it's very warm. That's a smart mechanic there. There's the entrance to the dummy grid. So we're obviously walking down the paddock here at PFI. So you go into the dummy grid there. As a driver for Kartmasters, when you go in there, Piers, what are you thinking?
Well, it depends on the driver. Some drivers go in feeling pretty nervous. Other drivers go in feeling ultimately confident. Yes. Some maybe a little bit sick. I was probably about all 3 of those when I used to race. But but it's that point when you've kind of committed to the setup. This weekend we're not going to have too much changeable weather by the looks of it so far.
You've got by the hopes of it. Fingers crossed.
But saying that, I think there's a chance of a shower at midday on Saturday.
Swear
but anyway,
words.
It's the ultimate test of nerve, isn't it, Kartmasters?
It is indeed. Now, speaking of somebody that can hold their nerve, we've got Zdeněk Babacek from the Czech Republic. I did have 2 pairs of these wonderful Bahamas sunglasses, didn't I, Zdeněk?
Yeah, you did. I snatched them, mate.
You didn't snatch them. You beat me in a Name the Flag competition back in Bahrain. Did you not, Zdeněk?
I did, yeah. I suppose so.
Are we going to see the Czech Republic flag at the top of the timesheets in Kartmasters this year? Because you've done a lot of testing around here.
Hope so, mate. Will try my best.
And are you here without any of your sisters once again?
Yeah, with one of them.
Oh, see, it's much better without them, isn't it?
Oh wait, you have new sunglasses. I might steal them too.
No, I don't think you're going to steal them. You might have to earn them. Kartmasters, survival of the fittest. There's a young man that we know can get the job done. Daniel Ferguson, winning on the road at Shennington in the Water Swift Restricted class. Look, last weekend didn't end very well for you. This weekend is all about redemption, yeah?
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. You going out for practice, or you just standing there with the helmet on because you like it?
I've had enough practice.
Okay, you've had enough practice. Okay, there we go. Right, thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Zdenek.
Just keeping warm with the helmet on.
Just keep it warm because it is a bit cool here.
Yeah, it's very... Yeah, keep the heat in now.
Now, we're going to head down to strawberry racing.
Come on, James.
James is through there. There we go. Well, thank you very much, James.
Little pirouette, look at that.
Oh, nice, nice. I like this. So,
MDL.
Stupid. Yeah, MDL. That's what I got. No, that's ADHD. Sorry, it's different letters. Right, the sunglasses are off because, you know, as much as we like to laugh and as we like to joke, the strawberry racing team this weekend, they're racing with very heavy hearts. Yes. Earlier this week, Robert King, the dad of junior Rotax driver Charlie King, sadly passed away. He was a great fixture in the paddock. Charlie was due to race in junior Rotax this weekend for strawberry racing. We're going to go in here now. I know an awful lot of the strawberry racing drivers said they're going to dedicate their event this weekend to Charlie. Matt Cooley here. We're just talking about Rob King sad passing away. We know that everyone, so to Amy, to Charlie mainly, and the rest of the family, the whole paddock are thinking about you, especially this team. What better way to pay tribute to Robert than to have some of your drivers go out and get a GP plate on Sunday?
That is the plan, hopefully. We've obviously got a little sticker for Rob on the karts as well. If you look on the top of the NASA panels, every car in the team's got the Rob King stickers on as our way of commemorating his life.
Yeah,
our track.
Exactly. And I would say we're going to, Kartmasters is always a chance to have a laugh and a joke, but there are some things that are a bit more important.
Bartle.
There's Harry Bartle, come here. But yeah, thank you very much. Harry. Okay, we just spoken to Matt. Obviously, you're all wearing the Robert King, decals on the kart. So does that give you? I mean, obviously you're a driver down, but you're all racing with heavy hearts. Or does that give you more inspiration to try and go and win?
Well, obviously Charlie isn't here racing, so make him proud by winning would be a good.
Excellent. So I mean, Matt spoke to him, we spoke to him. Do you want to say on behalf of all the drivers? Do you want to speak to the camera and just say hi to Charlie and his mum and all that?
Hi, Charlie.
Excellent. There we go. Thanks, Harry. Harry, one thing. If you get interviewed this weekend, what's the one person you always have to mention?
Rodney the dog.
Excellent. And if you don't mention Rodney the dog, what happens? You get beaten with a large stick.
Yeah.
There we go. Quite rightly so. There we go. I cannot wait. There's Mr. Spencer going through and Mr. Lapper as well. Apparently. Where's Nanny Barbara? I can't wait to meet Nanny Barbara.
She's coming to meet you tomorrow.
Oh, there we go. I shouldn't get too excited, really, but I am. Good to be. Have a good weekend in strawberry racing.
Thanks very much. Yeah. Cheers.
No problems. There's Phil Lapper, I'll be Lapper's dad.
You look a bit warm there, Henry.
I'm looking a bit warm there. Well, I'm spouting hot air already. The main garage at the end here. So, garage number 1 at PF International. I suppose you could say this is where it all began. Paul Fletcher's team, the team that has run karts, numerous times. We'll come in and have a little look. We've got the number 1 plate kart. It's also got some lovely... Oh, sorry, cameraman James. That was terribly rude. There's our first paddock show pooch. Hello, Pooch. This is Pooch Lawrence. What, Gus? What's the pooch called? This is George the Russell, isn't it? This is George the Russell. Hi, George the Russell. Have a little sniff. It's okay. It's okay. Do you want to say hello to anyone? Any of your fan club? No? Jack Russell, your cousin? No? Have a good sniff of that. There we go. This is what it's all about. PFI, Trent Valley Kart Club, the number 1 for the defending reigning national champion, and above us somewhere are GP plates. There's a GP plate winner by here. This is what the circuit, most years, this is the highlight of the circuit's calendar, isn't it? Do you feel any extra pressure on yourself, even with all your experience?
Well, we won it last year, didn't we? So it'll be nice to try and get 2 out of 2, I guess. Last year we did both classes, Rotax and X30. It was quite a challenge, especially with changeable conditions and one mechanic and myself getting involved. It's a bit too much work, unfortunately. So we just opted for the one. And see how we go. Try and win again.
Yes, Senior X30.
I'm interested, Gus, actually, because of course you could have run the GP or the one. Yeah. Well, what was the decision there?
Not my decision. My mechanic, Pod. That's how we stick it up in the week. That's just.
You didn't want to tempt fate?
No, not at all. No, just.
Isn't there a regulation that says if you're a GP plate winner, you've got to run the GP?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, maybe I was misreading something then. Sorry, that would be a hashtag awkward. This workshop has seen many of the greats. Just the trophies around it. It's like a little. It's a proper karting sanctuary, isn't it?
It's not changed since the day it was put together. I don't think it's the original flooring, original colour scheme. Yeah. It's how the boss likes it, so it's how it stays.
Absolutely.
And the boss keeps winning.
He does. With yourself, of course, as well, Gus. And the PFI livery is one. Do you reckon the PFI livery is the most successful driver? It's got to be close, isn't it?
As the PFI livery has won 4 with Litchfield. It's won
2 with Hodgson. 3 with Hodgson.
3 with Hodgson.
But they all with
and 1 with you. So I mean, I don't know. Barnacote's
touch and go. Yeah, but then you're talking maybe back way then, and those pictures in the office. That's a long time ago, so there's probably plenty of...
Yeah, I have to get my stat books out. Brilliant. Gus, Senior X30, one other thing, there's another event happening at this circuit next month. Are you aware of it?
Yes.
Okay. You're competing in it. Now, a lot of the other drivers that are competing in it aren't here this month because they are in Sweden getting eaten by even bigger bugs than we have here. That could play into your hands, couldn't it?
Yeah, well, between now and then, it's a month, isn't it? There's plenty of testing to be done. There's the warm-up race, that Champions of the Future, and then obviously the World Championship. So I think by the time we get there, everyone will know where they're going. So.
Okay, well, I mean, I know they got specific practice days, but I mean, certainly when the lights are turned off at the end of the night, someone can go out there with a spotlight and do a few extra laps. If anyone could, you could.
Electric car, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, the locals may not have a barge of it. Right, okay, this is what's going to happen now, because as is usual at Kartmasters, we're going to have bonus YouTube paddock show. How excited are you about bonus YouTube paddock show, Gus?
Sounds good, definitely.
Sounds excellent. Okay, so this is where you're watching this on the lunch break tomorrow, so Gus might already be on pole position for Senior X30. Might already be at the back of the grid for Senior X30. That's better, yeah?
Well, that happened at the British Champs, didn't it? The bumper fell off and that qualified last.
Excellent. But still came through very well. So that's it for us for now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this afternoon's action here at Kartmasters race number 9. It is Senior Rotax Heat 2, and well, we will get you your starting lineup, and we will give you the answer to our latest trivia question very shortly. But here is your starting lineup for Senior Rotax Heat number 2. Jaden Tien from the Netherlands and Matthew Higgins go from row number 1. Liam Hartley and Caden McQueen on row 2. Macaulay Bishop and Jamie Perilli on row 3. Jabba Al-Sabah and Zach Heslop on row 4.
Row 5 is Kian Geraghty and Marcus Littlewood. Row 6, Jack Stedman and Gustavs Buzakovs. Row 7, Austin Lee and Guy Cunnington. Row 8, Armand Hamilton and Tyler Harris.
On row number 9, Deacon Russell and Omar Ganoom, then Ollie Goodyear and Sam Baker, Alexander Cole and Charlie Morrison-Jones go from row number 11, and Harry Blore and Morgan Hudson start from row number 12.
Row number 13, Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Iggy Smith, then Ryan Ward, Enzo Dickenberg, James Tester, Jack Collins, Zayn Salim and Adish Mehta.
That is your first 16 rows. Mark Quinn and Ralph Youngling round out your starting lineup. We are into the tram lines. This will be another 10-minute race. It's a false start. Thank you, drivers. That means that we can tell you. So, before we left you for the lunch break, we said that which one out of myself, Piers Pryor and Nicole Sutherland had their first experience driving a go-kart in the car park of a local zoo and were chased off by the council. I can tell you, let's have a look. The answer is, I've got to say, Nicole Sutherland, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen. Peyton Zoo, apparently. First time her dad put her in a go-kart, drove around the car park. The council thought, not happy with this go-kart, driving around our property, and chased them off. It wasn't me at all.
I thought it was going to be you. I was certain. I was like, that's such a Henry thing to do.
Would I do something as stupid as that?
No, but Nicole would, clearly.
Here we go. Anyway, thank you very much. Back to the racing. Here we go. So that is so congratulations to James Gascoigne, the only person that guessed Nicole. I can't believe that people said it was a Henry thing to do. Would I be that irresponsible and childish? I was only a child at the time. My first experience with a go-kart was the South Wales Karting Centre in Newport.
Really?
Junior Race School, 1989. What was your first time with a go-kart?
IndyCart Indoor Karting Centre in Colchester no longer exists, but a lot of very, very good drivers have stemmed from there. But none, unfortunately, on this grid, but a lot of good drivers who have gone into other things. But we're about to go racing for heat number 2, Senior Rotax, and it is from the front row of the grid, Jaden Tien, who leads us away. Matthew Higgins tries to go around the outside, but followed closely by Liam Hartley, is in second place. Oh, I'm not going to say it, Henry. I'm not going to say it.
There was a little bit of sticker swapping going on into the banking there as we come off the bridge down towards cinema. The Dutchman, Jaden Tien, into hairpin number 1. And look at the Jack Dax Racing MS kart of Liam Hartley there in second position. I got it. And there it goes. Higgins trying to go on the outside as well. And that MS kart looking mighty good there, surrounded by a trio of DHR Lando Norris chassis. And that'll be Macaulay Bishop up into P3, Caden McQueen up into 4th. Everyone else sorting themselves out. And that's the number 181 kart of Jabba Al-Sabah, the Dubai-based driver, getting squeezed a little bit wide there.
Yeah, apologies for my exclamation, Henry, into hairpin 2, but I was watching out of the window and Higgins braked so late I wondered if he was going to go for the lead or miss the corner.
Oh! Bishop up over the back of Higgins.
Someone's exhaust.
And that's Higgins' exhaust gone. Bishop vaulting over the back of his teammate. There's a CRG also going slowly there as well. Couldn't quite see who that was. There's only a couple of CRGs here. So, Macaulay Bishop into the back of his teammate, and Higgins, the number 2 plate in the championship British Championship last year, out of this heat.
Yeah, friendly fire there from the DHR drivers.
That's a good one.
Yeah, there you go, friendly fire. But unfortunately, an over-ambitious move into the bowl, which is uncharacteristic for Macaulay Bishop. As much as he loves to get stuck in, he's clinical these days, and just front wheel to rear wheel touch.
Yes,
and,
yes.
Here we go. Here, watch it again. Right, so we're looking for Macaulay Bishop. There it is. We just saw the second half of it, and then the swipe across the back as Macaulay's just rolled over the rear end. As we see, yes, you were right. The CRG going way off. So far, I've
returning on to that was the number. Oh, was it the number 95? That was. Oh, I don't
know. It's 55.
Ollie Goodyear on the privateer CRGs. Only a couple of CRGs here. Ollie Goodyear and Oliver Meek. But that CRG is down at the back of the field, and it leaves us with a running order comprised of Jaden Tian, Caden McQueen, Liam Hartley, Jamie Perilli, Guy Cunnington, Cian Garrity, and Jack Steadman.
Guy Cunnington decided that his media qualifying wasn't going to be a factor today.
No.
First race, podium. Second race, up 9 positions in 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Guy Cunnington doing Guy Cunnington type things.
Yes.
Who's
he race for?
Guy Cunnington Racing, yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of Guy Cunningtons around, isn't there?
And I've got to say, if you can play the game of having several pints of adult beverages and then say Guy Cunnington and Guy Cunnington Racing and Kai Hunter in the same sentence without upsetting the world, then you're a better person than I.
Well, there's a clip that floats around every now and again from my GT Cup commentary debut, which I won't encourage people to look at, which goes somewhere along those lines. But anyway, Guy Cunnington still getting stuck in, made a move up and then has dropped backwards once again. I think that was Liam Hartley he's fighting with at the moment and making his way through. The Jackson Motorsport driver just holding off the JDR driver of... no, hang on, Liam Hartley's in JDR. Yeah. So, therefore, it's Jamie
Perilli in the number 30 car.
That's a lot of curb taken from Liam Hartley. And also, the MSA UK Academy Young Driver of the Year, Marcus Littlewood, is getting involved here as well.
He is, indeed. He come back to karting, got a warning in his first race. And there's Jaden Tian giving Caden McQueen the hurry up, saying, OK, I'll work with you. Now, of course, Jaden Tian, top driver in Europe, has raced in the... has raced in the Rotax Grand Finals before, but of course now does he know Caden McQueen? Caden McQueen more? Can he trust Jaden Tian? I think that they probably will. There's Macaulay Bishop at the inside. Obviously, his early incident with Matthew Higgins has not dimmed his enthusiasm for going for gaps and making moves. Battling back in the pack, that's the number 72 car. That's Austin Lee. Born in Portland, Oregon, is Austin Lee. Based out in Germany and has raced in the UK full-time last year. I haven't seen much of him this year as Austin Lee, but he is out here and showing that he's lost none of his speed in the top 10, battling away with Cian Garrity and Gustav Busekops. Jabba Al-Saba in number 181. Great job for the XL Motorsport driver in kart 181. It's got a very KR Sport look about it, but it's not. It's not
a KR Sport.
We went through this at Le Mans with Dan Hart. He's got a picture of Martin Smithers and Ash Orchard on his bedroom wall with a little hole cut out. Can't tell you where, but yeah, because he's a bit of a KR fanboy. And
a big move up the inside from one of the short race drivers. Caden's like, come on!
I thought I said you were going to work together.
Yeah, no, he was wrong.
Dutchman.
Yeah, well, the two OTK drivers, one on an LN and one on a KR. Clearly not teammates and clearly not acting like it either, but they're still circling around at the front. Half a second is the gap now to Jamie Perilli, who actually had a very, very strong first heat this morning. He was right up there for a lot of the race. Unfortunately, just fell down ever so slightly in the last couple of laps when it started scrapping, but he's really shown consistent pace in testing as well.
Yeah, and we talked. I was joking about the next team to make that step from almost winners to bona fide winners. Well, Jack's Motorsport took that step at the British Championship at Warden Law in the Micromax class with Sebastian Behrman. This is not a criticism of the Micromax division, but obviously Senior Rotax with all the big names, it's a lot harder to break through.
It's a bit more saturated.
However, Jamie Perilli is leading the charge. Interestingly, Jamie, he retired from karting last year, has come back. But he says he's enjoying it a lot more. He's having a lot more fun. There's no pressure. You know, it's like, do you know what? Like so many of these young drivers getting older, you know, into seniors, 18, 19, 20 years old, you know, to be British champion, to try and, you know, get a sponsorship deal, to move into car racing and all that kind of stuff. It can, when it's sort of, unfortunately, for so many of these drivers, there comes a day where you realise, you know what, Mum and Dad, we haven't got, you know, we're not going to be able to fund car racing. No one's come out of the woodwork to say we'll give you tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of pounds sponsorship, and it could be a bit disheartening.
It's a big move at the back of the field there, Henry. Sorry to step over you. It was a KR Sport driver, so therefore.
And there was a Sodi Vitesse. Or a Sodi kart going backwards. That Enzo Dickenberg, possibly. He's on a Sodi kart, the driver from Den Bosch in the Netherlands. And I think that that occurred to Jamie Pirelli last year. It was like, okay, no, it's not going to happen, but I'm going to walk away. And then he realised, well, actually, look, let's just go back. Look, let's just have fun. Let's have fun.
Talking of some fun,
yes?
Early race leader Jaden Tian going backwards.
Welcome to Kartmasters, Jaden. But yeah, Jamie Pirelli, and it's amazing. When you start having fun and there's no pressure on your shoulders, suddenly the results come.
It's actually so true.
Yeah.
We said it in one of the previous races this morning that it's almost like the harder you're trying, sometimes the worse results. As soon as you almost let go and just go racing, things become faster.
Yes.
But that's. Yeah, talking of that, was one of our drivers who we were just looking at, Liam Hartley, who spoke to him after qualifying, and he was surprised to be as high as he was.
Yeah, but he's showing that it wasn't a complete fluke. There goes Pirelli past him. Now, will Hartley try to go back in on Pirelli? No, yes, no. He thought about it, think about it, and then thought against it.
That was indecision epitomised there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I wasn't indecisive, I just couldn't make my mind up.
Yeah, I used to be indecisive, Henry, but now I'm not sure.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Henry Beaudette and Anthony Jordan School of Bad Punditry, ladies and gentlemen. Out of mixed corner, through the final turn. Now, I understand that tomorrow we're going to have a special guest commentator, Mick Barrett's grandson, who's only 7, who knows all the numbers and the names. He might come in and have a practice.
Am I being replaced already?
No, you're going to... Only for a little bit.
I've only done half a day.
Jaden does the 77 kart, Littlewood backwards, almost takes out one of the photographers. Better luck next time, Marcus.
Well, the good news is, Henry, I was about to step over you a moment ago and say that Marcus Littlewood was having a good race, and I didn't, because now he can't blame me for commentator's curse.
Exactly.
Although another fellow commentator of mine, Lewis McGlade, says the commentator's curse doesn't exist.
Oh, it does.
He says, and his words, not mine, commentator's curse doesn't exist, only bad driving.
Well,
strong words.
All I can say to you, Mr. Commentator, is shut up. Of course it exists. Deary me. I've fallen foul of it many a time, as most team managers here can attest, when they want to shake me warmly by the neck at the end of a race.
Just give you a nice hand hug around there.
Yeah, nice hand hug around the throat. Here we go, Jaden Tian back on point with the fast lap of the race, even though he is only 5th. So, again, that there Dan Holland racing kart is mighty fast.
Plenty of fast karts. When you can see it's pointing to the front again. Liam Hartley saying, look, come on, Jamie, we can fight all race or we can push on to the next group. I think genuinely Liam is...
but clock struck 0, Piers. I mean,
I didn't even see that.
Man's got to defend.
No, to be honest, Henry, I was so engrossed in the race. Time flies when you're having fun. I had no idea. I thought we had about 5 minutes left to go, but no.
Yes, wishful thinking. But Caden McQueen will see the last lap board next time around. This is the battle for 3rd place on screen, which is taking place over 2 seconds behind Caden McQueen and Guy Cunnington, who have waltzed away. A little bit of experience coming to play here. A bit of experience, as Darrell Waltrip would say.
Look at that lap time from Armand Hamilton.
Wow. I think there might be a slight defect there. Unless the scrutineer is going to have fun with that kart afterwards. A 9.93 second lap. I think that Armand Hamilton, who has pitted and is a lap down, that could be a reason.
The inside.
No. Jaden Tian, and he teed that one up, and Jamie Pirelli suddenly decides to take, he didn't decide to take a flying lesson. He was...
it was decided for him.
It was decided for him. That is late on the brakes, not aware of Kartmasters. That's Jaden Tian, I've got to say. Jaden, if you've been here more than once in Kartmasters, you would just know that door was always going to close.
Yes.
the door is open for Caden McQueen to take a victory. Guy Cunnington second, and look at that, Liam Hartley. I didn't even think I was going to qualify this high up. Well, now he's got a top 3 finish. And Liam Hartley for the Jack Dex Racing Team in P3. Gustav Usakovs, good drive from Gustav in 4th. Keith Garrity, Austin Lee, Armand Hamilton. I always thought that Armand Hamilton was actually Irish, and it was Armand Hamilton. But no, Armand Hamilton, no, I was very poor. 191, Liam Hartley, get up son, that's the spirit. Tyler Harris in 8th, Macaulay Bishop, a somewhat sheepish 10th.
Well, it actually was quite bolshy for a very short period, wasn't it?
Yes, but he's now going to be a bit sheepish. Oh, a 5-second penalty for Jamie Perilli. We didn't see what happened afterwards, however.
Yes, we did not.
No,
so potentially some afterthoughts.
Or maybe something that precipitated said manoeuvre. We don't know. We didn't see what happened, but we did see what happened between Tian and Perilli on the last lap. There's Caden McQueen. It's mixed streak. Got clipboard of doom.
Clipboard's out. Guy Cunnington with the double foot technique on the front tyres there is an experienced professional.
Yeah. And mixed streaks, like, please don't drive off, because by the end of the day, with all the fumes, Mick will be high as a kite. It'd be like going back to the 70s for him. He's a biker. He knows all about stuff like that. There's Gustav Usakovs. Here is your unofficial provisional results.
So, after what was a dramatic race, Caden McQueen did come out on top. Guy Cunnington up 12 places to second place. Liam Hartley in third, I'll be very, very happy with that. Gustav Usakovs, again, another driver that kept out of trouble in 4th. Keane Garrity in 5th, Austin Lee 6th, 7th, Armand Hamilton, not Irish. 8th, Tyler Harris, 9th, Jaden Tian after getting involved in that last lap, let's just leave it at that. 10th, our O-play, Macaulay Bishop after early contact with his teammate. 11th, Omar Ghannoum. 12th, Jabba Al-Sabah. 13th, Jack Steadman, and 14th after being assaulted, I think.
Vehicular assault.
Yes, Jamie Perilli.
Here we go. There is the rest of the results on your screen. Of course, you can go to motorsport-timing.co.uk to see the full results of this and every race, but no sooner is one out, the next one is due to start. And here they go, 33 junior Rotaxes head out onto the grid. The starting lineup is as follows. Pole position will be Riley Cranham in kart 118 with Harrison Whitcomb alongside on row number 1. Harry Freeman and Corey Fowler will start from row number 2. Lewis Goff and Theo Palmer on row 3. Jack Robinson and Albie Lapper on row 4.
Row 5, Hugh Moulton, and outside of row 5, Kai Clark. Row 6, Michael Walker and Lucas Blanchford. Row 7, Lizzie Mentier and Joe Anderson. Row 8, Reese Owen and Eva Morris.
On row number 9, we have William Archer and Riley Sims-Ezard, Kai Beach and Daniel Bridge in round 8 of top 20. The Tiny Carter, Ellis Bell and Braith Murdoch go from row number 11, Lloyd Hare and Jack go west on row number 12.
25th place and row 13, Aras Majauskis. Aras. Oh, we better go soon, actually. Brandon Truman, Cole Denham, Ariaman Bansal, Oliver Meek, Harry Holland,
Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Sebastian Lusch and Joshua
Turnbull rounds out our 33 karts. A versus C, Heat 2 for Junior Rotax. Here we go. Right, for the start of the race, from pole position, Riley Cranham in. We do go green first time. Riley Cranham on the inside. Harrison Whitcomb looks for a space to slot in, drops at least one place, and everyone else side by side is one through the grass on the.
It was a green and white wagon.
It was.
With the driver with a white crash helmet. We'll get a name check on that next time around. It could be Ayman Bansal. We will have a little look next time around.
But still in the lead of the race, Riley Cranham defending hard. Harrison Whitcomb has dropped down one place into third. And nose to tail into the first hairpin goes the rest of the field. Hopefully all safely. Nearly 4 abreast in the first hairpin. Harrison Whitcomb has dropped another place. Harrison Whitcomb in that number 66 with the red helmet at the front of the field, as we see jostling the further back in the field and the exit the second hairpin, as we often do. That's the number 59 that we're looking at right there. The 59 is Lucas Blandford getting stuck in, as always. Lizzie Mentier up the inside of Bobby Game Corner.
Yeah, Lizzie Mentier, she raced as a senior the other week at Le Mans, which I think has really helped her, because different age categories in this. In the UK, different age restrictions. So Lizzie, she's a junior in the UK, but she has to be a senior in Europe. Corey Fowler, again Corey Fowler, with his new sponsor this weekend, doing really well. That privateer Gillard chassis. Now Corey's in a good spot here, all on his own in 5th position. If he can just get his head down, because the leaders are already battling away. Lewis Goff, or his dad Stuart, is on there, the Alchemy Car Care driver, and who runs the, I'll get this right, it's the Optimum Motorsport team, isn't it? And they took pole position in the GT class at Le Mans this year.
Yes, they did.
In their McLaren, which I still haven't had mine delivered to Barry in South Wales. I don't know what happened, Stuart. I gave you my spec, you know, Iron Brew Orange.
Must have been less in the post.
You call it papaya orange, it's Iron Brew Orange. So, well, I'm in the paddock. You come and see me later, Stuart.
Our privateer, our privateer in this group here, Corey Fowler, has actually joined the lead group now, and Harrison Whitcomb now gone for the lead on the inside of Lewis Goff.
Not for long.
His Goff has gone straight back inside.
Apparently, Stuart said that if he wins a heat, he'll buy me a McLaren. But like Barry Ashcroft's not here this weekend, so I can't make fun of somebody for like buying false allegations of buying stuff on race wins. But there we go. Harrison Whitcomb, Boybach, only drive here for Argenti, the West Walian driver. I know his mum's, well, Mum Donna isn't here this weekend because she's got her hair salon business back in West Wales. I feel sorry for the poor bugger sat in the chair now because I wouldn't want to be Donna with a pair of scissors whilst watching Harrison battle for a race win at Kartmasters. It'd be like Edward Scissorhands.
Tell you, looking to shut down the race order though, a good start from Lizzie Mentier. She was up 7 places from 13th to 6th. Dropped down 1 now into 7th place, but still great start from her. Biggest mover within the top 15. Cole Denham has a good start as well, up 10, but obviously started well down the order. A bit lower than he potentially would have expected, only in 17th currently.
Now, we can start to see, here is the problem that privateers face. Corey Fowler, he's there in 5th position. He was in a safe 5th position. Then the leaders in front of him started battling, so he catches the lead group. Good news, you would think. Well, not necessarily, because now the chasing pack, led by the Coles racing cart of Hugh Moulton, the Dan Holland racing cart Lizzie Mentier, the Jack Dex racing cart of Michael Ward, and the KR Sport cart of Kai Clark, they've all caught him. So he's got 4 team carts in front of him and 5 team carts behind him. He's the odd one out, he's the privateer, and he's now going to have to work really hard because the drivers and the teams, they will want rid of him. They don't want a pesky privateer in the way, so Corey Fowler has now got to, I'm going to use the S word now, he's got to use savvy.
Got to be savvy.
He's got a B savvy. That's a very good grammatical correction there, thank you very much. And he's already dropped back again. They open the door, he's got no friends out there in terms of, oh, there's a move from Lewis Goff up the inside, and Harry Freeman gives him a little bit of a, okay, well done. Freeman doing a great job with the Evolution racing cart. The number 17, now we saw Team Evolution lose a bunch of positions in qualifying when he was involved in that incident, but he's recovered very well as Freeman. Moulton is there, there's Lizzie Mentier. She's borrowed the Emerson McAndrew Uran's colour palettes for her crash helmet design. Very similar race liveries, but look at that, the Welsh red.
It's easy to spot.
Whitcomb. Oh yes,
Harrison Whitcomb is easy to spot in the pack with the blue and black with the red helmet. It's almost a maroon, not quite, but it's useful when drivers have distinctive helmets you can spot, like Lizzie Mentier with the pink flashes. I'm partial to a pink flash myself.
Well, there we go. I mean, but you can't say that because last time you got yourself caught up in trouble with the law about pink flashing. Oh, there's number 146 cart, Riley Sims Ezard off the track. But yeah, you know, it's very distinctive. I love all the intricate crash helmet designs these drivers cherish. Personally, I'm old school. I just think you should have a crash helmet, your identity, and it is for your entire career. But these drivers, they seem to change their designs all the time. And, you know, it's...
what if you choose one that you don't... What if your tastes change, Henry?
Well, you know, I know variety's the spice of life. However, as a racing driver, you know, luckily, nowadays, you get lots of paddock shows. These drivers get lots of FaceTime. Oh, what's an O? Oh.
Is the front nose cone of our leader, Lewis Goff, was flapping. Whether it's dropped or whether it's just a bit of a flappy nose... remains to be seen.
We'll have a little look.
Keep an eye.
Yes.
I think it seems to be attached because it's not wobbling around. It just seems to have a bit of a... It seems to be porpoising somewhat.
Porpoising. Well, yes. I mean, that's a key word in Formula One in the last couple of years, isn't it? Porpoising. How about number 118, Riley Cranham, the pole sitter. We haven't really spoken about Riley Cranham since the start of the race. He's now coming back into play. It's Goff leading Whitcomb, leading Hugh Moulton in the number 51 Coles Racing cart. Then Riley Cranham in fourth. Then it's the Team Evolution number 78, Jack Freeman, followed by Kai Clark in the number 67. Then the Jack's Racing number 26. Sorry, there's a Jack's Racing cart in there. Yes, there is. That is Mikey Walker, the Jack's Motorsport entry. Great variety of teams. But 2 minutes 58 seconds to go, and Goff is defending. And look at all the people who are trying to join the party.
Yeah, there's some drivers that are also making their way steadily through the field. Cole Denham now up 14 to 13th place, and also Joshua Turnbull, 16 places gained now in 17th. And Henry, I'm going to go and grab a word with some of the drivers after this race.
Excellent.
So I'll let you round out this wonderful Junior Rotax race.
Excellent. Again, Cole Denham, the closer, Cole Denham, a double British kart champion. He is last year's Minimax Kartmasters champion. He's got the youngest, he's got Macaulay Bishop's younger brother, Mason, mechanicking for him this weekend. Mason is too young to actually go on the grid, on the dummy grid. He's not 16, but he does know how to bolt a go-kart together, and Cole Denham has just set the fastest lap of the race. Up in the top 10, he qualified 27th. He's now in the top 10. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson has not started. She took a bit of a knock in the qualifying crash earlier. There's a move from, couldn't quite see who that was further back in the pack. Lucas Blanford, I think that was making a move coming off the bridge. So Cranham leads. Unfamiliar livery, the Fusion colours in Rotax, but it's Cranham who leads Goff. And then it's Whitcomb, then a gap back to side-by-side action. Here comes Kai Clark trying to challenge Jack Freeman. Mikey Walker is next. Here's Corey Fowler, privateer watch, and he is ahead of the number 141 cart. That would be Lloyd Hare. So two of the Team Evolution racing machines are doing very well. Lloyd Hare, he's gained 10 places in this race, so he was another one that was caught up in that earlier accident, or the earlier issue in qualifying. And I think that's why we might not have Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, because she tweaked her wrist in that multi-cart crash in timed qualifying. But off the bridge, down the hill, 30 seconds to go. Cranham and Goff. Cranham, who had a bit of an anonymous start to this race, has now sprung to life and is leading Lewis Goff. Whitcomb closing back in, and then it's Freeman, Clark, Walker, Moulton, Blanford, Mentier and Hare, the top 10. Behind the top 10, you have Denham, Turnbull for the back of the grid. Owen, Robinson, Anderson, West, Lapper, Veach and Iman Bansal. That is your top 20. What can Harrison Whitcomb, the youngster from Haverfordwest in West Wales, he's fallen away a little bit because Lewis Goff is content to push and push and push. Michael Walker sets the fast lap of the race. That's another little thing to chalk up for Jack's Motorsport. Another fastest lap for that team. Down the hill towards hairpin number 1. So, what will Lewis Goff do? He's had a penalty, a 5-second penalty. Looking up at the thing, Lewis Goff again, another penalty. I mean, I'm not quite sure what for, but we will, out of my sight, so I don't know why he's been given an in-race penalty. He got another in-race penalty in Junior X30. He's trying to do double duty, so is Riley Cranham, and well, Cranham's day is going considerably better than Lewis Goff's day. And I'm not saying, and before anyone starts saying, no, he hasn't been given a penalty because his dad Stuart hasn't delivered my McLaren yet. That's not the case at all. Here we go into turn 4 for the final time. Cranham, Goff checking over his shoulder. Now, of course, Lewis Goff, he would have seen that he's got a 5-second penalty, and this is smart now from Lewis Goff. So, this is intelligent driving. Rather than defect, try and attack Riley Cranham, and then watch Cranham slow down and both lose time. Goff just pushes him home, and he's going to try and get, he's got to get as much time, he's got to get as few karts between himself, his finishing position on track, and 5 seconds after the penalty has been applied. And of course, if Cranham slows down, more and more karts will finish within 5 seconds of Lewis Goff, and he'll lose more and more places. So this is smart drive from Lewis Goff. Cranham will take the win. Goff second on the road. Let's see how far back Goff will drop as the rest of the field come across the line. Whitcomb will take second. Walker will take third. Clyde Clark will take fourth. Then it's Harry Freeman and Hugh Moulton. And then it'll be Lewis Goff. So Lewis Goff will finish 7th after that, ahead of Jack West, Lloyd Hare and Lucas Blanford rounding out the top 10. Cole Denham in 11th. Josh Turnbull from 33rd to 12th position. Well done. Piers Pryor will be chatting to a couple of the contenders at the end of this one. But here are your unofficial results. Riley Cranham, Lewis Goff and Harrison Whitcomb on the road at least, before penalties are applied. Michael Walker and Kai Clark are next. Harry Freeman, Hugh Moulton, Jack West, Lloyd Hare and Lucas Bradford, your top 10. Then the closer, Cole Denham in 11th, followed by Josh Turnbull. Corey Fowler, the leading privateer home. No, Blanford is, I do apologise. Lizzie Mentier in 14th place, followed by Rhys Owen, Albie Lapper, Joe Anderson, Kai Beach, William Archer, Aris Majewskis, then Ryan and Truman, Sebastian Luce, Ellis Bell, Craig Murdoch, Theo Palmer, Oliver Meek and Eva Morris. The rest of the finishes there on your screen, but I think Daniel Bridgen finishing at the back of the field, Jack Robinson, Harry Holland and Riley Sims-Ezard outside the top 20, Ayman Bansal in 27th. So that was, there's Harry Freeman, Harrison Whitcomb, okay, so there is the 249 cart of Theo Palmer going over there. But very briefly, let's have a little quick chat with Piers Pryor. Who have you got for us now, Piers?
Well, I was going to grab Riley Cranham, but unfortunately, I think Dan Ashton is going to have a stern word with our drivers, all of them. So I don't really have much more to add, unless you want to just listen in. But anyway, Henry, back to you.
Okay, thanks, Piers. What I think we might do is, it's not fair to listen in to a race director scolding the drivers. It is good insight some of the time. However, at the end of that race, obviously, Dan Ashton, Nigel Edwards, it's their job to keep the drivers safe, and obviously they saw a lot in that race they weren't happy with, so we will allow Dan to give the scolding. Meanwhile, we will hear from one or two of our very loyal sponsors. I'll be back shortly. Here we go then, 33 drivers. Can we get through the entire grid in half a lap? I'll summon my Uncle Tyrone, of course we can. Gus Lawrence and Lewis Bird are on row number 1. Caden McQueen and Fred Green on row number 2. Aaron Brown and Henry Greg's on legs, row number 3. Gabriel Silp and Jack Nettleship are on row number 4. Harry, Air Force 1, Platinum and Alistair Cresswell are next. Koo-Hyo Lee from South Korea and Christopher Bingham on row 6. Micah Taylor and Louis Johnson Cole, followed by Ella Stevens and Ireland's Robbie Buckley on row number 8. Then Rashan Chigarimbo and Bahrain's Ty Makia, followed by Tristan Powell, Kuwait Saka Al-Masheji, Luke Taylor, Katie Ashman, David Marzal and Dayton Coulthard. Next up we got Piotr Yurovich, followed by Joel Hull, Tony Caswell, Freddie Housley, Tiger Nixon, Harrison Morrow, Daniel Archer and from Moldova, Eden Spanswick. And the lights go out. Of course we could do it. 10 minutes of action. Here we go. Into turn number 1, Piers Pryor, and a couple of carts going fast tracking, and somebody almost in the tyres. They just about squeeze their way out, probably needing a change of underwear.
Yeah, that was a very, very close call underneath the bridge. That's somewhere you definitely do not want to come a cropper, but it's a Gus Lawrence at the front of the field.
It's a very Bentley it's a Bentley. No, Bentley is it? It's a badly bent rear axle.
Badly bent.
For Ella Stevens has not come around.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. It must have been involved in that first lap battle, and the
it's
rear axle would have been
Tiger Dixon. His dad said, "Can you come in to the MTL and have a chat with Tiger Dixon and like have a bit of a laugh and a joke with him?" Got a feeling that even my jokes won't go down very wonderfully well at the end of this one.
And Morrow there going wide on the exit Bobby game, getting through all the marbles, so his tyres will be a little bit slippery for the next half a lap or so, but we've had Gus Lawrence pull out a 6/10 gap over the start-finish line. Aaron Brown just went for the lead for the Vismo International team on Lewis Bird there into turn number 1. Did he hold on to it? Did he hold on to it? Yes, he did. And also his teammate, Formation Flying from Vismo, went through as well.
Well, Henry Gregory, who has, I'll hold my hands up, full disclosure. Greg's on legs has provided the commentary box with not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 litres of Iron Brew.
Do you know what, Henry? I've actually never had Iron Brew.
Well,
I've actually never had an Iron Brew. I'll sample it later on because I don't want to end
I got
up...
a fresh 2 and a hussy here for you. Here we go, but there's the O plate. That's Air Force 1, Harry Platten. He came back to win the O plate this year, or last year, and he doesn't do much racing anymore, this Air Force 1. There's a lot of driver coaching, but he is a double Kartmasters champion. And there's Aaron Brown. Aaron Brown helps with the team, builds the engines, and drives the wagon.
He doesn't drive too slowly either, because look at him, he's just dropping in behind Fred Green, but that's nothing to be sniffed at as he looks up the inside, coming off the bridge, and somehow gets the move done. That was a late move, and once again, Formation Flying from Vismo International.
Yes.
They are now 2nd and 3rd.
It's certainly not flying Han Solo here. This is, it's almost like, it's almost like a Death Star coming towards him. And all Henry Gregory does is provide Iron Brew and stupid sunglasses that you'll see in the paddock show later.
Gabriel still up the inside of Lewis Bird into the Fullerton S's now. Aaron Brown once again takes that 2nd position off his teammate, so they're still squabbling over those. I must say, actually, Gabriel Stilp has done very well. He was actually struggling a little bit in terms of pace on Thursday morning in terms of practice.
I mean, so Gabriel Stilp, 2022 Junior X30 British Kart champion, the only driver in history to win 2 Junior X30 IAMI World Finals Grand Final victory. He did that in 2021 and 2022. Then went off to do a bit of car racing, did very well. Then the pennies dried up, and even a driver of Gabriel Stilp's calibre, and Gabriel Stilp, he is absolutely intrinsically linked with the Croc promotion team and that Mad Croc chassis. Teammates or not, here we go. Oh, it's Kartmasters.
Oh no!
Oh,
that's
Katie
3.
Katie McQueen's got 2 of them trying to piggyback over the back of him. It was who was the number 24 cut? Lewis Bird. Aaron Brown now trying to explain Katie McQueen.
Plead his innocence.
Somebody else comes into the pits. Is that Jack Nettleship pitting? Yes, it was Nettleship pitting as well. Well, that was Caden McQueen's not really happy with that, but it wasn't again. He got. I'm going to be very careful what I say here, but Caden McQueen got double mounted
Yes.
Did we get away
I
with
think
that
the
one?
innocent party in that one was Lewis Bird. He wasn't really anything to do with it. Unfortunately, looking up the inside was Brown, and just a little bit late, and then wheel-to-wheel contact. We've seen it a number of times. Once the wheel-to-wheel contact, things become unpredictable.
Yes.
And all this is doing is helping Gus Lawrence pull a 2-second gap at the front of the field.
We're looking at Robbie Buckley on our screen there in the number 125 car, the Irishman from County Louth. In Ireland, obviously that's why he's an Irishman. That's a really smart-looking go-kart.
Christopher Bingham.
Number 26, Christopher Bingham, the S8 Racing. Now, that's a Gillard chassis for Chris Bingham, apparently. The rest of the S8 Racing team are on TB karts, but that is a very smart-looking wagon. Fair play. It's not a Fullerton, it's a Gillard. So says the entry list. Stuart Briley is Stuart Briley chasing, cheering on Robbie Buckley. And Robbie's up into 7th place. The luck of the Irish, and I won't do my Irish impression. I've already
Best not.
Best not. I've already upset them because I got one Northern Irishman and one Republic of Irishman mixed up, which could have.
Quick drivers on circuit at the moment.
Oh,
Our lead.
Bingham, sorry.
No, you carry on.
No, Bingham was almost ready to ruin his lovely graphics kit by misjudging his braking distance into the first hairpin.
An optimistic braking point, was it, Henry? Oh, and Platten getting a little bit of a helping hand from Gregory behind there as they work their way to the Fullerton S's. I think these three would actually do quite well just to take a chill pill for a minute or so.
Yes.
Because they are letting Gabriel Stilp roll away from this little group here.
Yeah.
Gabriel Stilp has done well, actually, up 5 places from 7th on the grid. I know he was a little bit disappointed with his qualifying.
Yeah,
so.
Fred Green as well in the number 51 car is chasing them as well. So up at the front, it is Lawrence and Stilp. Stilp, again, we were talking a little about, it's so hard to jump back into a kart after being out for months and be bang on the pace again. It just goes to show how talented the likes of Stilp and Platten are, that they can come back in. And there is Green on Gregor's.
Up 1, down 2.
Up 1, down 2, yeah. That's look at that. You can see there, standing either side of a post, McQueen and Brown. Caden McQueen has all the look of a man who
just been taken out of a race.
Who was promised a steak dinner and got served up a tin of spam.
Yeah.
You know?
Let's safe to say they're probably not going to be seen next to each other in the bar sharing rounds.
Well, I don't know. Charlie...
Not that they would be in the bar anyway, Henry, because of course it's a race weekend and the racing and alcohol don't go together.
I know we've got 3 minutes to go in this race. Charlie King on the live chat. There are several Charlie Kings in karting. Charlie, we've also had, that's just obviously Charlie King, who's not raced this weekend in Junior Rotax because his father sadly passed away. There's another Charlie King who was in TKM last year as the number 48 car.
We missed something, Henry,
Micah Taylor is leading. No, Gus Lawrence is still in the lead of the race.
And Fred Green was...
He was 3rd or 4th. He was in that group. He's dropped back a little bit.
Yeah, but he's getting well involved now. But also a good drive from Robbie Buckley up 10 places.
Yeah, fair play to the Irish. So Robbie Buckley came to Sherrington last weekend, ended up with a go-kart on his head, courtesy of his countryman, Conor McPollin. And I hope Conor is doing well. Conor McPollin and his mechanic Paddy appear in the British Championship once, go on the paddock show once, and drop more naughty words that required post-show editing than anybody else in the history of the show, and then rolls his go-kart and doesn't race the next day. Love you, Conor and Paddy.
Hey, born showman, that's for sure.
Exactly.
Born showman. We're looking at this battle here between Henry Gregory and Rob. And is that Henry? We had another change here. Henry Platten. Hey, there's been a bit of a change here.
Well, Gregory is now ahead of Platten.
Yes. So therefore,
third.
Yes, it's 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So Henry Gregory and Harry Platten still fairly nose to tail, and they've been around each other most of the race. They've been up as high as 3rd. They've been down as low as about 6th or 7th.
But they've got very similar livery karts.
But not the same team.
Not the same team. The BMR Restart team providing Harry Platten. Then it is the number 125. Here's Robbie Buckley getting passed by Fred Green. So Buckley was up in 5th. Now he's down to 6th again. Alistair Cresswell for Tim Wilson Motorsport is next. then Louis Johnson-Cool, Koo-Hyo Lee from South Korea in the privateer entry Tony kart. Let's have a look, see where the number 222 kart is. He'll be coming down the hill.
That's the 122.
Into hairpin number 1. That's the 112 kart. Koo-Hyo Lee is, I'm trying to see where he, now he's down as number 222 on my entry list.
He should be between Johnston-Cool and Micah Taylor.
But
yes, there.
Yes, there he is. But he's not a privateer Tony kart. We'll have a little look there. There's Cresswell. I think he might be in the premium karting. Now, that's Louis Johnson-Cool. I know Koo-Hyo for many years, but I can't see what wagon he's... Ah, yes, he's in a very brightly liveried...
Almost the brightest car on the circuit, and we can't see him.
Of course I couldn't see him. So Koo-Hyo Lee doing an excellent job in that number 222 kart. Now, I can't quite see what awning he's running out of. He might be running out of the Mick Barrett awning, you know. I'm not quite sure. So there was a couple of non-Mick Barrett livery karts in that awning.
Louis Johnson-Cool in that blue kart for premium karting, making a position up there on the 125 of Robbie Buckley. So a good exit off of the bridge, helping out Louis Johnson-Cool. We spoke to Louis. Oh, actually, more side-to-side racing.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
In the second hairpin as Johnson-Cool loses that place he gained and one more. So we caught up with Johnson-Cool briefly in the paddock show, didn't we?
Yes, he did, and he's not racing full-time anymore, but he said he did go to 4% of his lectures in university. But passed. I'm not sure if his dad's aware. But
he is now.
Well, he is now. Yes. Anyway, he hasn't lost any of his speed either, has Louis Johnson-Cool. And there's the signal. Here, Force 1 gives Gregory the little hurry up and says, OK, let's go. Final lap. They're 5 seconds behind Gabriel still. I don't think that they're going to catch anyone. Lawrence, well, Gus Lawrence, he hasn't had much TV time here. He's in the EGP sticker. Okay. That is Koo-Hyo Lee. Right, well, Gregory is going to defend now. Fred Green, they're trying to go 3 wide into hairpin number 2. Will they make it 3 wide out? Here is Gus Lawrence. After a nice, this is the perfect race for Gus Lawrence. We save our tyres, we don't get involved in any skirmishes, and Piers Pryor must remember to ask Gus Lawrence about his hair care routine, because people have been asking on the live chat. So Lawrence wins. Stilp, who finished second a year ago, finishes second. Harry Platten finishes third ahead of Henry Gregory, Fred Green, Robbie Buckley for the Irish contingent. Well, it's been a great... Ireland are having their best Olympic Games ever, and they're almost having... I mean, Robbie Buckley is having, you know, a great performance at Kartmasters as well. So, you know, it's... Irish eyes are smiling both in Paris and at PFI. Louis Johnson-Cool 7th, Koo-Hyo Lee 8th, then Micah Taylor and Alistair Cresswell. Micah Taylor getting plenty of support online from Oliver Pablo. Well done. How come, Ruben Bagley asking, how come Gus Lawrence exhaust is facing down? Because that's the way Pod, his mechanic, put it on the go-karts. Here is your unofficial race results from race number 11. Lawrence wins by nearly 3 seconds from Gabriel Still. Harry Platten is third, Henry Gregory, Fred Green, Robbie Buckley, Louis Johnson-Cool, Koo-Hyo Lee, Micah Taylor and Alice Cresswell, your top 10. Timer here, then Tristan Powell and Rashan Chikarimbo in 13th, followed by Luke Taylor. Then it is Christopher Bingham, followed by Ella Stevens, Lewis Bird, Joel Hull, Freddie Housley, David Marshall, then Dayton Coulthard, Tony Kazagel, Saka Alamasherji, Petr Jurovic, Ethan Spanswick, Daniel Archer, and Harrison Morrow, with Aaron Brown, Katie McQueen, Jack Nettleship, and Katie Ashman failing to finish. Tiger Dixon going out on the rolling lap, or the opening lap. What's next? Well, HM Motorsport, I can exclusively reveal to you that the very next thing on this broadcast will be a chat with Piers Pryor down the pit lane as Henry Gregory's kart goes through, and there's Hair Force 1, who's had a haircut, so but still fringe on point. You know, very proud of that. The next race will be Water Swift restricted, but not after we hear from Piers Pryor down in the pit lane. Keep your comments coming in. And after Piers Pryor, we'll probably have another bit of trivia. Piers, Gus Lawrence, remember to ask him what his hair care routine is. You had lots of questions, Piers.
I'm sure Gus would rather comment on his race than his hair care routine, but we'll start with the race. Start was good, and then I suppose you just kind of managed it from there.
Yeah, I guess you saw more than me. I just had a good start, came around the next lap to see all grass on the track, so a bit slippery, missed a few corners, and then once I got in my stride, obviously I looked over my shoulder at the end and saw quite a big gap. I don't know how that happened or if they was defending or whatnot. It's unlikely to have a gap that big. Yeah, it was a good first race.
And we have, Henry's pressing me. He's asking, is there a new hair care routine or is it just...
No, just don't wash it every day. Obviously after karting you need to, it's horrid, but in the week, don't wash it every day. A little bit of that wax. In it goes.
Bosh. There we go. Well, if we keep chatting to you, then the weekend's going to be going okay. Gus, congratulations on another win. Let's grab a word with Harry Platt. And Harry, third place on the road in that one. It was a bit of a busy one.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I was hoping to sort of, when I hit the top four, hoping to just break away. But, I mean, Henry wanted to race and he had to do what he had to do and then brought a few more people into it. But I've missed it and it's enjoyable. So
it does look enjoyable out there, but you also managed to stay out of the trouble that we saw at Hairpin too.
Yeah, I sort of knew Caden was like ripping through the pack. I saw him go for the move, and as soon as I saw him try and squeeze the gap, it was always going to be a bit of a racing incident and just pick up the pieces. But
absolutely picking up the pieces, right place, right time. We'll see you out on the course again later on. That is some of the reaction we've had from the Senior Rotax, but we've only got a few seconds before Senior X30. That's all we've got time for now. Henry will talk you through the start of the next race.
Yes, the next race is Water Swift restricted. We've got time for a very, very quick trivia question. In the live chat, which one of your presenters, myself, Piers Pryor, or Nicole Sutherland, which one of us had a Peugeot 106 as our first car? Peugeot 106 first car. Myself, Piers, or Nicole? Answers in the live chat as I bring you the starting lineup for race number 12. It's Alfie Davidson and Chester Fawkes due to start from row number 1, Daniel Ferguson and James Roots on row number 2, Joshua Cook and Oscar Kenny are on row 3, Harry Chapman and the Queen of Kashmir, Attica Mia on row 4, Alessandro Salas and Reggie Chandler is next, Mason Hibbert and Harry Favell are on row number 12, Finley Bedford and George Greaves on row number 7, Hugo Williamson and sadly not Rex Pooley are out. So 15 carts. Keep your answers coming in. Royal Princess Motorsports, this is today's coverage, not yesterday's coverage. You can watch the rest of yesterday's paddock show tonight after this. You can also then, later on tonight, because you're in the United States, so you're at least 5 hours behind, you can then watch tonight's paddock show, which we're going to record after this, today's racing. Keep your answers coming in. First car, Peugeot 106. Myself, Piers Pryor, or Nicole Sutherland. Bryn Alban, it's too new to be Henry. I take great offence to that, Bryn Alban, even though you've got a Welsh name, so you're okay. Here we go, into the tram lines, lights are out, we're off and racing. Davidson gets a good start, Chester Fawkes trying to squeeze alongside, side by side for P2 between Fawkes and Ferguson. We head into the banking for the first time. That wonderfully livery blue privateer cart of Hugo Williamson trying to make a move, and that move did work in this class. Reggie Chandler, the only driver in the paddock on a Falcon chassis. Rocco Valentino, why are some drivers down has got English flags and others have got GB? Can they not use Wales or Scotland or Ireland? They can, but it's when a driver or their parent fills out the entry form, they can either put England, Wales, Scotland or GB. And there we go. Where's Will Green? Will Green is in Water Swift Inter. This is Water Swift Restricted, and that is Finley Bedford going very slowly on his Paralin kart.
Yeah, we didn't see what happened there, unfortunately, but he's got a fair amount of ground to make up. But a closely packed field still at the end of this first lap. Just the 4 drivers who've just broken away, or gone broken away from. But it is Daniel Ferguson still at the front of the field. Alfie Davidson trying desperately to bump draft the 2 of them away, but James Roots, who we saw in the previous Water Swift Restricted race, he was right there, and another cone has fallen over.
Sadly, dump, another cone bites the dust. Dump. There we go. Yes. And that cone, it's like a cat. Every time, it's got 9 lives. It's like a weeble. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. If they do fall down, they'll fall back up again. You've missed the Troglodytes is back on, so congratulations. Our chat algorithm is about to go through the roof. Welcome back, Troglodyte. We had the trivia question of whose first car was a Peugeot 106. Apparently, I'm too old to have a Peugeot 106. So I can reveal. Well, we'll give. I won't reveal just yet. Let's talk about this go-kart race for 1 minute.
Chester Forks has the fastest lap of the race now, and that last lap going almost a whole tenth faster than Daniel Ferguson and Alfie Davidson at the lead of the race. So bringing that gap down, he will be looking to join on the back and make it a 3. Well, I say a 3.
Oh, James Roots.
I say a 3-cut battle. It's basically a 5-cut battle for the lead at the moment, Henry.
Yes, and these karts are narrower, so there's more space, more room for them to like span out 3 wide. Possibly 4 wide. Now, that is the George Gibbons Motorsport number 13 of Atacamia making her way into what is, I believe, 5th position. No, back to 6th, with James Roots moving back into position. Uncle Roger Young, are there any more Senior Rotax Heat for the day? Yes, there is one more Senior Rotax Heat. This is race number 12. And Senior Rotax, the last Senior Rotax Heat of the day, is race number 17. So, Roger, I would advise you from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan, and I'll speak to Roger. I'll say that Roger Young's doing a fantastic job of trying to integrate European-style karting into Taiwan and Chinese Taipei. No, and there's lots of drivers from the UK going over there. There's lots of drivers coming over, to the UK as well, trying to, Chinese Taipei and Taiwan, they want to improve their general level of karting. Big move.
Oh, no, drama for the lead. That was
Alfie Davidson.
They came together?
Yes. You're allowed to use that C word, came together. Yes, CT. Like, you're allowed to use that word, okay.
Yeah, that was a bold move up the inside of the corner off the bridge. We're now having another move for the lead, the 38 of Chester Forks, taking the position away from Daniel Ferguson, and a little tap on the helmet to say, I don't want to get overtaken, thanks.
Yeah, and Roger Young, he's a great supporter. He's commentated with me before, and he's got a good relationship going on with Strawberry Racing, with Mark Kimber, with Mark Baines. Stratos Motorsport, a team out in Asia.
The world of
yes.
World of karting.
So Roger's doing a really good job. I know I make fun of him a lot, and obviously when you meet Roger, you'll realise why. But no, I'm joking. He's doing a fantastic job. Not always with the support of the karting community in Taiwan, but again, it's getting better out there, and the influence of the European-style influence is really improving. Troglodyte is already on the live stream. As you're watching Chester Forks, lead Daniel Ferguson, James Roots, Oscar Kenny, and then Alfie Davidson. What do you call a car you sleep in? A Bedford. Love that. A Bedford. Bedford. By the way, serious question. If anyone knows of a Bedford Rascal,
my dad.
I'm looking to buy I'm looking to buy 2 things in life: a Bedford Rascal and a Basset Hound.
My dad has a Daihatsu Hijet, which is the same car with a different badge on.
I know it's the same car, but it's not a Bedford Rascal.
And he had a Suzuki Super Carry as well.
See, it's not a Rascal. It's not a Rascal. I want a Rascal so I can paint like the 18 van.
I'm going to also, I'm feeling a bit triggered in the chat at the moment. Someone, I think it was Rapid Ralph 96.
Ralph Branscombe, yes.
Yeah, I think he started off the Piers. My name is Piers.
Piers.
And then everyone else has chimed in with the Piers.
Yes. Well, speaking as we're mentioning Piers' name, as we watch a bit of trivia, as we watch the racing, a bit of trivia. who had Peugeot 106 as their very first motor car?
Well, it wasn't Piers. It was Piers.
It was Piers.
It was.
Piers
Her name
Pryor.
was Cecilia. She was 1998, light blue. She was the Independence model.
Okay.
She was one of 3 door. She drove like a go-kart.
Excellent.
And unfortunately, my dad sold her.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I went to uni, came back, and she was gone.
And Cecilia, you're breaking my heart.
Yeah, I don't know what happened
my
to it.
dad has sold you on eBay.
Yeah, my favourite car I've ever owned. It was an absolute brilliant car. No power steering.
course
No
not.
electric windows.
Of course not.
The only thing that was electric on that Peugeot was the rear heated windscreen, and it worked.
And it worked.
And it worked.
My first car, ready? Hillman Avenger. 1974 Hillman Avenger in
Isn't that a
Caribbean
film?
blue. Pun? It should have made a film about that car. But that was not a trivia question.
Kart racing. We now have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
go-karting.
7 kart train for the lead effectively.
Yes.
Once you have the slipstream like this, so I say the back 3 of that, so 7th, 6th, and 5th are just out of touch at the moment.
Oh no, that looks like young. Who's on our Falcon? That looks like young Reggie Chandler, who's had a moment. Reggie Chandler, fair play. Reggie's got some excellent merch. He is old school merch, like a rat on the knuckles from the headmaster. That's how old school Reggie Chandler's merch is. It's got the Gulf livery. It's got the real 70s style.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, no. I was ready. Unfortunately, Reggie's out of this race, but we'll try and capture him in later on.
I see what I got some nice retro style merch recently. I don't often buy clothes, as my partner Kate will attest to. She always has to buy them for me because I just stick with what I've got. I'm a bloke, aren't I, Henry?
Exactly.
And I actually, one of my good friends, Matty, who I race with on the simulator, he said, have a look on the Hollister and Abercrombie & Fitch website.
Yes.
They've got some McLaren vintage. I got myself a McLaren jumper.
There's a Cannon Williams.
My favourite ever Formula 1 car. On the front of it is the front, and on the back is the back. The 2008 McLaren Formula 1 that took Lewis Hamilton to his first World Championship, and I love that T-shirt. Anyway, racing. We're getting distracted.
Go-karting. Daniel Ferguson leads Chester Fawkes, James Roots, and Alfie Davidson. 2 minutes to go. They come down the hill, and back at the pack there, Josh Cook, the Cookie Monster, looks to the inside and passes the E-plate holder, Oscar Kenny. Attica Mia has fallen back into 8th position. Alessandro Salas is 9th. Harry Chapman is 10th. And there goes Davidson. Now he's going to try and work his way back through the pack. Clear hand signals there. Alfie Davidson lost a lot of ground. He went for that one move coming off the bridge that didn't quite work. And now he has to try and catch up. So into the Mike Wilson complex, through mixed corner now. Can Daniel Ferguson hold on? Ferguson, well, he's entered as a privateer. He's got Ram Racing on his thing. That's, I think, his dad's team. And they come through there. It used to be Ralph and McDonald, the Ram Racing team, back in Formula 1. And there is Alfie Davidson. Well, he's showing that he can almost win these things at will. Side by side for second. Great drive for Mason Hibbert. Now let's see Hibbert. He runs a bit wide. Drops back to third. That's going to be fourth because James Roots for the Evolve team is now up the inside. Oh, and there's Chester Fawkes just letting Mason know that he's there. Cook and then Kenny. "20 seconds to go. Into Fullerton S's Chester Fawkes and Kenny. Oh, dearie me. And Chester Fawkes into the barriers. I'm looking out there. We're not showing it. Chester Fawkes is up. He is out of his cart, and he is trying to push his cart back into the race. That was a fierce amount, and he's driving away. Oh, what a brave young man he is. And when we look back at that, you'll see why we did not show the immediate aftermath, because Chester Fawkes was up on 2 wheels. He knows the car is damaged, but he drives it back to the pits. Well done, that young man. If we see that, well, we may not see that back, but he went up on 2 wheels and he went hard, nose first, into the safety barriers on the exit of the Fullerton S's. and, you know, a driver forward in the cart, steering wheel, chest, all that stuff. So we didn't want to see, we didn't show it, but I can tell you he was up and out and pushed his cart back on the track and then drove it into the pits. So, now Josh Cook there and Mason Hibbert having a little discussion there. Hibbert on the outside. So, the checkered flag is out. Alfie Davidson will win this race from Daniel Ferguson and James Roots. Then it is Joshua Cook in 4th, Mason Hibbert 5th, and Oscar Kenny in 6th. Alessandro Salas, good result for Alessandro Salas in 7th position. Then it's Atakamia in 8th, Harry Chapman 9th, George Greaves 10th, Hugo Williamson and Harry Fable in 12th place. Finley Bedford, yes, troglodytes, I remember that. And then Chester Bar. So, hang on. Ollie Hancock, who, oh yes, have a little look at this again, and we're only showing this replay because Chester Fawkes is absolutely A-OK. He makes the move up the inside, rear wheel to rear wheel contact. Oh, Kenny got up on the curb and boom, into the car. And again, he's already back on the power. Can I drive it out? Can I drive it out? I'm sure that when Chester goes and has a little sit down, Mum and Dad will want to get, you know, will want to get him checked out, and that, of course, safety being the ultimate priority. And there is James Roots going through. There's Joshua Cook going through. And you could see that, you know, Kenny, but he bounced over that curb and just literally that bounced him in. He could, you know, he didn't drive into the side of Fawkes' cart. Over the curb, the momentum on the outside just pushed him into Fawkes. And that is good. Ed Redfern. That's a name I haven't heard in 30 years. Interesting story about Ed Redfern. The guy that I coached the Bahamas national team with raced and beat Ed Redfern in a race down at Clay Pigeon. Ed Redfern at the time was in Formula Zip, and my mate, he was an indoor kart marshal. But he has restored his old Bedford Rascal race van from his cadet years, and he never sold it. Ooh, if he's painted it like the 18 van, I'm interested. I got 50 quid and 200 Marlboros that I can swap him. But Piers Pryor is down in the pit lane.
I am. I've got Alfie Davidson down here. Alfie Davidson, our winner in that race. Very, very close. Only a 1/10 of a second. How was the race for you?
Good. We've won both heats, which I'm happy with. Within going in tomorrow, points will do for us for the Kartmasters. Kartmasters, anything can happen in Kartmasters, so we've done well from so far.
You're absolutely right about that. Anything can happen, but you're putting yourself in a very good position for a strong start in the Grand Prix final. But of course, a long way to go. How, you know, was the racing pretty relaxed out there? Were you stressed? How were you feeling?
Well, I knew that even if I go back, I'm quick enough to come to the front like I just did, because I dropped back within about 2 laps and then caught back up with in about 3 laps. So we know we've got the pace to win.
Excellent. Well, Alfie, congratulations on another very strong result. I'll let you go and debrief with the team. We'll hopefully go grab... Alfie, could you go and grab James Roots for us, please? I'm quite enjoying just, you know, getting the young racers in these championships to get my drivers for me, because it means that I don't have to wander in there, because I don't know if the signal will stretch. Is he ready to have a wed? Yes, he is. James Roots. James, nice to meet you. How was that race for you? 3rd place. Are you happy?
Yeah. I lost a few positions every now and then, but I managed to gain them back.
It looked like it was busy on circuit. How were the moves for you? Did you find that the pace was good in the kart?
Yeah, I found the pace was quite good in the kart, yeah.
Brilliant. And what can you do tomorrow? Of course, you've had some good races today. What are you thinking about for tomorrow's races?
Well, I think if I do well, I'll get a good position for the pre-final, and then hopefully I'll do well in the pre-final, which will set me up for the final.
James, thank you very much for chatting to us. We'll let you go and go and cool off, because you're probably quite warm in that nice black suit there, aren't you? Lovely weather down here. The track temperature is still rising. And the run from here to the commentary box is keeping me warm, but I'm looking forward to getting back in the air conditioning with Henry, who's going to take you through the grid of the next race.
Here we go then, the second and final Water Swift intermediate heat of the day. Green flag around the track. The track is clear. Karts will be heading out very, very shortly. Provisionally in Water Swift Restricted, Alfie Davidson has 0 points and 2 wins. Daniel Ferguson on 4 points is second. James Roots in 6 points is third. But we've now got another 30 drivers. Here's your starting lineup with Enzo Butterazzi and Zach Champney on row number 1. Luca Narroway and Jarlath Sayer on row 2, Nathaniel Hodges and Will Green going from row number 3. Max Mason and Austin Newstead will start from row number 4. George Clark and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio round out your top 10, and it's Eric Babicek and Harry Williams. Freddie Wood and Sukmani Kira, Oliver Warner and Finley Lines on row number 8. Then it is Austin Gibson and Mason Brooks on row 9, Charlie Clough and Colby Patterson on row 10, Grayson Wardley and Blair Smith on row 11, Araya Mehta and George House. Callum Graham, Jensen Ackerman, Baron Altidsoy, Harley Musk and Derek Rivera round out the order. And troglodytes, yes, you have seen the infamous clip from Kartmasters 2014 where I got electrocuted live on air. The clip starts with me asking, has anyone got any tape? Why? Because I've got to change the microphone. Ah! And then there followed several naughty words that I didn't realise I was still on air, but I had just been electrocuted live on air. Thank you, troglodytes. You're not the same person behind Kart Bandit, or you're the kart mechanic. Oh no! That's number 12, Jensen Ackerman, a very principled driver. See, get that one right. He is in the number 12 Synergy Factory car. Jensen trying to get back onto the starting lineup. And he does get going again. I'm not quite sure what precipitated his departure from the prepared racing surface, but we have got our all-privateer front row. We have got Enzo Butterazzi and Zach Champney leading the field to the start. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Champney round the outside, Jarlath Sayer trying to go with him. They go under the bridge, breathe in and breathe out. They all come out safely at the other end. And now on to the banking, and Jensen Ackerman is, I think Jensen is still there. He's just crossed the start-finish line now.
He's basically Jensen Ackerman going over the line as everyone else enters the second sector, but a great start from the outside of the first row. We don't often see people go around the outside into turn 1, so clearly got a good launch, hopefully not a jump start. We'll keep you posted of any race director's messages. You can keep, of course, an eye on those if you do have the live timing open, which you can find on the Trent Valley Kart Club website. But we've now got a move for the lead. Move for the lead, that was the number 5.
There's Jarlath Sayer in kart number 8, who's moving the lead, but up in the second place, come number 71, Max Mason.
Oh, yes, for the Jamie Green racing team.
Yeah, he's really got a lot of support. Isaac Barker saying, come on, Enzo Butterazzi, he was there in that blue, the blue, black and yellow number 20 kart. Austin Gibson is getting support from Jane online. I'm now interested to know who Troglodytes is on because there's not many people that have found that clip. I thought that the clip of me dropping 8 F-bombs at Kartmasters at 11 a.m. on a Friday morning when I'd just been electrocuted and didn't realise I was still on air. I thought that had been ferreted away into the deep, dark mists of time.
The abyss.
The abyss. The problem was, though, is that RGMMC were doing the live streaming that day, and James Geidel, who now runs World Karting, was the man that came up and said, you do realise your microphone is still live. It was only then that I did no more work with RGMMC.
Yes, the number 20. Meanwhile, the number 20, Enzo Butterazzi and Will Green have gone toe-to-toe, moving side by side for hairpin 1 and then back side by side for hairpin 2 and basically held each other up and are now have selected reverse in the grid. So we are looking at the number 20 now of Butterazzi. Unfortunately, that battle sometimes is a robust defensive manoeuvre over the start-finish line from I didn't catch who, probably for the best.
Yeah, well, you know, with 7.5 minutes to go in a 10-minute race, I can understand why you would want to hold on to your position going down that straight. You do want to get freight trained. However, you know, it's a long, long race. We are into the second round of heats.
Here's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll, Henry.
Troglodyte, I'm absolutely... Just keep posting. It's good fun, and we do appreciate all the comments coming in. We've asked you, we've said to the whole online community, you know, please, as long as you keep the comments respectful. Everyone's got opinions about their favourite drivers, their favourite classes. Obviously, you're watching incidents happen, you know, live. But please, you know, let's remember, there is the best crash helmet, though, going through. That's Mr. Pietro Antonio. But as long as we keep the comments funny, respectful, as Philly Lines picks up another place, because this is an adult sport, is go-karting. It just so happens that most of the participants are children.
Yes,
and
it is.
we must remember that.
But it teaches a lot of the best things in life. It teaches respect, it teaches competition, it teaches resilience is another thing, because you have to be resilient if you do go-kart racing.
It is not a sport for the weak-minded. One thing, sometimes the sport can be very, very cruel indeed. Sometimes the adults spoil it for kids, sometimes the kids spoil it for themselves, sometimes, you know, but this is a hard sport. And one thing that every driver that does karting, they come out of it knowing that, number one, life's not fair. Number two, you have to work very hard for your results. Number three, if you like Finley Lines, he's going to go up the inside lines and make moves like that.
Yes, also your things that you learn. If you position yourself well and make good decisions, you can find yourself in very good positions. Like Finley Lines went up 4 places in the space of 1 corner there, just by positioning himself well, and of course, things unfolding well for him in front as well, but he was fighting his way through. Of course, didn't have the best qualifying in the Water Swift.
That was, I mean, and that was brilliant. For those of you that didn't watch this morning's qualifying action, when you go and look back at this, most of the main contenders took their sweet time coming off the dummy grid and then cruised around on the opening lap, and they only got 3 flying laps in.
Which, on a cadet tyre,
it is not good. Whereas Butterazzi and Champney and Hodges and Narroway, they just went, right, let's go out there. They got an extra lap in, which of course in a 3-lap average qualifying session put them at the front and put all the favourites down towards the rear.
Sumani Kira going up from 11th place to 10th now. Great to see another one of our young female racers doing well and well inside the top 10. We've got quite a few strong female racers this year at Kartmasters. We saw Liz Mente going very well in the junior Rotax, and we've also got many others who will touch on as the weekend goes on. But this battle still continues. The number 93 just getting overtaken there. That is the number 93. I'm fine. It's Nathan Hodges.
Yes.
Moving back 1 place.
Nathan Hodges, privateer driver on the Birrell ART car from Market Raisin. Again, another driver that qualified really well indeed.
Yes, Emperor Vader. These racers are bad as.
They are bad as.
Yes, they are bad as. And they're only
8, 9. Well, these are
10 to 13.
10 to 13. Yeah. Ancient in karting terms, dearie me. Now, how about our pole sitter? Enzo Butterazzi is down to 15th. Outside front row starter Zach Champney is hanging on in 5th position. Luca Narroway from the second row of the grid, he is still there in 6th spot. There he is in the Evolve livery cart in front of the number 35 Zdenek Babacek. Then it is the number 9 of Sumani Kira, the 63 of Harry Williams, the number 77 of George House.
George House has gone up 13 places from his grid slot, so that's a brilliant drive from George House.
Yes.
He'll be looking to consolidate that and not undo all the hard work that he's done so far. But inside the top 10 from 23rd is a great effort so far in only what is 6.5 minutes.
We took Jensen Ackerman, meanwhile, who started half a lap behind. He's still in 29th and last place, but he is slowly reeling in the tail enders. Yeah, Troglodytes about, yeah, you said about the increase the turning, you increase the Ackerman. The Ackerman principle, that helped me get through scrutineering so many times in my karting career, because we had a scrutineer, I'm not sure if he's still with us, not John Goddard, God bless his soul. You would turn up the scrutineering with various bits of your go-kart
hanging off.
and of course, John would be... So, John, hello, Henry, how are you? John, what were you saying about the Ackerman principle?
Oh, yeah, teach me.
Yeah. Right, yeah, yeah. And of course, he'd start babbling on about that. The queue for scrutineering would get longer and longer. Oh, sorry, Henry, gotta go. And he would pass your cart without maybe checking that all was well.
Did you know, fun fact, Formula 1 cars have negative Ackerman. Ooh. They do. Their outside tyre turns more than their inside. No, wait. Yeah, wait, hang on, wait. Yeah. Their outside tyre turns more than their inside. It's because of all the
I
clever
never-
stuff that goes on in the Formula One design office.
I asked John Goddard, scrutineer at Landau Kart Club, Landau International Raceway, global home of world motorsport, birthplace of champions. I asked him that about a dozen times, once every couple of months, just when we were trying to win something, and I never remember what he said because I was sitting myself to make sure that he hadn't spotted what we were doing to the go-karts. So I never really found out what the Ackerman principle was.
Henry.
I was too busy focusing on making sure that he was ignoring various things. There's a queue building up behind us.
24 going for a lovely
Anyway.
move up the inside. Colby Patterson going up, I think it was Luca Narroway in gaining a position.
There's Luca Narroway up the inside. Butterazzi now trying to come back. And that is putting Lorenzo Di Petronio with that reflective crash helmet down a position.
Yeah, one of the most striking helmets out there. It must be dazzling for the drivers around if the sun is coming from behind.
Tactics.
Yeah, driving tactics. I remember, what's his name? Brandon. Who is it? Was Brandon? Race for JDR. His name surname leaves me, but his back of his helmet had a big eye on it. A big
little waff, Brandon Williams.
Brandon Williams, yes.
Little waff,
They were
Brandon
always
Williams.
quite distracting when you got behind him on circuit. 'Cause
Yes.
It was like, oh, I'm being watched.
A big eye, little waff, Brandon Williams.
Big eye,
there's the
little
name.
waff.
Little, that's his nickname, Little Waff.
He's quite tall though.
He's now.
In fact, he's
this
much
is when he was
taller
a
than I.
cadet. For Zipcart, well back in
Oh,
the
move
day.
for the lead. 74, Austin Newsted, move up the inside. And
Max Mason.
through goes Mason, not Hamilton, Mason. That was a brilliant cutback. We saw that earlier on from... Who we did the double cutback? Was it one of the Greens, wasn't it? In one of the junior classes. Did the same thing and taking inspiration from his teammate, doing the same thing and also getting a little gap as now the battle for second, third, fourth and fifth between Mason, Sayer and Newsted continues. Oh, no, hang on. I'm confused. That was Max Mason making the move. It's
Yes.
Will Green. Sorry, the two Jamie Green Racing karts with the similar coloured helmets are throwing me off, Henry.
Yes, it is. And a couple of them have got Will Green's old race suits on. So it's
Also doesn't help.
No, it doesn't help. But here we go. There is Jala Sayer back to the inside. I think Louise Richardson is a little bit behind because she just said Nicole for some reason. Nicole, papa. That was trivia. That was a while ago, Louise. Come on, catch up now then, lady. Second place, Austin Newsted back up the inside and take second position. Mason back down to third. And here comes Will Green in the number 2 kart into fourth place. Will Green normally doesn't wake up until Sunday. Will Green is a driver that peaks at the right time, and that is important. This is still Friday afternoon. It's going to be in 48 hours' time when we're going to be deciding who actually wins this event. So this is a long, long event. 57 races. Each driver will do 2 qualifying sessions, 4 heat races, a pre-final, then the Grand Prix, or if they get there. Otherwise, it'll be a repechage. So the drivers, it's very, very hot, and this is a good lesson into how to just contain yourself. Don't use up all your energy first, because you have to be in tip-top shape mentally and physically on Sunday afternoon, this being Friday. Out onto the banking for the final time. Now into turn number 3. It is still Sayer from Newsted. The baby-faced assassin, Austin Newsted, checks over his shoulder. Will he squeeze up the inside? No, here comes Max Mason. No, this is Will Green around the outside. Can't make the move. Mason will play rear gunner for Will Green at the moment. If Will Green makes a move, here we go. Green trying to go around the outside. He stays on the outside. Newsted cuts him off. Mason up the inside. Oh, Max Mason almost trying to do 2 for 1. And just backs out of it, wheel to wheel, inches apart. Great stuff from the Water Swift into drivers. And still Mason has the inside. Newsted, smart driving there. Austin Newsted gives Max Mason plenty of room. Very smart indeed, because Austin Newsted knows that it isn't until Sunday that we hand out the prizes. Checkered flag waves, 3 wide blanket finish for second place. Off screen, Austin Gibson and Grayson Wortley have come together. Oh, that's Austin Gibson. He's got Aussie, but Austin Gibson just holding his arm there. And there is a very... Finley Lines coming across the track. Now, Finley Lines, why was he jiggling the steering wheel like that? Well, he's simply trying to... He's obviously been off at some point on the last lap. He's got tyres he's got tyres. He's got a lot of grass and stuff on his tyres, and so he's just trying to jig the steering wheel back and forth to clean his tyres off as much as possible. Here is your provisional result. Jala Sayer wins from Will Green, Austin Newstead and Max Mason. In fact, make that Mason in third, Newstead in fourth. Sukmani Kira, she is fifth, followed by Derek Babacek in sixth, Harry Williams is seventh, Zach Champney, Mason Brooks and Oliver Warner round out the top 10. Enzo Butterazzi, Colby Patterson, Callum Graham and Freddie Woods finish the top 14. Then is Luca Narroway, Harley Musk, George Clark and Lorenzo Pietrantonio, followed by Nathan Hodges and Nathaniel Hodges and George House. Blair Smith, Derek Rivera, Baron Alpensoy, Charlie Cliff, Ryan Meta, Jensen Ackerman and Finley Lines down in 27th position. Austin Gibson and Grayson Wortley are next. Firstly, dad joke time. What happens to the circuit when it isn't used for a while? It will be green. Bum bum, that's troglodyte. And what does Finley do when he's preparing for an overtake? He lines it up. Bum bum. That is Dad Jokes 101 from our good friend Troglodytes on the live chat. Thank you very much. Now we will be waiting. We have Piers Pryor, who will be down in the thing. You can tell it's the peak of... well, we'll get back to Jordan Montgomery. Thank you very much. You're going to say nice things about me, but we'll say nice things about Piers Pryor instead, who's down in the pits.
Yes, I'm here with race winner, Jarlath Sayer. Jarlath, that was another good race from yourself, but you had to work hard for that one.
Yeah, we had to work pretty hard. It was a good finish in the end, but I had to work pretty hard for it considering the first heat.
Yeah, and also you had to have a good battle in that one. How did you get on top?
Oh, well, I just used all the skills that the team had taught me. And yeah, it ended up going pretty well.
Absolutely brilliant. There we go. Another win, or a win for Jarlath Sayer. Could you go and grab Max Mason, please? That would be great to grab away with Max, and putting these young, energetic racing drivers to work is helping me out a lot over here. Max Mason had a good race in that one of the two Jamie Green racing drivers to be inside the top 5 and was well involved in that battle. And hopefully he's going to come out very shortly. No, that is Austin Newstead. We might grab him anyway. We've got a couple of minutes, so we can wait around for that, no problem whatsoever. In the meantime, why don't I just grab anyone? Why don't I grab Will Green, if he's around, and see if we can jump in and grab a word with someone. Is that Max? Max, come on out here, stay in the sun so we can see you. Max, that was a good battle there. How was it for you, from your perspective?
It was a tough race, especially Jarlath got good defending, but I nearly got him into the chicane, but yeah.
Third place, still a good result though.
Yeah, drag race to the line, it was quite hard.
It was very enjoyable to watch. 0.52, 0.52, 0.52, so 3 ways across the line. That could have gone anyway. Do you reckon that will be decisive at any point this weekend, whoever came on top in that one?
It'll be quite hard racing tomorrow because more people want to get better results if they didn't get good results today.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw, unfortunately, that Finley Lyons had another issue in that one. I know he's been quick in the other mini-max class, but struggling a little bit in this. But still, good to have your teammate, good to have your teammate Will Green up with you as well. You were fighting and pushing together.
Yeah, Will helped me out a lot into the 90 right, pushing me to get past Newstead, which actually gained me a position across the line.
Brilliant. Well, Max, thanks very much for chatting to us. We'll let you go and make sure your cart's all good, and we'll see how you get on tomorrow. It sounds like the next race of Micromax is about to go out, so I'll hand back up to Henry for the grid for that.
Welcome back to Micromax action, race 14. It's Heat 2 for the Micromax drivers. Here is your full starting lineup. Austin Oman and Lucian Smith on row number 1. Alfie Mayer and Joss Hushka on row 2. Sebastian Behrman and Luke Millwood row 3. Archie Leveridge and Max Jolly on row number 4. Charlie Page and Maximilian Abraham round out your top 10 ahead of Albert Farrow and James Roots. Then it's Ava Lawrence, Arthur Farrow, Joshua Cook and Dax Farah. Daniel Ferguson, Otto Amy, Buddy Hugo, Kuryu Kiyotake, Teddy Higgs and George Climo round out the field. A quick recap, this is Archie Loveridge's very first race in anything other than a 4-stroke Honda kart, and he's doing extremely well. And also in the field, let's have a little look at the young lady, Ava Lawrence. Well, their nickname is Billy Lawrence, but she's apparently Alfonso Skritchka, who runs Ava. Ava's got to win Kartmasters, and then she will no longer ever be called Billy Lawrence because she hates it. Here we go. Is there a special Fusion graphics kit this year? Sadly not. Troglodytes. Dan Hayes, got his teeth done instead. Oh, sorry, I didn't say that. Even Dan Hayes will be concentrating on getting the OK Fusion team set up in Europe and for the world. There we go. Lights are not out. Jordan Montgomery, thank you very much. We're doing our best up here. George Stratford, hello. And Troglodytes knows that Piers Pryor does not like to be called Piers Pryor because he's now mentioned it several times on the live chat, which the algorithm has gone through the roof. We've got a false start. I think it's time for another piece of presenter trivia. Which one of us, myself, Piers, or Nicole, had a pet cat called Mansell? Answers in the live chat. Which one of us, Nicole Sutherland, Piers Pryor, or myself, had a pet cat called Mansell?
I'm saying nothing.
Best
I'm saying nothing because we want this to be a fair fight.
A fair fight,
no
like
spitting,
we do on the track.
No spitting, no biting,
no clawing. Oh, see the cat joke there?
Nice,
oh,
nice. I like that. That was good. That was quick.
Yeah, sometimes.
Talking of quick, go-karts.
Yes, exactly. Phil Kinch joined us from TCR UK. Finley Lines has not had the greatest day in his one class, but I mean, the TCR backed driver, the Maximum Motorsport backed driver, Finley Lines, showing his pace, even though he didn't qualify very well in the one class. This is the Micromax karts. These are the drivers aged 8, 9, 10, 11. Isaac Barker saying me until he gets it correct. That's a sound strategy, Isaac. We'll tell you after this race. Lights are out. We're off and racing. I've got a feeling there's going to be 1 or 2 tramline penalties handed out after that one because the formation did not look wonderful, it has to be said. Buddy Hugo has not gone out the Synergy Factory team. Sadly for Buddy, hopefully he is okay. And side-to-side
movement there between 2 carts on towards the exit of the bridge. And at the front of the field, it is still the KMR driver. Well, it's Lucian Smith who's managed to get to the front of the field, although only temporarily. And now it is Austin Oman who takes the lead back once again, although only temporarily because once again, Austin Oman is back in the lead.
Here we go, as Austin Oman, the Sam Pollitt racing team, they did this earlier on. Sam Pollitt, the 2 drivers, Austin Oman and Joss Pushka, they managed to pull away, and there's 3 wide coming out there. There's Charlie Page on the inside.
I don't know if there's an issue for the number 44 of Smith, or whether he just got a poor exit out of Fullerton S's, because it looked like he dropped a lot. Oh, and a loose bumper, definitely a loose bumper for the Zip Factory team driver.
Archie Leverage. Now, that will, I am sure, incur the wrath of the... Well, will it? If it's hanging off, has it fallen off? Is it still attached? We don't know.
It's not our decision to make, thank goodness.
It's not our decision to make at all. Now, early, I caught up with a couple of drivers. No, they're a Sodi Vitesse team. Bradley Barrett has got Leo Robinson working on... helping to driver coach his 2 drivers. I spoke to them, and then it's great to see Leo Robinson, the only Algerian driver, or Anglo-Algerian driver, to win the Kartmasters title under the Algerian flag. And there is the number 37 of Sebastian Behrman, who has picking up a position there. And the 83 of George Climo. Now, George Climo, he was, had a problem in qualifying, didn't set a lap, moved up a long way, and oh my goodness me, Lucian Smith having a little nibble at the inside of... that's going to be one more grey hair on Toby George's head.
Yeah, that's a perfect example. If you either have to decide early whether you're going to go for a move or not, because if you half go for a move, you're never going to make a position, but you're almost always going to lose more time and potentially more positions as well. So far, no word about the loose bumper. However, we do have, technical flag for the number 73.
Yes.
We also have a 5-second penalty for the number 67 which is
Daniel Ferguson.
It doesn't say for why.
Well,
yes, it does. Oh no, it doesn't.
I mean, there's two reasons. That could be a start line infringement. There is a whole crew of camera officials back in the bowels of Trent Rally Kart Club's race control
I
building.
wouldn't call it that, Henry.
Well, it's the deep and darkest caverns where the stewards reside, like serpents in a cave, waiting to penalise a hapless young driver that doesn't come into the tram lines correctly.
I do think that getting a tramline penalty, in my opinion, is the worst penalty because it's so easily avoided.
Yes.
Sometimes you make a mistake on circuit and you clatter into someone.
Exactly.
Sometimes you go over track limits too many times. Sometimes other things happen. However, you're very much in control of the direction of your go-kart.
It's not exactly as though those long white lines down the front straight are hard to spot. No. So again, it's one of those things that a team manager will be really frustrated at their driver saying, "You know the rules, just get back into line."
It's not. I mean, I know
it's not rocket science.
It's not that hard. I know, of course, these are young drivers; they are still learning. But that was a big late lunge on the corner off of the bridge, and now we're 3 wide.
Archie Loveridge,
Loveridge is pulling
hand
over.
in the air. He wants to be careful. He wants to come in soon because if he doesn't stay out there, he will incur the wrath of the stewards and he will be invited into the bowels of race control.
It is difficult though if you're in the middle of an absolute scrap like he is, and you're trying to. This is about a perfect example of how to deal with this situation. It's difficult when you're in the middle because getting completely out of the way. If you go too slow, then you end up just being right in the way and going slowly and becoming a danger. So you need to keep the speed up, but also let the drivers through. Unfortunate for the Zipkart driver because those bumpers. Sometimes it is mechanics' fault, but sometimes it just happens. It's one of those things. They're only in there due to friction, and you get a move the wrong way, and it just hugs on it, and it can come out.
Exactly. So we'll have a look as we cross the line.
I'm offended a little bit that Rapid Ralph, number 96, well, it says the others are too young to know Mansell. I was 27 now, Henry. 27, I knew who Mansell. I mean, it wasn't from the one when I was watching it, but I know who Mansell is.
I'm not happy with Rapid Ralph Branscombe, because he said I would wear a Peugeot 106. Look, just so put a bit of Terry weight on over the winter. Come on now.
One for each foot.
Yeah. Sipping at Brownlee. However, Rapid Ralph, you are correct. I did have a pet cat called Mansell in my youth. So, well done. It wasn't Nicole. Thank you, Jordan. Hi, Katie McQueen. Get back in your go-kart. Yes, it was. Mansell, God rest soul, he wasn't the cat to be held much. I've still got the scars to prove it.
Was nice from a distance.
Nice from a distance. I have several scars down my wrist.
Henry's showing me them, and he's not lying. That is quite a
Yes.
Wow.
A bit, yeah.
More dangerous than go-karting.
Yeah. Kittens, more dangerous than go-karting. Anyway, thank you for the guesses. Henry's cat would be called Fangio. Dearie me, I'm not that old. I was born in 1981. Come on, behave yourself.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a rinse and repeat in this race, haven't we? With the Sam Pollitt duo at the front of Oman and Hushka, basically doing exactly what they did in the first race. Get out in front, push each other away, and guarantee yourself a 1-2, which I'm sure Sam Pollitt himself will be very, very pleased with.
Yeah, and again, it's just showing the maturity of the drivers, working together. At the moment, Austin Oman he leads the intermediate classification. Jos Hushka, second in the intermediate classification. Sebastian Behrman in the number 37 kart, he would be third in the intermediate classification. Vlad Temenchuk, kart driver. I think Vlad's family now running the Dunkerswell kart circuit.
Good to see that back up and running again.
Yes, it was formerly known as
formerly known as the Henry's Cat Raceway.
Yeah, Henry's Cat Raceway. Yeah, formerly known as the Mansell Raceway. I've always called it Dunks. Everyone's called it Dunks. It's been Dunks for years. It's been Dunks for nearly 50 years. And long shall it remain Dunks. Apparently, there was a Tony Kart My Top chassis racing there the other weekend.
Oh, really? How did it do?
I think it won, believe it.
How old is it?
24 years old, I believe.
When did they buy it?
Many, many years ago. But as he mentioned much online recently, is Maximilian Abrahart, the Travis Perkins-sponsored Richardson chassis engineering driver, going wheel to wheel.
You can't go side by side through there.
Oh, yes, you can in Kartmasters. That was so close. You couldn't fit a cigarette paper between them. And that was George Climo. You can see the Cornish flag on the back of his race suit. And he had to dig deeper than a Cornish tin mine to get round that corner without any incidents. As we head on to another lap, 2 minutes to go. The number 24 kart of Arthur Farrow, they're in 7th position.
We've got to move up turn 1. Coming out fine, just about. Yeah, these Micro Max 8 to 11-year-olds do not hold back.
No, they absolutely don't. And I mean, okay, for those of you watching cars that aren't experienced, the top of speeds on these cars, they're doing about 50 miles an hour.
Oh, potentially even slightly higher, yeah. Decent speed. Oh, my.
Words. Luke Millward. Oh, no, there goes George Climo. Rotating, I believe that was a single rotation with no assistance.
Yeah, because I thought there was going to be a lunge made on him, and maybe he thought the same thing and just got things a little confused himself, but unfortunately Climo's going to have to climb back up the grid if he's going to salvage a result in this one.
Yes, indeed. There is Otto Amy, the Tom Smith International backed. You can see Smith's the British Racing Green. Why does it have a British Racing Green go-kart? Well, because, you know, if Tom Smith International, he's from the Mike Hawthorne school of going racing.
Yes.
Do it with a bow tie, a tweed jacket and a flat cap. Respectful English gentleman. If Otto Amy had a chance, he would have brown leather driving gloves and a bow tie and just a faceless helmet, you know, with the old sort of open face helmet.
I don't think open face helmets are allowed in karting these days, for a good reason.
For a very good reason, but that's the sort of the caliber.
Oh, beautiful! I spoke too soon.
It was beautiful till you turned the lights on and then it went downhill.
Yeah, apologies. That was probably my fault. The commentator's curse kicking in there. So
see, it does happen. There's another 35 cart.
That was one of those moves.
Farah.
That was one of those moves. I don't think anyone was hugely to blame. It's just a coming together on the exit of a corner when both carts are loaded up and they're both on different trajectories. But fortunately, it's harmed both of their races. Not to a huge extent, but
I've just seen the best dad joke of all time. Are you ready? What do you call a happy Verstappen? Max Jolly, who is going out, who has just been out on the track, who's in this race in 40. Max Jolly. No, yeah,
Just happy.
A happy Verstappen is Max Jolly, and Max Jolly in kart number 14 is, let's have a look, where is he? He is 11th at the moment. That's a great dad joke. Love that. Love that.
Side by side at the first hairpin. Just a touch of wheels between the 44 and the 33, the alliterative numbers of Smith and Page still going at it, and they're going to continue this battle into hairpin 2. It is Smith that holds out for now.
Alliteration or alliteration? They just sound similar.
Are they is it? I thought it was
very similar.
Well, I should know because my name is alliterative.
Almost the same. One might say, no, carry on.
I'm missing
3, 3 and 4, 4.
And it's not just brain cells.
Yeah, no. Maybe that was a little bit wide of the mark. That one was. You can't land them all. Come on, you can't land all the
You've had a good hit rate this weekend.
Yeah, I've had a good go of it, but that one was
still
wide
going
of the mark.
at it. The alliterative number duo.
I'm illiterate. I know that much.
If the 33 of Page goes round the outside of turn 1, which he has done, I don't think I've ever seen that move be done. Have you ever seen anyone go on the outside of turn 1? And not at the start?
Not at the start. No, that was a very brave move. I think we might see one towards the end of the weekend when things get desperate. But there's Sebastian Behrman checking over his shoulder. Alfie May in 4th position. This is the battle for 5th between Page and Lucian Smith. Cook, the O-plate winner, is 7th. Abrahart is 8th. This is the final lap. Austin Oman and Josh Husker. It's been a picture-perfect day for the Sam Pollock Racing team in the Micromax class. 2 clean sweeps. Behrman defending from the zip cart of Alfie May. May at the inside. Great camera work there. Oh, that was close. That was close. But Alfie May, obviously with socks well and truly off, He takes the position, 3rd place.
What do you call a romantic structure placed on a hill? I don't think we're going to answer that one. Let's continue on with the provisional results. It was Austin Oman, Hushka, Mayer, Behrman, Smith, Page, Cook, Abrahart, Lawrence, Farrow
No, that's
in the
great.
top 10.
What you call a romantic structure placed on a hill? Arch Loveridge. Archie Loveridge.
It's a bit of a stretch.
It's a bit of a stretch. It's not bad wordplay though. It's not bad wordplay.
Yeah. I've seen better, but I have also seen worse.
Yeah. Like the alliterative gag that I just put up. That was wide of the mark. Anyway, Austin Oman and Josh Huska. Ladies and gentlemen, we do talk about more go-karting as the weekend progresses. This is the first of 3 days of live coverage, so you've got to, bear with us. We're doing our best here. Austin Oman, Josh Huska. 1-2 again. Alfie Mayer and Sebastian Behrman finished 3rd and 4th. Lucian 5th. Into 5th position. Charlie Page, Joshua Cook, Maximilian Abrahart, Ava Lawrence and Albert Farrow, your top 10. Luke Millwood, Albert Farrow, James Roots and Dax Farah.
Brilliant.
Now we look at Max Jolly, a happy Verstappen, and then Otto Amy, George Climo, Kuryu Kiyotake, Teddy Higgs, and sadly Archie Loveridge fails to finish. Okay, there we go. That is the end of the Micromax racing of the day. For those of you wanting to know what the rest of the programme looks like today, Minimax is up next. Then we have Junior X30, followed by the last Senior Rotax race of the day. Then it's Junior Rotax and Senior X30 to complete the day. Now let's have a listen in. Can we hear anything?
It's all very well-mannered, isn't it? Probably more well-mannered than the cool-down room in Formula One. We heard Lando Norris's little dig at Lewis Hamilton a couple of weeks ago, didn't he?
Yeah, it's if only the drivers stayed like this. They all came through karting. They've all been in this situation. Yeah. And look at that there. One high fives. There's Tristram Oman, Austin's dad. But the races are coming thick and fast here at PFI. Next up, it's Minimax.
Minimax Heat 2 coming to you. Oh, look at that timing. It's almost like we know what we're doing, Henry, and here at Alpha Live. But Minimax provided a brilliant race earlier on. Finley Lyons is having a struggling day in the Water Swift category, but he's on pole for the Minimax 950 race in this one. Alongside him, Jack Collinson. Then on the second row, Tom Reed and Albert Friend. Emerson McAndrew Uren and Edward Haynes. Row 3. Row 4, Max Gilman. And in the 8th place, Luca Holmes Ballock. We then have the 5th row, Harry Taylor and Jensen Shaw. 6th row, Joshua Griffin and Finley Hines. 7th row, Oliver Spencer and Max Wheatley. 8th row, Josh Cormack and Riley Murrow. Big grid in this one. Zdenek Babicek and Theo Bradshaw round out row 9. Leo Livings and Ollie Thompson row 10. Sebastian Clark, Alfie Ward row 11. Zach Starbuck and Otis Clearly row 12. Row 13 is headed by Archie Rogers Tyler, Miles Burton, Larry Price in 27th, 28th Benjamin Lawn, Harry Kallenberg, Alfie Mew, Devin Taylor and 32nd place Cameron Tipping. Final few rows, Fraser Anderson, Warwick Milam, Soren Gallagher and George Fountain round out our Minimax 950 grid for race 15 of the Kartmasters Grand Prix. Race 2 for the Minimax 950. Only one large grid of 950s. Finley Lyons has had 2 difficult races so far in Water Swift, but qualifying at the front of the field in 950, he'll be hoping to do a little bit better. We saw Albie Friend have a strong race in the previous one, number 19 with the orange helmet, outside of the second row. Will we go green first time by? Eyes on the lights there, currently red. Will they go green? Yes, we will for a start this time. And straight across comes the 91 of Collinson to try and block off. But it is the inside row that gets a better start. It's Lyons, Reed and McAndrew Uren that take the top 3 positions on the inside. And the outside line not quite getting as good a start. As up the bank, we see a Chaos Sport driver not making the ideal line. And someone in the barrier, small hit as other drivers pull off that driver will be able to pull themselves out. Hopefully we can get an eye on who that is, but at the lead of the race it still is Finley Lines, but Friend going around the outside in second place of Collinson to get that done. It is the number 5. That is not an ideal start to the race for the number 5. Number 5 being, of course, Joshua Griffin for Down Holland Racing Team. He would have hoped for a better start than that one. And Albie Friend has made his way to the lead of the race, and backwards is going Finley Lines. He's now from second, third, fourth, fifth. He must be in 6th or 7th place now. But it is, once again, Friend at the front of the field of the 950s, closely followed by the 36 of Tom Reed, who had a good race in the first one this weekend as well. 2 Strawberry Racing drivers at the front of the field. They won't be squabbling this early in the race, otherwise they'll be getting an earful after, I'm sure, because they want to secure some good results for their team. So over the line for the first time, it is Friend from Reed, McAndrew Uren, Holmes Ballock, Murrow, Lines, Chalk, Spencer, Hines and Wheatley, your top 10. It almost certainly won't stay that way for the remainder of the race, as we have a pretty much 35 car field in a line, very, very small gaps. Finley Lines trying to make his way back up to the position he held early on in the race, got shuffled backwards early on. Lines in the 0 plate for the Synergy Racing Team. Side by side into the Fullerton S's we have. Just behind Lines is Wheatley and Collinson, I believe it is, making their way. So after the first lap chaos, everyone's just falling into position. Finley Lines had a good start, Henry, but falling his way back towards the mid-end of the, almost into the back end of the top 10, but clawing his way back through. But once again, Friend and Reed at the front of the field.
Yes, indeed. The 2 Strawberry Racing teammates leading the way. 3rd position, Luca Holmes Ballock. In the second one, in the leading Synergy factory car. Then Jensen Chalk, and Mummy Chalk is watching in person, not behind the sofa. I think she likes her PFI because there's a bar here. Not casting any dispersions about Mummy Chalk, but yeah, she is watching. And Jensen in the number 64 car, tyres squealing and braking.
She'll be happy with that one. Jensen Chalk going up the inside.
Oh, no! Car. Oh, and that's a big... That is the number 12 car. That was Max Wheatley getting sideways.
Yeah, shaken but not stirred.
Like James Bond likes his martinis. My word, they've all got going again. Somehow, 1 or 2 have got damage. I'm looking down the number 51. Sebastian Clark is slowing. We've also got a problem there for Joshua Griffin, who spun, I think, on the opening lap. But wow, that was like dominoes. They were into each other in the middle of the pack. Look at the gap that is opened up.
Yeah, it has as well. Albie Friend at the front of the field, taking the fastest lap of the race. So those 2 Strawberry Racing drivers at the front, pushing each other along. A 101.85 on that last lap. That compares to Holmes Ballock in 3rd with a 101.98. So a 10th and a bit. It's not massive, but in you do that every lap and you can pull away.
Yeah, early stages yet. So Albert Friend, he won the first race. That's 0 heat points. He's leading the second race. That'll also be 0 points. Finley Lines is second with 7 points as they stand. Then it's Emerson McAndrew Uren, Jack Collinson, Oliver Spencer and Jensen Chalk. So Albert Friend, let's have a little look back at the incident a lap ago.
Here we go. So into hairpin number 1. We've got drivers queuing up the inside. Someone goes all the way around the outside, and watch the drivers. Yeah, just 3 into 1 there. That was unfortunate, and wheel-to-wheel contact once again, and that's not where you want to be. The 22 getting stuck in the middle of the field, hit heavily by the 51.
Otis Cleary.
Sebastian Clark, who unfortunately, I think, is still actually on the lead lap. So that all of those drivers somehow continuing on, which shows how well built these carts are.
It was Max Wheatley and Riley Murrow. They were the 2 carts that collided initially. Otis Cleary, he's down for the Jack Dex Racing. He's on the right chassis. He absolutely went over the air. He got more air time than LeBron James against South Sudan in the basketball last night, or 2 nights ago.
That's a very niche reference there, Henry.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's LeBron James. You know, it's a little bit basketball reference. They beat. I don't know. I mean, Michael Jordan would be the obvious one, but topical, keeping it in current times. Anyway, now the Strawberry Racing duo have been separated by a synergy, so they're out of synergy now because there's a synergy between them.
They've been de-synergized by a synergy chassied driver, Luca Holmes Ballock. who is going very, very quick in front of field. Actually, lost a little bit of time to our overall leader, but the gap is only just under 0.4 of a second, which is well within slipstream range.
Yes. Finley Lines running in 4th position, again, 2nd in the intermediate classification. There's no way that he can get ahead of Albie Friend at the moment because Friend is leading and leading comfortably. However, Lines won't be wanting to give up. There's Jensen Chalk up the inside of Emerson McAndrew Uren. Uren fights back. Emerson McAndrew Uren, his great-grandfather, Jeff Uren, British saloon car champion back in the early 1960s.
Oh, my dad was also British saloon car champion, or did he come second? Probably around the same time. My dad's an old geezer.
Oh, right, okay. What was his name? Mr. Pryor?
Yeah, Mr.
Pryor.
Yeah, Mr. Pryor.
Mr. Pryor. But yeah, so, yeah, what is now the British touring car championship,
Yes, of course. Evolved into what it is today. I don't think it was potentially quite as competitive at that stage.
If you've not seen Jim Clark in a Lotus Cortina three-wheeling it around the old Crystal Palace circuit with a Ford Galaxy behind him, then you've got a couple of Mark 1S.
I believe my dad drove a Ford Galaxy.
Oh.
We wasn't against Jim Clark, though.
Well,
I'm sure he would have told me all about that.
Yes, I'm sure. That sounds fantastic. Usually I only have these shoes recommended to me when they end, so this is a welcome surprise, says Tutiai. Hello, Tutiai. Yes, we go. Harry Dan asking one more heat for Senior X30 today, so you do get to see Gus Lawrence back in action. He has given us his hair care routine as well.
Yeah, don't wash it every day, bit of wax in there.
Volume.
But he says on a race weekend you have to, because
obviously it's bogging.
Cause sweaty.
Yes, helmet here, not
yes, good. Exactly. But
right, back to
racing. We will, by the end of the weekend, talk about largely racing. But for now, this is a three-way fight for the lead, although just in touching distance is Finley Lines, who will be hoping to get back to where he qualified, which was first position in this. He's had a difficult day, Henry. He's had a difficult day in terms of... And that's one thing about doing double duty, is you can't let one class affect you mentally for the second.
Exactly. You've got to switch off very quickly. So Finley Lines, he's had a shocker in Waterswift Inter.
Crashed twice, isn't he?
At the last lap of race number 1, he was involved in an incident, and then the last lap of race 2 as well, all stemming from messing up qualifying. But again, that was a couple of races ago. All these young drivers, there are 12 of them doing double duty. There were 13. Luca Holmes-Ballock was down to do double duty, but is now only focusing on this class. But yeah, as a driver, shake it off, you know, Taylor Swift style. Shake it off, shake it off.
Good song.
And just get back out there, which is what Finley Lines is doing. Don't carry over, you know, the aggression, the moods, or anything that's happened. You've got to literally block it out of your mind and go again.
And fastest driver on that last lap was that man, Finley Lines. He was only a tenth, well, he's 2/10 faster than his teammate Holmes-Ballock in front. The gap is 4.5 tenths, so just on the cusp of that slipstream. So he'll be hoping at the front, the two at the front, just start having a little bit of a squabble, because it'll only take a squabble to lose them a couple or 3 tenths, and then it will very much be fair game for anyone within the top 5, really, because Spencer's just outside touching distance as well.
There's Albert Friend just giving his teammate Tom the Farmer Reed. They are farmers, you know, so they do have a farm. Farmer Tom Reed chasing in second place. There's the number 91 car. That's Jack Collinson, second in the opening heat. He's currently 4th in the intermediate classification. We will be able to bring you the intermediate standings tomorrow morning, so you can sort of keep up to date of where things are. And
we now have a synergizing to try and bridge the gap at the front of the field. They've only got 2 laps to do it in, though.
And they're not going to do it while Luke Holmes-Ballock defends, going on to the banking out of the bowl, and that has allowed the Oliver
Spencer in the KR Sport driver has just slotted himself in between, and you can see Lines not happy about that. Little shake of the head is going round the outside.
Oh, Emerson
McAndrew doing one drive around the outside. So Finley Lines, unfortunately, going backwards, and now Finley Lines going to try and go around the outside. That's a high risk manoeuvre. 3 wide on the exit. We come out cleanly, not even a bit of rubbing there, Henry. That was brilliant driving from all 3 involved in that.
Jensen Chalk in the number 64 kart was on the inside, and I think discretion, the better part of valour. Holmes-Ballock is defending for all he's worth. The clock strikes 0. Albie friend, Tom Reed away up the road. This is the battle for third place.
Collinson makes his way through on lines in that final sector. All the way up to the grass goes the McAndrew-Uren, and then it
well done, Emerson McAndrew-Uren.
Yeah, that was a committed move, and you have to be. If you're going to go for the inside, you need to be fully committed. Otherwise, you know, if you go in half committed, oh no, wide. Is that a puncture, or is that just dirt on the tyres for the 50?
Oh, that
50, hang on, is that a
no, that's a Luca Holmes paddock, and he's just got dirt on the tyres. Here goes Finny Lyons sideways, under pressure from behind as Jack Collinson tries to make a move. Meanwhile, Albie Friend and Tom Reed. This is good news for Tom Reed. Now, I'm not sure what happened to him in the first race, but he went backwards. He had a problem, so he needs this result to sort of help him claw his way back up the standings. And there's Collinson at the inside of Chalk. Chalk tries to cross over into the Mike Wilson Cup. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, well, we saw a little bit of...
yeah, that works.
Yes, but it is once again Albie Friend who takes the win, clucking up 0 points after his 2 heats today. So very, very strong day for Albert, and Tom Reed pushing him all the way. And then it was McAndrew-Uren, Spencer, Lyons, Chalk, Collinson, Hines, Luke Hines, Ballock, and Wheatley. That was an interesting race, actually. There was a lot going on.
Yeah, there was an awful lot going on in that race. All of it good for Albie Friend, who's already opening up a commanding lead in the standings. He has 0 points. Finley Lyons is second on 7 points, tied with Emerson McAndrew-Uren. So Albert Friend already now, I mean, I'm not saying the pressure's off, by no means. He'll go into qualifying again tomorrow, but, you know, still looking to, you know, obviously to qualify well, to qualify in pole, to win more races, but the rest of his competition now have to get ahead of Albie and get ahead of him by a few places just to stop him starting from pole position for the pre-final on Sunday.
Yes.
So here we go. Here's a look at your provisional race results. Albie Friend, Tom Reed, 1-2. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Oliver Spencer, Finley Lyons, your top 5. Then it's Jensen Chalk, Jack Collinson, Finley Hines up into 8th. With Luca Holmes Ballock, 9th, and Max Wheatley, remarkably, after getting involved in that earlier incident, 10th. Alfie Ward, Miles Burton, Harry Taylor, and Leo Livings are next, with Archie Rogers Tyler, who had an accident in the first heat, Edward Haynes down in 16th, Derek Babacek 17th, Theo Bradshaw, Zach Starbuck, Otis Cleary, the rest of the top 20. Max Gilman, Josh Cormack, Alfie Mew, Benjamin Lawn, Cameron Tipping, Ari Kallenberg, and Sebastian Clark. Then South Africa's Devin Taylor, Warwick Milam, the Zodi Vitesse team, good, brave driver getting back out there, helped, of course, this weekend by former Kartmasters champion Leo Robinson, Larry Price, Fraser Anderson, Soren Gallagher, George Fountain, Ollie Thompson. Riley Murrow did retire after his involvement in that incident, as did Joshua Griffin.
And there we have it. That was Remax 950. We're getting towards the end of the day. We've got a...
There's Oliver Spencer. He's like, Henry, can you shout me out on the live stream? Well, there we go.
There you go.
There's Oliver. There's Wayne McAndrew and Emo's dad. That's what you want. You know, that's the best thing. You know, and again, you know, those aren't teammates. You just, congratulations. That's what sportsmanship's all about. Different team logos, but hey, it's all about the kids. And you know, that's really good. There's Panda in the back of the shot. There's Dave Tooley as well. There we go. A deep exhaling of breath.
Yes, for the warmth and the effort that's been exerted, but that is all the small kart racing done for today, Henry. We've just got big karts remaining.
Only big karts.
Only big karts.
Starting with Junior X30. Let's have a little look in. I mean, they're going to wander out of Parc Fermé, having a chat with one another. That looks like Jack Collinson. Yeah,
it is. Jack Collinson, always a good one to chat to. We'll grab with him, I'm sure, at some point later on in the weekend.
It is. Now, we've got a few races to go today. In fact, there are 4 races to go, so this is our chance to have one more commercial break. Be back shortly.
Junior X30 up next. We had a very, very dramatic first Junior X30 race. It was good quality racing throughout the field. There's a lot of storylines going on. People trying to stake their claim as the fastest driver this weekend. Of course, this would be the halfway stage of the pre-grand finals, the second heat, because of course we go qualifying once again tomorrow morning. And then another couple of heats. And this is the grid. So Zach Green on pole position, Harrison Mackie on the outside of the front row. Taylor Orridge, the GP plate holder, goes third, and then Rocco Leon Shenton in fourth. Riley Cranham and Alfie Brown occupy the third row of the grid. Then George Edgar and Morgan Moore, the fourth row. Fifth row of the grid, Evan Purcell and Jacob Batra is in 10th place. Joey Brown and Theo Palmer round up is the 6th row. 7th row is Aaron Richardson and Lewis Goff. 8th row, Max Ewell and Aston Sharp. Lewis Goff had a good race in that previous one. 17th, Samuel Branson. 18th, Cameron Edmonds. 19th, Monty Brathwaite. Apologies, Monty, I got it wrong in the first race. Monty Brathwaite. Nat Johnson in 20th, 21st, Archie Owen, 22nd, Macaulay Guy, 23rd, Xiao Chen Ji, 24th, James Harris. 25th place, Macy Creed, 26th, Spencer Allen, 27th, Marley Areo. 28th, Max Wright, 29th, Ethan Woodward, 30th, Alexander de Benedictis. We'll go with that.
On a right chassis. Harry Dan's been asking. He's doing all right.
He's doing all right. Ethan Higgins and Charlie Myers top round at the 31st, 32nd, and then last on the grid, Jake Brook, the privateer on the Birrell ART. Tough day for him so far. He'll be looking to finish off Friday with a good result.
He'll be looking to finish off Friday with all the bits still on his go-kart.
That would be a good result for him.
That's how tough a day it's been for Jake Brook.
Right, Zach Green once again taking the start. Can we get away this time? Yes, we are Green, and it is Zach Green that holds the start, although round the outside of turn one goes Harrison Mackie. I did say, have we seen that before? Yes, we have. We've seen it again already. It was the start this time, I suppose, but Harrison Mackie taking to the front. He wants to pull away like he did in that first race this morning, although he did get caught eventually by Taylor Orridge. But for now, it is Mackie once again, and gesticulating vehemently is Green, saying, let's go, let's try and get away from the rest of these energetic drivers.
Yes, these absolute fools, I think.
Oh, side by side
like
for the lead, we have a battle. Green looking at the inside, can he get that move done? It's going to be very tight. Mackie decides to just give Green the room.
And that's going to open the door for Taylor Orridge. You can see Mackie backing out of it. That affects the run. And there comes the number 86, Rocco Leon Shenton, privateer driver, up into third position. And last year, Rocco was racing on an Arrow chassis, but he's obviously traded that in and is now on Birrell, according to the entry list. We've run across the line. Morgan Moore is still there in 6th position for premium karting. And look at that, just streaming under the bridge. Wonderful, wonderful shots as the early evening sun begins to set here at PF International. We've still got a paddock show to film after this. The paddock show, we will start filming that very shortly after the end of the races. And we will be starting to film that in the podium area. So, if there are any, mums and nans that want to be involved in that, that's where we're starting the paddock show from, shortly at the end after the racing has finished today.
That would be roughly 6:15, I would know. Maybe 20 past, half past 6-ish.
Yeah, about 6:15. Some of us gone over to watch the Olympics, so we've got to get cracking on that. It's going to be a 40-minute paddock show.
Yes.
20 minutes for the lunch break tomorrow and 20 minutes YouTube exclusive.
Trying to do exactly what he did in the first race and get another 0-pointer is Taylor Orridge, but fastest on the road, trying to retake that pole position is Harrison Mackie, who goes at the inside of Rocco Leon Shenton. Doesn't quite get the move done and now falls victim to his own teammate in fusion of Riley Cranham. Riley getting his elbows out and doing very well. That was a good move, a good opportunist move from Riley Cranham.
Yes, indeed. Just behind the top 5, there's a gap back to the premium karting, number 16 of Ireland's Morgan Moore, and then Jacob Bashler.
Oh, great start from Jacob.
The MTL Motorsport karts.
Late entry was Jacob. I think they only made the decision last weekend when they were at Shenington. The Bachler family, wonderful group of people. Dad of...
Oh
no!
And there are go-karts everywhere. Oh my word! Get out of the way. Good, out of the way there. That's the number 89 kart. Oh, the number 69. That is Jacob Bashler.
Oh no!
The number 89 is James Harris.
And we've got
other karts off the circuit as well. We didn't see. Now I think they came through the... no, who was that slowing down? That is...
55.
Right, so
Oh.
Charlie Myers has been involved in that. Oh, Jake Brook, I think, is involved again. Ethan Higgins is going very, very slowly. Both... Well, we saw one driver lying on the barriers. He's standing up. That was more anger than anything else.
Yeah.
Now, they have obviously come through the barriers at the outside. Oh, and there's a cart that's spun under a yellow flag.
I think they are separate incidents, Henry. I'm not certain of it, but the fact that the cart was in the middle of the Fullerton S's, it would be hard to come right as you go through there. So
that is very true. We don't have a replay of it, that is, luckily, again, the only thing that is important is that all the drivers are out of their carts and absolutely fine.
Mobile, yes.
Ethan Higgins has retired. Jacob Basher and James Harris, they were the two carts that are still on the circuit.
Oh, that was commentator's curse, Henry.
Marley Pareo has had a spin, the BMR restart driver. He's down at the back. Jake Brook and Charlie
Move the lead,
Myers.
sorry. Zach Green up the inside of Taylor Orange. I hate to cut across you there, but that was a big dive into the first step and well executed. And Orange is happy to follow. Orange gave Zach Green a little nudge into the hairpin 2 before the braking zone to say, look, we can work together here. Because I think Orange realises that Mackie is right behind and doesn't want to start a scrap this early in the race. We're still 5 minutes, 18 seconds plus a lap.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry, Henry, you can carry on with your train of thought that was going before.
No, the train has left the station. It's more important that we cover the racing for the race lead. It's Green, Orange, Mackie, Shenton, Cranham and more. The top 6 closing up. Taylor Orange there, just sort of slipstream and bump drafting into the race lead.
Yes.
The GP plate holder for George Gibbons Motorsport moves into first position. A 6-cart train for the race lead.
Yeah.
Then a gap back to Aaron Richardson. They got Louise Richardson wishing Aaron good luck. Then it's Lewis Goff in 8th. Evan Purcell up to 9th, the Northern Irishman. And Joey Brown rounding out the top 10. Behind Joey Brown, we have Alfie Brown, no relation, 11th. George Edgar, 12th. Aston Sharp is 13th. Then Sam Branston, Theo Palmer, Max Ewell, Cameron Edmonds, Monty Brathwaite, Archie Owen, Nat Johnson, Jausen G, Ethan Woodward, Maisie Creed, Macaulay Guy, our driver from Jersey, Alexander D. Benedictis, Spencer Allen, Max Wright, Marley Pareo, Charlie Miles, and Jake Brooks still running.
Yes, it's a good drive from both Aaron Richardson and Lewis Goff, both up 6 positions. We saw Lewis Goff getting well involved in the lead battle in the first race. Evan Purcell taking the fastest lap in that last lap of 57.7. Oh no! That was a big lunge into the corner off the bridge.
Wrong. The lunge went wrong. You were allowed to say it, Piers.
There was contact. There was certainly contact there. That was the issue there, was it wasn't side-to-side contact. That was front wheel to rear wheel contact. Zach Green just going for a bit of an optimistic move, not quite having enough of an overlap. Front wheel to rear wheel. It was not deliberate contact. It was just going for a manoeuvre, and it was a bit optimistic. Yeah. And fortunately, he actually only really affected his own race.
Yes.
Hang on. No, actually, Harrison Mackie went from second to first to fourth, but he's hurt himself more than he has anyone else.
Yes. Where is Mr. Green? We'll have a little look next time around. So we complete another lap. There goes Harrison Mackie, passing Rocco Leon Shenton for 3rd position. Zach Green is Piers.
The 15th place, so he's got a lot of work to do. 6 seconds off the race lead now, and with only just under 3 minutes plus a lap remaining, he's going to be hard pushed to get anywhere near the top 5.
And Twitai on the live chat is celebrating Morgan Moore's ascension into 2nd position. Speaking of moving up the order, there is Lewis Goff, the Alchemy car group backed driver, and Lewis is going to... He's been fast. He has suffered a number of penalties today on track, so he just wants to get a clean race under his belt. There he is now ahead of Rocco Shenton, going through the paddock, going through Mike Wilson Complex. I was thinking about the paddock show later, and just sort of, believe it or not, there is a plan for the paddock show which occurs in my head about 30 seconds before we start. So I'm trying to get ahead of myself. Lost my train of thought.
Yes. Currently looking at the classification for Friday. Orange, if it stays as it was, would get another 0. Oh, up the inside. Good move from the 51. Lewis Goff making his way up. So he's 9 places up once again. So Goff, even though his qualifying wasn't ideal, making good progress in the races, and we're still battling further down. But it is Mackie who's just trying to reel in that front 2 because he doesn't want Orange to run away with this.
Yeah, and now we have a fusion triumvirate there between Aaron Richardson, Joey Brown, Riley Cranham and Harrison Mackie. Haven't said this for a while. We've now got 4 fusion karts in the top 8. It wouldn't be Kartmasters if I didn't say that. But we have. So all is well with the world. Fusion are stacked up at the front of the field. However, I think it's a sign, there's a lot of signs in karting. This is not a fact that Fusion are dropping off. Far from it. They are still, standard bearers. However, other teams have just upped their game. Other engine builders upped their game. It's so much more competitive. Every time there's a little rule change, it decides to eliminate, how should we say, some of the grey areas that can be exploited in the rule book, and it means that things are a lot closer. Harrison Mackie got a little bit too close there to Rocco Leon Shenton as they go through turn number 1.
Was the 22 actually, Henry?
Oh, the 22,
Aaron Richardson breaking a bit late and getting into the back there of the driver in front, and we going side by side still as
Aston Sharp.
Aston Sharp makes his way.
Son of ex-Formula 3 racer Ryan Sharp.
There you go.
And I know Aston's 2 younger twin sisters will be watching. And they're always keen spectators, and don't give them a microphone because you'll never get it back off them. They like a wee chat.
Don't we all, Henry? Harrison Mackie setting out for the front 2 after getting waylaid by the incident he had with Zach Green. Closing the gap now down to just 2.1 seconds. Fastest lap was fast lap, but now I look at the lap times, it was actually only 400ths faster than our leader and 200ths faster than Morgan Moore in second. So very, very equal pace at the front of the field.
So the clock has struck 0. The next time the next time the leaders pass the start-finish straight, and that's not Harrison Mackie making a move. It's the number 11 kart of Joey Brown wearing Harrison Mackie's old race suits.
That's not confusing in the slightest. But Rocco Leon Shenton actually getting surprised by the move that Leon Shenton made into the hairpin one. You see him open the steering quickly as he saw an object appear in his peripheral vision.
Yeah,
through also goes the 18.
Riley Cranham at the inside. Aston Sharp says, I'll pass you one corner, you pass me, I'll pass you straight back.
Investigation for Ethan Higgins. Does it say for why? It does not.
He is retired from the race, so his cup of misery has just overflowed.
Maybe it was an investigation for either causing or an involvement in one of the 2 incidents that happened on the second or third lap. And also is Spencer Allen, mechanical failure. So he's going to get the meatball flag?
Yes, he shall. So that is another MTL kart scrubbed from the running order. Mark and Dave Litchfield will have to go to work. Mark Litchfield, however, there isn't a man who knows more about karting around this circuit than Mr. Litchfield. But he'll have to... He's probably thinking, if you drivers crash anymore in my team, I'm going to have to go back and drive myself.
That would be interesting to see.
That would be very interesting to see. Here we go then. Battle for the lead out of the final corner. And Taylor Orange holds off a rapid Morgan Moore in that one. Well done, Morgan Moore. And that will move Morgan up into 3rd position in the intermediate classification.
The intermediate classification is looking very interesting. Orange, of course, leading the way on 0 points, but from 4th, who's Zach Green on 13 points, down to 10th is just 5 points difference, and there's 3 drivers on 13 points, Green, Goff and Cranham. So, yeah, very, very tight, very, very competitive, as always in Junior X30. But once again, it is Mr. GP Plate himself, Taylor Orange, who takes the win.
Yes, indeed, and we will have a little look. We've got a chance to have a look at the result, and then we've got time for one more trivia question today before anagrams take over tomorrow. The stricken wagons are taken out, the trolley's going to retrieve them. There we go, Taylor Orange by 0.2 of a second beats Morgan Moore. Harrison Mackie and Lewis Goff round 8 top 4 with Joey Brown in 5th. Rocco Leon Shenton is 6th, followed by Aston Sharp, Riley Cranham, George Edgar, Zach Green, then Aaron Richardson, Evan Purcell, Cameron Edmonds and Sam Branston. Then we have Max Yule, Archie Owen, Nat Johnson, Alfie Brown, Monty Brathwaite, Zhao Chen Ji and Ethan Woodward up next. Then it's Maisie Creed, Alexander D. Benedictis, Macaulay Guy, Max Wright, Marley Pareo and Charlie Myers. Jake Brook makes it to the finish. Well done, Jake, and well done, Jake's mechanic. Spencer Allen retired at the end, as did Theo Palmer, Jacob Bachelor, James Harris, and Ethan Higgins. I have a very important question. Well, first things first, trivia. Last trivia question of the day about the presenters. Myself, Nicole Sutherland, or Piers Pryor. Which one of us can ride a bicycle backwards? Which one of us can ride a bicycle backwards? Is that me, Nicole Sutherland, or Piers Pryor? Already director Rob looking at me going, it's not me, it's not me. What do you mean? Is there something about my physique that doesn't lend itself to backwards bicycle riding?
Should we could reveal this in the paddock show.
We could reveal it in the paddock show by getting a bike and see. Oh, now bikes aren't allowed in the paddock. However, someone's going to have one somewhere. We will try and do that.
Yeah, a bit of contraband in the paddock.
Yeah. If you have a bike in the back of the paddock for the paddock show only, we will do that to show you the last answer. And if for those of you keep your answers coming in on the live chat, we will reveal it in the paddock show. But now, time for one more commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the third and final senior Rotax Heat of the day. And all these drivers competing in their second heat. And Jaden Tian, Kai Hunter share row number 1. Liam Hartley and Teddy Pritchard Williams are on row number 2. Macaulay Bishop and Brandon Klein Nagelmore on row number 3. Jabba Al-Saba and Joshua Graham on row number 4.
Row 5 starting in Kean Geraghty and then Charlie Webb on the outside. Row 6, Jack Steadman and Ben Fulland. Row 7, Austin Lee and James Swindelt. Row number 8, Armand Hamilton and Harry Hannum.
The Lion on row number 8. Deacon Russell and Luca Osmond Price, row number 9. Then it's Ollie Goodyear on the CRG and Neo Clark rounding out the top 20. Alexander Cullen, Sam Longley are next. Harry Bloor and Lebanon Stephanie Hobika are on row number 12.
Row number 13, Jeremy Montgomery Swan and then Luke Bates. Row number 14, Ryan Ward and Alex Adams Acton, all the 8s. That's some alliteration for you. 29th, James Tetter. 30th, James Lingard. 31st, Zayn Salim. 32nd, Danny Shields.
the real Salim Shady. Ralph Youngling and Jack Lilly round out the 34 kart starting lineup for 10 minutes of action plus it up. Jaden Tian and Kai Hunter lead them to the line. Lights are out. We are off and racing through turn number 1. The back of the field, 2 drivers come together over the grass. One of them looks like a Jack's Motorsport Liberty. That could be Alex Adams Acton or Ryan Ward. They both get going again, and now we head all out of turn number 4, down the hill towards hairpin number 1. There's Super Ted making a move.
And Jaden Teen following his way through, and Teen's not had a great start from first place all the way down to about 5th or 6th position. Yeah, so shows how quickly things can change. Ooh, there was some rubbing in the second hairpin.
Yes, there was a little bit of sticker swapping going on. There's the number 78 kart of Joshua Graham for the KR Sport team, and a little bit of defensive driving going on down the back straight there. There's Ollie Goodyear in that CRG. Again, still can't believe why there aren't as many CRGs out there. The wagon is good. It's a good wagon. You don't necessarily have to drive an OTK kart to be fast in this event.
No, certainly not. We've seen winners with different chassis throughout the years. Of course, we had a crock in the Junior X30 last year with Taylor Orridge.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Oh, and of course, there's Ollie Goodyear getting a little bit wide, going through the banking. Pritchard Williams at the inside of Jaden. That's a Macaulay Bishop for 3rd position, but it's Kai Hunter leading the way from Jaden Tian. Teddy Pritchard Williams, Macaulay Bishop, Brandon Klein Nagelvort is the driver in 5th position. Tall driver, black and orange crash helmet. The 3rd of the Dan Holland Racing karts. And then a gap back to Joshua Graham, Liam Hartley, and Jabba Al Sabah for the XL Motorsport team. Can't praise Jabba as highly enough. Keir Garrity and Charlie Webb for Precision Racing, rounding out the top 10.
Driver that's got the pace at this stage of the race is Teddy Pritchard Williams in the Strawberry Racing green kart there with the striking helmet. He's romped onto the back of Tian and it now goes for a move up inside turn 1. Nope, thinks better of it. Couldn't get alongside enough, but he's got pace at this stage, as has Macaulay Bishop in the O-plate right behind. I think they were probably not going to be coming over the bridge in the same order we started. No, we are not. Tian is in the lead. Teddy Pritchard Williams in second. No, Teddy Pritchard Williams is in first and Tian's in second. And Macaulay Bishop is now 3rd. And GP plate, Kai Hunter has gone down to 3rd place. Round the outside, looks...
Daniel Liam Hartley
does it very nicely. Just about keeps it clean.
Just your standard lap 3 of a heat race at Kartmasters.
Yeah, on a Friday.
Jay Larkin, a very wise old sage from Ireland. We need more comp karts.
I raced on a comp kart for a bit.
We do need more comp karts, because do you believe in the fluoro?
I did for a bit. I was a comp kart for a while. Oh, who's that? Was
that would be All Action, Adams Acton.
Adam Acton.
Yes. Yep. His mum didn't like it we give him nicknames, but it's All Action, Adam Axon. Sadly, he'll be watching all the action from the Marshall post because he's out of the race.
But in the lead of the race, Teddy Pritchard Williams is trying to break away as best he can. I don't think he'll be very successful because there's probably about 33 very quick karts behind him. As we see some persuasive removal of racing line in the background, but a good move off the bridge from Macaulay Bishop.
Yes, indeed. Pritchard Williams gets hung out to dry, has to come across to defend. For the uninitiated, this is what you call a hack. This is the epitome of a go-karting hack.
Well, we've seen Jaden Tian go from 1st place to 6th place, back to 1st place, back to 6th place in 3 minutes. So that is pretty much the definition of a hack, yes.
Yeah.
But also, someone who I'm very impressed with so far in this hack is Liam Hartley, who was surprised to be 3rd after time qualifying and is actually holding up very, very well in these trying times.
Yes, trying times. You need your wits about you, shall we say, your wits about you. Now, at the moment, Kai Hunter would still be leading the intermediate classifications. Guy Cunnington, who's already done his 2 heat races, he would be 2nd in the points, and Liam Hartley would be 3rd in the standings as we run. Pritchard Williams would be 4th, Garrity would be 5th.
I say that, but Garrity's just been forced out wide.
Yeah, so that'll put Garrity down behind Caden McQueen, Jensen Graham.
Sorry, Henry.
Apparently there's footage of Caden McQueen losing it on the rolling lap of some race. I don't know about that, but hopefully, I mean, if there is, we'll find it, because anything to embarrass Caden would be is A-OK in my book. The message I had was from his dad, by the way, from Andrew Salis. Go on. So, yeah, I say, can you find the footage of Caden losing it on the outlap?
Oh, that is a robust manoeuvre there, going up and then down one place was the 51 of Sam Longley.
And Luca Osmond Price was the driver on the outside.
Getting shuffled
wide,
off of the racing line. But also, Motorsport Magpie saying these guys do know that these tyres need to make it to Sunday, don't they? I think they do know, but they also...
But
if you don't... Thing is, in a hack, it's eat or be eaten.
It is,
It very much is dog eat dog, and as you can see...
Who's got the biggest teeth?
Yeah, exactly. And at the moment, Macaulay Bishop is showing his teeth, backing up the pack and going to the outside is our Motorsport, or our UK suited driver.
Oh, Joshua Graham, that was, the UK suit, the pink crash helmet. Now, there were rumours abound that in this class, those that make the Grand Prix get a fresh set of tyres for the Grand Prix.
All junior and senior classes, you have to take a new set of tyres should you make the main event and want to race.
Okay, so if you're in the Grand Prix, you've got to put on a new set of fresh bones. So Comet bones for the Armies, Mojo bones for the Rotaxes.
So yes, they do need to last until Sunday, but only until Sunday morning warm-up. Or the repechage should you find yourself. Oh, the pre-final on Sunday as well, of course. So yeah, the pre-final, it's only the Grand Prix that you require that brand new set of wheels.
Which I think is really good. I mean, the people will moan that this costs an extra set of money, but the product will look better, and no one can moan that they run out of tyres. Everyone is in exactly the same position for the biggest event of the weekend.
And it removes asterisks from winners who potentially may not have finished other races. It removes that situation completely.
Yes,
because everyone is on exactly the same tyres for the grand final, so you have to be the best driver on equal tyre footing.
I think that's a smart idea.
I also agree, because let's be honest, all the drivers here at Kartmasters,
they would have spent a couple of quid getting here.
It's not a budget event. Nope. These drivers will have spent a fair whack to get here. Of course, let's think about it this way: a set of tyres is nearing on 200 quid. They would have done a set in practice and one set of leading up, so that's already 400 quid. What's another couple hundred quid, Henry, when you're going racing?
I mean, if you're here and competing for a win in the British Grand Prix, yeah, a couple hundred quid's a couple hundred quid. And if you haven't got a couple hundred quid, it's a hell of a lot of money. Heck of a lot of money.
Yes.
Shouldn't have said naughty word there. Slap myself on the wrist. Heck of a lot of money. But like I said, you've got here and you're in it. So yeah, you don't qualify for the final of the British Grand Prix by not investing.
That is the remnants of a Jack's go-kart.
That was Luke Bates' kart. It still is Luke Bates' kart, just some of it.
It'll need probably
some TLC.
Yeah, it'll need realigning, I would imagine.
I would imagine that kart will be getting jiggy with it.
Yes, it's a little bit cross-eyed currently. Looking at currently the number 73 Strawberry Racing driver in this Rotax class of Cian Geraghty, of course, racing for his own team in X30.
Yes, just to make things awkward for us. Double duty, Jaden Tian leading this way. Now, I think Jaden may have learned a little lesson earlier on. He's up to he's third, sorry. I thought he was leading. He's leading that group because Macaulay Bishop and Kai Hunter have checked out. There's a move from Liam Hartley. Harry the Lion is up into top 7. And there's that sort of white, orange and brown black livery car. That is Charlie Webb for Precision Racing, having a really, really solid run. He's not in the top 10 in the points. I tell you who is in the top 10 in the point standings. It's Millwall's finest, Harry the Lion, Harry Hannam. What happened there to that Jack's kart, says Chuchi? I don't know. I got a feeling it had an off.
Where is Guy Cunnington?
He is not in this race. He's already done his 2 heat races, but he is second in the points.
Yes, that's why I'm getting confused. So, of course, it's the second heat race. Henry, it's been a long day. It's very warm in this commentary box.
Yes.
And I have a limited supply of brain cells on a cool day in October. So.
And I can also tell you that I can tell that Piers Piers had a chili for lunch as well. In this.
Am I?
No, at all. Chili smells lovely. It's the after effects I'm worried about.
I tell you what, I'll pop in a bit of gum for the paddock show. Otherwise, you won't talk to many people.
It's not about that end. I'm worried about the after effects of a chili coming out the other end.
We haven't had any backfires yet, Henry.
No.
We won't talk about backfires with you, Henry. Let's not talk about that. That's for the after show.
Yes, indeed.
We have a hack at the front of the field now.
The clock has got 30 seconds to go. Bishop defending like depends on it. Kai Hunter will tolerate this for another couple of corners, I think. and he looks over his shoulder. Well, he'll continue to tolerate this until Teddy Pritchard-Williams in third place catches Kai Hunter, and then Kai Hunter will go.
Look how quickly a 1 second lead can be eroded from defending. Macaulay Bishop only defended for 3 corners. It was the S's, the body game, and then into the final sector, and they lost 4.5 of a second on that lap. So that shows you exactly. It's basically you lose 1.5 to 2 tenths per corner that you defend, and that is all playing into the hands of Teddy Pritchard-Williams in the number 5 in the bright green Strawberry Racing car right behind it. I imagine Ty Hunt is probably getting a little bit frustrated at this stage.
Yes, the driver representing the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir, Kai Hunter, now will look over his shoulder. There he is. Sees Teddy Pritchard-Williams, loses a place Teddy Pritchard-Williams, loses another place Joshua Graham, and says, cheers, Macaulay, thank you very much. Now, into the Mike Wilson complex. There's Harry Hannam, the number 19 Jack Dex Racing driver. Joshua Graham's behind him. Harry will now have a little look at Kai Hunter. Charlie Webb is still back in 7th place. Austin Lee runs in 8th. This is the final lap, and it's Macaulay Bishop 2 tenths in front of Teddy Pritchard, as somebody goes high, wide and handsome onto the banking. Who was that, I wonder? We'll check that out next time around. Joshua Graham leading Jaden Tian. That is, it was Kai Hunter that went very wide. So Hunter out of contention, and has he come back on? The yellow flags are waving, so that tells me he hasn't come back on. So Bishop, Pritchard-Williams, head-to-head for the win. And we go through the Bobby Game corner. Kai Hunter does regain the track, but down in stone last, and that will change the start, the intermediate classification. Hunter will no longer lead the intermediate classification. We'll find out who it is. Bishop takes the win from Pritchard-Williams. 3rd place is Graham, Jaden Teen and Harry Hannam, and it's Guy Cuddington, not even in this race, who inherits the lead in the intermediate classification. Teddy Pritchard-Williams moves up to P2 in the point standings, and Harry Hannam starts 3rd. Well, he would start 3rd. He is now running 3rd in the standings. Joshua Graham is 4th in the point standings. Cian Geraghty 5th. And, well, Kai Hunter went from leading the intermediate classification to finishing 32nd. Oh, dear. And I have a feeling that the Lion will be asked to report to an official after that one. On the track anyway. Here we go with the provisional results. Macaulay Bishop and Teddy Pritchard-Williams finished 1st and 2nd. Joshua Graham, Jaden Tian and Harry Hannam round out your top 5. Charlie Webb, Cian Geraghty and Austin Lee finished 6th, 7th and 8th, with James Swindells and Alex Cole rounding out your top 10. Jack Lilly and Jabba Al-Sabah are next. Liam Hartley fades to 13th, ahead of Neo Clark for the Thule Motorsport team. Then it's Jack Stedman, Ben Folland, Ryan Ward and Deacon Russell, with Sam Longley and Luca Osmond Price rounding out your top 20. The coach, Danny Shields, is 21st, followed by Harry Bloor, James Tester, Armand Hamilton, Brandon Klein Nagelbort and Egypt Zayn Salim, with privateer driver James Lingard is next. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, learning the ropes of British karting, finishes 28th. Then a Ralph Youngling, Stephanie Hobika, Ollie Goodyear, and somewhat mildly miffed Kai Hunter. Luke Bate and Alex Adams-Acton failed to finish that race. What is next, I hear you asking on the live chat. We have 2 races to go. Junior Rotax and Senior X30. Before we get to the last 2 races, let's go back to Piers Pryor, who is down in the paddock with the driver now.
Yes, we have Macaulay Bishop, our O-play and race winner in that one. Macaulay, that was a hard-fought victory.
Yeah, it's all right. Obviously, starting P5, got up to P3 in the first lap, and yeah, picked them off one by one, and yeah, just stayed in the race lead, got some gaps, had to defend for about half a lap, and then got another gap, and then yeah, just carried like that for the rest of the race.
It looked like you picked and planned your race very nicely in that one, because you and Kai both had a bit of a gap, and then the point at which you defended was clearly just about the right time, because you didn't get overtaken.
Yeah, obviously that wasn't on purpose. Yeah, I was just trying to stay in first. Obviously, leading around here with all the high grip and stuff, offline is pretty dirty and slippery, so yeah, leading out front is really hard as well. So that's why I couldn't get away. But I was managing in the gap nicely, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Cheers, Macaulay. We'll let you go and cool off after a hard day's racing. I'm hoping to grab a word with Teddy Pritchard-Williams in a moment, but while we wait for him, there's Teddy. Teddy, that was... Henry described that as a hack.
Yeah, that was definitely the definition of a hack. It was really hard work. Like, we dropped back, but I think that's what the final is going to be like. It's not easy at all. Like, even the first heat today, we had a sixth, and then we've had a second. So it's difficult. We've got to keep working. I don't think we're quite fast enough at the minute, but we've got 2 days till the final to try to figure something out.
Well, Teddy, great. Thanks very much for chatting to us. And I'm hoping to grab a word with Joshua Graham. Joshua got third place. Interesting. I didn't actually see what happened on the last lap, because I literally left on the last lap board, and I was expecting it to be Macaulay Bishop and Kai Hunter, but Kai Hunter wasn't there. Can you fill me in?
I'm not sure. I think it was Harry Hannon, but he went on the inside round the bowl and clipped Kai's rear tyre, and they both went off, and I made a few positions.
You did make a few positions, but a decent result for yourself.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. You know, the start wasn't... It was all right. Just made my way to the front, and yeah, went around the outside a couple of times. One didn't work, but made my way back to third, so decent result.
Josh, thanks very much for chatting to us. We'll let you cool off after a hot day's racing. Only a couple more races to go, and one of them is just about to go on the grid. Henry's going to run you through that.
Thank you, Piers. It is time for the third and final junior Rotax Heat of the day, and here is your starting lineup. Riley Cranham and Harry Bartle will lead the field to the green lights. Harry Freeman and Harrison Crowther are on row 2. Lewis Goff and Charlie Neve on row 3, and Jack Robinson and Jack Baker. Then it is Hugh Moulton and Ryan Gill, Michael Walker and Shane Chandaria from Kenya, having a fantastic Kartmasters so far. Lizzie Bentia, Nathan Cappan, Rhys Owen and Aidan Mitchell are next. On row number 9, we find William Archer and Charlie Cox, and Kai Beach, Jacob Woods round out the top 20. Ellis Bell, Eli Baden are next, followed by Lloyd Hare and Jake Flewitt. Aris Mieskis and Alfie Thompson are on row 13, and Cole Denham, Logan Howes, Oliver Meek, Oliver Smith, Isabella Stanswell Wilson is not out there. Then Zach Turner on row 16. The final 2 drivers, Joshua Turnbull and Adam Wooden. Both Turnbull and Wooden made huge progress in their first heat from the back of the field, but it's about Cranham and the O-Plate Bartle at the head of the field. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Oh, that's a very, very closely matched start. They somehow sort themselves out under the bridge, out into the bowl, around the banking, and then over the bridge with poles at the Riley Cranham holding on to top spots ahead of Bartle. No, Bartle's dropped back. That looks like Lewis Goff making his move. I think Lewis Goff has just taken the race lead.
Temporarily.
Yes, the very temporary, number 1 through 3. Still got it. Bartle is back into third place. Make that, yep, third. Harrison Crowther is next. And I got to say, here's a driver that's going under the radar, but is quietly having an absolutely superb Kartmasters, and that is number 78, Harry Freeman for Team Evolution.
Oh yes, he's having some very solid results and staying out of trouble for now. Don't want to jinx it. There's some wood to touch, Henry.
Touch wood, touch wood. Yeah, touch my forehead, my here.
Because I've already done 2 commentators' curses today. We got a bit of a porpoising front nose cone from Lewis Goff once again.
It just at some point it loves a flappy nose cone. Loves a flappy nose cone.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, Lewis Goff's been in the lead. Oh, and there's a move. Bartle up the inside.
Fully committed, not even quite staying on the circuit on the exit, but got the move done, which is the most important thing, and doesn't have to defend into the first hairpin. So he's caused a chain of events that have certainly helped himself.
There's Harrison Crowther is next. Now, Riley Cranham at the moment has 2 points. He leads the intermediate classification from Harry Bartle on 3. Harrison Whitcomb has 5 points. He's not in this race. Harrison Crowther is next in the points table. Then it's Lewis Goff. Harry Freeman is 6th. Then it's for Kai Clark, Hugh Moulton, Mikey Walker and Lucas Blanford. Currently your top 10 in the points standings. But as we just saw with Kai Hunter, you can go from leading the points to being not in the top 10 in the points very, very quickly.
Yes, you can go from somewhere to nowhere stat, as they would say. Is it Scotland where they say stat?
Pardon?
Like somewhere like means quickly, fast, stat. I think it's Scotland, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Possibly. Sounds very Scottish.
So and change the lead. Harry Bartle now to the front.
Yes, very in a stat.
Stat.
Quickly. Change lead very quickly. And there's a move. Cranham has gone backwards. So Cranham, who led initially, dropped back to 2, 4, 6 position. He's now back up into 5th position. And we've got a nice leisurely train of 9 cars up in the front. Charlie Neve at the back of the group for Strawberry Racing. He's come on leaps and bounds, young Charlie Neves. I have to say, you know, really, really well.
I'm going to disagree with you strongly. There's absolutely nothing leisurely about that 9-car battle, Henry.
Well, it'd be their single file.
For now.
For now. So that's leisurely for Kartmasters.
True.
They haven't, yes. They're all looking over there. So why are the drivers looking into the grandstand? Well, they've got mechanics in the grandstand that are giving them signals.
I'm always surprised that the drivers actually listen.
Sometimes they do. Well, it's tactical. They're saying, right, okay, the mechanics, look, you know, you remind the drivers, don't remember, your tyre pressures aren't coming up too much yet, so you might have to defend, or you're pulling a bit of a gap, or, you know, try and push hard. You need to make a move, and there is a Jack's Motorsport car making said move. Michael Walker going around the outside.
But I think getting a repass on the exit. No, holding around the outside, putting him on the inside for the second hairpin. And should... Oh, that is a what? That's a loose nose cone, definitely, for the 37. So a 5-second penalty from the iPad of Doom, almost certainly coming towards Jack Baker.
Oh, dear. There we go. And there... yes, iPad of... yes, you can see there's daylight between NASA panel and nose cone. That normally isn't a good sign.
No, doesn't normally bode well in terms of a race result. And it doesn't look like he's going to win by over 5 seconds at this stage. It's 10 seconds now, isn't it? 10-second penalty.
Is it?
Is it? I think.
No, I'm sure it's 5.
We'll double check.
In the live chat, I'm sure it's a 5-second penalty. Oh, dear me, that's a ruling change.
Am I just making up rules in my head?
I'll tell you what, I'll go and ask Chief Tyke Yasmin in Manchester just quickly about that while you talk about Harry Bartle leading the race.
Well, for now, well, currently Harry Bartle and Lewis Goff at the front of the field. Hugh Moulton just taken over from Harrison Crowther, and Crowther having to defend from Riley Cranham. No, I'm not going to say that word. A touch between drivers on circuits, just waylaying them ever so slightly. But at the front of the field it is Barton, who is just extending that gap ever so slightly as Moulton gets past Goff in that middle sector away from the cameras. We're currently concentrating on this battle between the 1-1-8. Riley Cranham, 1-1-8. Again, maybe I'm doing old references now.
Right, 118. Yeah, no, got your number, and I've got your number because Piers Priors is talking piffle. It's still 5-second penalty.
I did think I might have been making stuff up.
No, that's right. There's Aidan Mitchell and the number 14 card, and Adam Wooden. So Adam Wooden's charged the back of the field to the front, has stalled. There.
Oh no, that is not ideal for
Riley Cranham.
Oh no, Cranham's going to be disappointed with that. It was just a coming together as they go on top of the bridge. I didn't quite catch who it was with.
I have a feeling it would have been
Michael Walker.
It was Jack Baker from Team Evolution, the other driver that was involved in that. And Riley Cranham goes from second in points to outside the top 10 in the space of one movement.
Again, we see the twists and turns of Kartmasters playing out in front of our eyes. Bartle under pressure at the front now.
Callum Tanner, occasional racer and privateer extraordinaire in the British Kart Championship, saying on the live chat that you're getting flashbacks to a 10-second penalty. Methinks there is more than that meets the eye.
To the 10 seconds.
Yes.
Maybe it used to be a 10-second.
Maybe you were just a naughty boy in a kart race, got a 10-second penalty, and you can't remember it.
I don't think I ever got a 10-second penalty. It's Goff up the inside.
Yes, nicely avoided talking about your racing career.
I don't think I ever did.
I don't know. Callum Tanner, explain in the live chat.
Yeah, please do. Just unearth some dirt that I've forgotten about. I'm sure I was a bandit at some point, you know. We all were at one point, Henry.
Well, I mean, did you ever play white crash helmet? And a
Sorry?
Did you have a plain white crash helmet and a
sorry.
and a Sparko race suit?
I heard something very different.
Yes.
No, my helmet was always bright pink, Henry. I was a bit of a beacon on circuit.
Oh, excellent. And did you have a plain white or a plain Sparko race suit?
I did for a long time.
There we are then. That's halfway to karting banditry.
Actually, funny story. At Wilton Mill, I once had a small incident on circuit. The track got bent down onto the throttle cable. I didn't realise. Got out the cart to pull it back on circuit. Throttle was probably about a quarter open. Put the cart down. Cart left. I ran after it. Just about caught it as it was doing donuts in the infield.
Excellent.
Jumped on the back.
Yes.
It then took off again. Wrong way up the circuit.
Excellent.
So I had to pull myself across and pull the HT lead out. But in the meantime,
did you do an anti-Potter?
I was like Superman behind it, and it wore 2 holes in the knees of my race suit. My mum stitched them up, and that's how it stayed for the next 2 years.
Oh, excellent. There you go. My race suit was black, but it had loads of sponsor logos on it. True story, yeah. And my crash helmet was...
Did any of them pay you for those logos?
They did. I got we'll talk about that another time. I even asked Air Wales for sponsorship.
Air Wales?
Yeah,
Did you get free flights to, I don't know, PFI?
They said no. But I did get Goma Electrical in Cardiff. We're our title sponsors. We got logos all of our race suits. My crash helmet was a half American, half Welsh Troy Corsa style design, if you can remember that. Hand in the air, like you just don't care what's going on. Piers
We have a privateer that's gone up 12 places, Henry. Ellis Bell up into the side of the top 10 from 23rd on the grid. And also Lloyd Hare from Team Evolution gone up 13 places to 10th place. So we've got some movers and shakers. Cole Denham, once again, after a poor qualifying by his own standards, up 14.
There is Ellis Bell. Now, privateer driver, raced and almost won the British Privateer Awards in the Minimax class last year. In fact, he may have been top privateer. Now he's racing locally. He's racing up in Scotland a lot, and he did a one-off round at Larkhall, the British Championship. Here he comes. This lad is super talented. You could say that about all these drivers, as the number 50 car of Lizzie Mentier makes a move, but Ellis and his dad Graham, they traverse the country from Bathgate in Scotland time and time again. And you know, when Ellis was in Honda Cadets as a privateer in the British Championship, he almost got it on the podium. He was regularly challenging all the big guns in Minimax. Now he is back on the big stage, and he qualified badly. He's gained 12 positions. He is running in the top 10. He's on that Lando Norris kart. He's looking at the rear bumper of Jack Freeman, Lizzie Mentier as well, and the tiniest Carter. Let's see, 2 Slim Shadies, not quite for Ellis Bell, and in fact, if he's not careful, he might lose a position to the number 141 kart of Lloyd Hare. He hangs on. Lizzie Mentier defending from Freeman, and this is bringing the precision karting entry of Rhys Owen into play. It's bringing Kai Veach and Cole Denham and Eli Baden into play. Oh, this could end in tears. And Ellis Bell gets out of the way. That's a self-preservation. It's not the precision kart, that's a privateer entry of Rhys Owen from Ruskington. As they complete another lap, the clock strikes 0. Warning flag goes out for Jack Freeman. Happy 16th birthday to CJ Bennett. Well done. Wilton Mill Kart Club 2018. Piers got a nose cone penalty when there was still 10 seconds. Right, thank you, Callum Tanner, for clearing that up. Piers Pryor, he lieth to me. Now, back to the action. There is Bell, now being chased down by Kai Veach. This is the battle just outside the top 10. Harry Bartle still leads Lewis Goff and Hugh Moulton. There's your top 3. Harrison Crowther is 4th. Michael Walker, Charlie Neve is next. Then it's this battle for 7th place on back. Lloyd Hare in the number 141 Evolution Racing car is in 7th. Then it's his teammate, Jack Freeman, behind Harry Freeman, sorry. And then it's Lizzie Mentier, just giving Freeman a helping hand there through the Mike Wilson complex. And behind Mentier, it is Bell in 10th, Veach in 11th, who started the final lap. Behind Veach, you've got Eli Baden, Cole Denham, William Archer, Rhys Owen and Joshua Turnbull from the back of the grid. Turnbull has passed 17 drivers in this race alone. Back at the front, and it's close right up. But you know what? Hugh Moulton isn't looking too shabby either. The Coles Racing driver, number 51, has done a lot of good work here to close in to the rear bumper of Goff and to Bartle. Bartle would be leading the intermediate classification. At the moment, Piers Pryor has gone down to speak to some of the drivers. There's Harrison Crowther defending 4th place from Charlie Neve and Mikey Walker into Bobby Game corner. Crowther having to make the rear end of that Coles cart pretty wide, but Harry Bartle, the O-plate winner, takes the checkered flag. Lewis Goff finishes 2nd and Hugh Moulton in 3rd. There goes Crowther across the line in 4th, Charlie Neve and Michael Walker rounding out the top 6, and the whole gaggle of drivers behind, led by Hare, Freeman, Mentier and Bell. That is your top 10. Shaking of the head there from Charlie Cox, a rather desultory sort of gesture, not happy with something. We will look at the full results very shortly, but that was the penultimate race of the day. One more race to go, which is Senior X30, and then we'll have a very short break. The paddock show will start at about 6:15. But here is your full provisional finishing order of Junior Rotax Heat number 3. Harry Bartle beats Lewis Goff by 0.2 of a second. Hugh Moulton rounds out the top 3 and it is Coles Racing teammate Harrison Crowther. Charlie Neve, Michael Walker, Lloyd Hare, Harry Freeman, Lizzie Mentier and Ellis Bell lead the privateer home in 10th place. Kai Beach, Cole Denham, Eli Baden and William Archer are next up. Rhys Owen rounds out your top 15, ahead of Joshua Turnbull, Lithuania's Aras Bojavskis, then Jake Flewitt, and Kenya's Shane Chandaria, another top 20 finish for the Pro Train driver. Oliver Meek on the CRG is 20th, followed by Ryan Gill, Alfie Thompson, Nathan Kaplan, Logan Howes, Jacob Woods, Zach Turner, and Charlie Cox. And the last few drivers home, Jack Robinson, sadly Oliver Smith, Riley Cranham, Jack Baker, Aidan Mitchell and Adam Wooden failed to finish. Harry Bartle, Harrison Whitcomb, Harrison Crowther, Lewis Goff and Hugh Moulton, Mikey Walker are your top 6 provisionally in the intermediate standings. Sam Hayes Racing, congratulating Lizzie Mentier and Lewis Goff. Well done, yes. Really grateful for your support online today. Please keep the comments coming in, but Piers Pryor is down in the pit lane to speak to some of our drivers about now. Take it away, Piers.
Top 3 were the main ones to look at during that race, and the top of the top 3 was this man right here, Harry Bartle. Harry, top of the intermediate classification after today's racing. Good day's work?
Well, I couldn't go much better, to be honest. 2 wins out of 2, and then hopefully another 2 tomorrow. And then
hopefully another 2 tomorrow, absolutely. Clearly the cart's working all right, and the driver's not doing too bad either.
No, the team's done a great job setting it up. Made a few changes after the last session, didn't think it was right, and it obviously worked. Absolutely, right. We'll let you go and cool off, chill out after what has been a good day working. Let's have a word with Lewis Goff. Lewis, you've been having to work hard for your results today.
Yeah, especially doing the double X30 and Rotax. It's quite hard, but takes a few laps to get used to again.
Yeah, just talk to us about that. How do you have to drive differently on this, especially at the start of the race?
It's a bit difficult due to different tyres in X30 and the power's a bit different where you can just put your foot in, but with Rotax you have to smoothly put it on. But I mean, I think I did good in both classes today, so the team did really good.
I think you did good as well. Second place, you'll end the day pretty happy with that. Time qualifying again tomorrow morning. What can you do?
Hopefully I can get the best I can, P1 obviously. So yeah, hopefully for the best.
Harry's looking hard to beat though at the moment, but can you do it?
Most likely, yeah.
Most likely, I love that. Right, brilliant, great to chat with Lewis Goff. Is Hugh Moulton kicking about? Yeah, Hugh, come on this side for me. Hugh, talk to us about that race. That was busy out there.
I think I had a good start to the race. I think I got into lead for a split second, then I lost it. But towards the end, we just struggled for a bit of pace. So hopefully we'll do better tomorrow. So yeah.
Looked like you got yourself comfortably inside the top 3 in that race, which really helped stay out of the battling pack. So I saw you had a little. Is it a little nudge against the garage on the way in?
Yeah, just, I haven't been in here today, so just had to assess how big it is. So yeah, I thought
rear wheel just making ever so slight contact with the garage on the way through, but everything okay on the kart?
yeah, it should be all right. Hopefully we can do some more better results tomorrow and win it on Sunday.
Hey, that's the idea. Well, it sounds like Senior X30 are going out for their final race of the day. Henry will talk you through the grid.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Race number 19 of the day. Senior X30, 33 drivers set to start, 34 drivers set to start. Here is your starting lineup. Pole position will be the reigning and defending champion Gus Lawrence and Cian Geraghty starting on the outside of row number 1. Caden McQueen, hopefully he won't spin on the outlap this time, and Oliver Stilp on row number 2, Aaron Brown and Harry Cottrell on row 3. Gabriel Stilp and Charlie Morrison-Jones go from row number 4. Harry Platten and Macaulay Bishop round out your top 10. Kuyo Lee and Oscar Repetto on row 6. Micah Taylor, Marcus Lucio, Ella Stevens and Rylan Ashford on row number 8. Row number 9 is Rashan Chigarimbo and Morgan Hill, Tristan Powell and Josh Palfreyman, Luke Taylor and Harry Ewell, David Marshall and CJ Bennett. Then it's Piotr Jurovic, Natalia Dabek and all Polish 13th row, Tony Kazgol from France and Emilio Van Overberger on row number 14. Tiger Dixon, Isaac Marsh, Daniel Archer, George Mayo are next, and the field is rounded out by Ethan Spanswick and Jack Cox. Piers Priors joins you once again in the commentary box. You have been rumbled by Callum Tanner, 10-second penalty, Wilton Hill Kart Club, Heat 1, round 1. Lights are out, let's go racing one more time. Lawrence and McQueen lead the field under the bridge through the Bruno Ferrari S's, out onto the bowl, and they all still going the right way.
I wouldn't speak too soon, Henry. It's very close in the midfield there. 3 abreast going off the bridges. Bold, but executed well by the looks of it. But once again, Lawrence getting away at the front of the field.
Yes, indeed, and that's not going to work, and that almost didn't work, and that is the number 28 car. That is
did well, actually.
Josh Palfreyman.
Josh Palfreyman literally looked right and went, yeah, no, there's no way I'm getting in there, and just decided to back off. So probably for his own safety, the best thing to do there. Oh, very, very crossed up is that bright orange cart. Number.
Change the lead. Is a change of the lead. That's Caden McQueen going into the lead. He does need a good result because he didn't finish his earlier race in this class. Jakub Milzarski, I think that's how you say it, Milzarski. Jakub Milzarski cheering on the Polish drivers in this race. Skibbity Lawrence. The only Skibbity that I know was MC Skibbity back in the day. Twist one for Skibbity. That's drum and bass. You wouldn't know anything about that.
I like a bit of drum and bass.
A little bit of drum and bass. The late MC Skibbity.
Rechange for the lead. A lovely execution of a inside move at the first hairpin and having to defend into the second hairpin. This is turning into a 5-way fight for the top 5, which makes sense because if it's a 5-way fight, it would always be the top 5.
Busiest man in the paddock there with Aaron Brown into 4th position for the Vismo International team. If you look very close, if you squint, the front sort of NASA panel, the top of the nose cone on that Vismo International kart, it looks like it's like a pair of eyes, like staring out. So you got to squint. It's like a pair of cartoon and angry eyes, like Angry Birds or something like that. I wish the other cars would get out of the way so you can probably see it. Or maybe
I see it.
See it now. You see it.
I mean, you really do have to squint almost to the point where
you can't see Caden McQueen taking the lead in this race.
Yes.
Anyway, Aaron Brown at the inside. Oh, Lawrence getting hung out like yesterday's laundry, and he fights back on, and that's the number 43 car, Oliver Stilp. Now, the Stilp family, I'm not sure there's going to be cousins, brothers, nephews, uncles. There's a lot of Stilps in the world of karting.
Yes.
And
there's not a lot of Stilps generally, and a lot of them are in the world of karting.
Well, they all are, thanks to Jonathan and Hannah.
Yes, there we go. And also, we had a change to the lead. For the first time this weekend, Cian Geraghty for his own team this time. As though it's only short-lived because up the inside into Bobby Game and through follows Aaron Brown.
So, Aaron Brown, he obviously wants to get to the front of the field so he can show the rest of the world the little sort of cartoon eyes, I think, are on the front thing. But there's the number 42 kart. That's a good drive. Harry Cottrell. Now, Harry Cottrell on the S8 Racing TB kart. Have to say, Alex Short and the S8 Racing team. When I brought a driver over for Kartmasters back in 2017 from Trinidad and Tobago, I put him with S8 Racing because they're a lovely bunch of people, hard-working, good team. Good team. Then they are. See, there's the eyes.
Yeah, I did see it actually that time. It's on not on the NASA panel. It's more kind of on the nose cone itself.
Yes, but there we go into the race. He goes, Mr. Brown. But then the S8 Racing, they persevered with the Fullerton chassis, which was somewhat recalcitrant, I have to say. Now they have moved on to the TB karts, and they are flying again.
New lease of life for them. But this race has actually been at the front of the field far more dramatic than any other X30 race we've had so far, in terms of the fact that we've had lots of different leaders in front of the field. I mean, especially in the first one, Gus Lawrence, of course, was in the lead, and actually not
Gus Lawrence in the lead again.
But it's not been so easy for him this time.
No, Oscar Joyce Racing joining to the live chat. Oscar, formerly of this parish, now of car racing fame. Oscar Joyce,
he's radical.
He sold NFTs to raise sponsorship. He designed some graphics. He designed some kart graphics and sold them as NFTs to try and go car racing. And obviously it's car racing. I mean, the NFT boom lasted about 6 months. But
some people made a lot of money, though.
And some people lost an awful lot more.
Yes. Hopefully young Oscar Joyce is...
well, he's racing cars.
So he can't have gone that badly.
But there's the number 42. There's that TB kart being chased now by Air Force One, Harry Platten. Then the number 14 kart, Charlie Morrison-Jones. Privateer driver doing double duty. I mean, it's hard enough doing 2 classes when you're with a team. Imagine doing that as a privateer. Wow.
Yeah, well, fair play. But at the front of the field, Gabriel Stilt currently winning the Battle of the Stilts in second place, and also chasing down our leader. Only 300ths faster than Gus Lawrence, but just within 3/10, which is pretty much that cusp of where the toe is, as we see. Harrison Jones.
Sorry, I'm looking there. The Emiliano Emilio.
Go on.
I'll say it. Van Overberger. Is down at the back
Emilio
of the pack.
Van Overberger, yes.
Van Overberger.
Yeah, he's lost...
but he said it's Van Overberger. Yeah.
Scout.
Van
Overberger.
Van Overberger. lads. Speaking of... yes, what part of Wallonia is Liverpool in? I don't know. There's Morrison-Jones chasing Harry Platten. The BMR restart driver, now on a Tony kart, not on a Zenon chassis anymore. Ben Platten's team, the BMR restart team, on a Tony kart chassis, and there is that TB kart, still chasing hard behind of Harry Cottrell. Marcus Luzio is 10th, that is Harry Ewell, and out of the race.
This battle is hotting up for the top 3 positions. McQueen setting that fast lap on the last lap, a good 2.5 tenths faster than both Lawrence and Stilt, of course, aided by that slipstream. It sounds like actually maybe McQueen might have gone up the inside. No, hasn't gone on the inside yet, but goes in at the second hairpin. You can see out the window. There it is.
Yes.
Very clinical move, and clearly thinks he has the pace at this stage of the race and wants to chase down Gus Lawrence and reduce any deficit that he has, of course, after owing to that DNF he had in the first X30 Senior Heat this afternoon, wasn't it? It was afternoon.
It was afternoon. So yeah, McQueen leading. Lawrence, McQueen, Stilp, Geraghty, Stilp, Brown, Platten, Morrison-Jones, Cottrell, Luzio, Gus Lawrence. Again, now just... yellow flag's waving at the second hairpin. And one driver dragging a wagon off the track coming out of the Fullerton S's.
25?
It looks...
75?
That looks... Oh, George Mayle. So... That the TB kart, one of them is, well, it's done. The TB is now a DNF.
But romping around at the front of the field still, I say front, second, Kane McQueen just edging that gap down to this driver at the lead of the race. In fact, I would say that gap has been whittled.
I was having a sup of my iron brew, as is my wont, and as I did that, I did notice MDL kart travelling backwards. That MDL kart right by there, with Tristan Powell behind the wheel.
He's going to have a second go at pushing it. You need to put your wheels on the tarmac, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, there was a similar liveried kart.
Similar livery? Said that a few times in a row.
Similar liveried karts that was in the vicinity of Tristan, as that happens, I'm looking at to see that. We'll move on, but there we go into the first hairpin, the lead back wall.
Once again, Caden McQueen setting the fastest lap of the race in that last lap of 56.5, only a couple of tenths away from the qualifying time. So really, really finding a bit of extra pace in that KR Sport machine at this stage of the race, and just putting himself 3 tenths away, which will mean that he's probably going to, that gap will go down to about 1.5 by the time we get to the banking for the next time.
Good move there, sorry. And the 111 karts, that is Marcus Lutzio for Premium Karting, moving up as well. Gotta say, Harry Cottrell having a fantastic Kartmasters so far. Caden McQueen takes the race lead.
Absolutely, he's the man on form in this one, moving his way through. Got shuffled backwards a little bit at the start after getting away well, but jumping his way through to the front of the field, picking them off one by one. Don't think Gus Lawrence will mind hugely because he'll know the situation. However, he's just proven me completely wrong. Although we're going to go side by side once again. Can we have a perfect overlap? Not quite.
This is Gus Lawrence thinking, I missed Reggie Dewey.
Yeah,
I want Mr. Excitement back. And Caden's gone, well, Mr. Excitement's not here, but I am. And I can be quite exciting as well.
I mean, who am I to tell Gus Lawrence what to do? British karting champion, didn't far more on karts than I ever did. But that was a combination.
That was a concertina effect.
Yes,
it was,
but that was
fourth into third into second into the race lead, and somehow they all carry on.
I was about to say, Gus Lawrence may have been better off letting McQueen through and following him for a while, because McQueen was quick, but again, what do I know? Oh, that's a seriously dented front end.
Yes, now, that chain reaction effect, that might, I mean, Gus Lawrence will turn around and he will admonish Caden McQueen after this race, I am sure. Oh no! Dear! And that is... first things first, Gus Lawrence up is, well...
To be that angry, you have to be okay.
Yeah, you have to be okay. Right. Last race of the day, the clock has struck 0. Caden McQueen, Gus Lawrence won't admonish him, even though Caden will say, well, look, I got hit from behind and hit from behind. That was the power in which Caden got hit from behind, forcing that nose cone into Gus Lawrence's kart. The order that we finish on track, I am sure, will not be the order that you see on the final results. And the race directors and the stewards have just held their head in their hands, because it means they have... they have a much longer evening in front of them than they thought they did after this race. Number 1, Gus Lawrence is up and out of his kart. We're looking at the bridge. Yeah, so, okay. First things first, Gus is okay. I think it was Tristan Powell, George Mayle, Harry Ewell are out, Gus Lawrence is out, and that will promote, as with this, Caden McQueen making a move, Cian Geraghty into second position. This is the final lap. Harry Platten is third, Aaron Brown is fourth, then it's Charlie Morrison-Jones, Marcus Lutzio. At the moment, Fred Green, not in this race, but he leads the intermediate classification. He'll probably be quite glad he's not in this race. But Caden McQueen, now there'll be no victory celebration, there'll be various shaking of heads going on. Piers Pryor is running down, I would say, into the lion's den down at the pit lane area, because there will be several rather unhappy drivers. Most importantly, Gus Lawrence standing by the ambulance, helmet off, so he is physically okay. With checkered flag waves. Oh, Caden McQueen takes the win by 1,500 of a second from Cian Geraghty. Harry Platten, Aaron Brown, Charlie Morrison-Jones, Marcus Lutzio, Oliver Stilp, Harry Cottrell, McCordy Bishop, and Kuihyo Lee. They are your top 10. Josh Palf, 11th was Ella Stevens. Let's have a look back here. It was the croc. Oh, Gabriel Stilp just trying to go for a move, and that could have been nasty there, just riding up over there. I hope that Gus is okay. Stephen Lamian, Pod is mechanic, will get to work on that kart now. We talk about drivers stepping back into karting after a time away, like Gabriel Stilp, and sometimes it's just that last couple of centimetres of, judgment where when you race regularly, there's not a gap. When you've been out of karts irregularly, and then suddenly the gap is, oh yeah, that's enough for gap. But let's have a look at the full but provisional, very provisional in this case, race results. Caden McQueen beats Cian Geraghty, Harry Platten, Aaron Brown and Charlie Morrison-Jones. Marcus Lucio, Oliver Still, Harry Cottrell, McCoy Bishop and Kuhyo Lee, that's top 10. Then it's Ella Stevens and Monaco's Oscar Repetto next, Luke Taylor and Morgan Hill, your top 14. Rylan Eschberg, Micah Taylor, Rashan Chikarimbo, Tiger Dixon, birthday boy CJ Bennett and Francis Tony Cazugel round out the top 20. Then it was Josh Palfreyman, Gabriel Still, David Marshall, Jack Cox, Isaac Marsh, Piotr Jurevich and Eden Spanswick from Moldova. We have Natalia Dabek, Daniel Archer, Emilio Vanoverberger. Then there's your last kart running. Gus Lawrence, Tristan Powell, George Mayo and Harry Ewell failed to finish. Provisionally, Fred Green is your Senior X30 Championship leader. Now, Piers Pryor will be down in the pit lane to speak to a couple of drivers. Before we go down to Piers, just gives me a big chance to say a big thank you to the circuit staff here at Trent Valley Kart Club, the marshalling team, the Orange Army, Team TVKC. They have been on post. It's been a very warm day, and it's got a little bit warmer in that last race. So I will simply say to you, the viewing audience, before I hand down to Piers, I will say thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate all your comments on the live chat. We'll be filming the paddock show starting in about 15 minutes down at the podium. If you want to be involved in that, you can watch that later on, and the rest of it tomorrow morning. Live stream begins at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning once again, but before then, Piers Pryor, the final word goes to some of our Senior X30 drivers. From me on behalf of Nicole Sutherland, goodbye, see you tomorrow. Down to you, Piers Pryor.
If you haven't had enough of Henry, then we'll be doing the paddock show, which I'm sure you guys will be tuning in tomorrow. If you're in the paddock, then come and join us. But for now, we're going to concentrate on that Senior X30 race and our winner, Caden McQueen. Caden, it's been an up and down day, but the pace in that one, I would say, was exceptional.
Yeah, pace was good. I think it got a little bit nasty halfway through. Managed to keep everything clean and come out on the top step, but. Yeah, for me, we've got everything right in both classes, and I think we can do the job.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if the pace continues that way, clearly the car wasn't damaged from the incident in the first X30 senior race you had earlier on. Just noticed in the back of shot, you might not have seen, but you got Harry Platten lifting your car up for you, so clearly, still friends.
Yeah, always.
But also, just a word, your front bumper was a little bit bent because you were trying to cut underneath Gus Lawrence, and pretty much everyone else behind was cutting in behind you, but luckily you didn't get a nose cone.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite lucky actually that I didn't get a nose cone. I think halfway around the corner, me and Gus, we were okay. I think we were similar speeds, and then a hit from behind made me hit into him. And it was actually quite a forceful hit, to be honest.
It was pretty much everyone. I don't think it was any one person's fault. I think everyone just cut back. But Caden, congratulations, successful end to the day. I'm sure we'll see more of that tomorrow. Let's grab a word with Harry Platten, our O-plate holder, third place. High five. We were just mentioning the fact that you lifted Caden's car up there, so still friends.
Yeah, sort of, you can call it that.
You can't see in the back of shot a nice little heart there.
He gave me a few freebies in the first race, so I thought I'd just return the favour.
Absolutely. Talk through the race from your perspective. Again, a hard-fought one, that one.
Yeah, I mean, the start was a little bit difficult. Didn't really have the pace to begin with, racing with people who just want to race, and a little bit frustrating, but that sort of comes from the qualifying. But yeah, we sort of, once I cleared the pack behind, just got on with it. I think I went purple at one point, which I didn't think I'd be saying this weekend. But yeah, and then obviously a little bit of help with the crash at the end, but not too bad.
Did you get a good view of the crash?
Yeah, I did.
Well, do you care to shed any light? Because we had a side-on view. Gabriel, of course, up the inside, wheel-to-wheel contact.
I'm not going to say anything.
Okay. Well, anyway, Harry, another solid result. We'll see how you get on tomorrow. And we'll grab a word with our second-place driver, Cian. Another chat today. Second place, good result. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was okay. I had to go for the win at the end, but it's a heat on the Friday. Wasn't worth the crash. Yeah. So I just kind of pulled out the move. If it was Sunday, it'd be different. But
I missed that because actually I have to run from the commentary box down here. I've done like, I think about 9,000 steps today as a commentator, which I didn't think. But anyway, enough about me. Talk about your race. Clearly pace was good in that one.
Yeah, better that we had a stronger result than the first heat. Yeah, the pace was good. Managed to just keep my head at the end. Bit of chaos on the last couple of laps. Picked up a few places. Nice P2, that will do for the heat.
Absolutely, that'll do. Qualifying once again tomorrow morning. What can you do?
Hopefully the same as today.
Absolutely. Cian, congratulations on a successful day. I'll let you go and cool off.
Thanks.
Grab yourself a nice cold beverage and get yourself ready for qualifying tomorrow. That's it for the racing today. It's only Friday, believe it or not. We've still got 2 more full days of racing. We're going to be back again about 9:55 tomorrow morning for the first qualifying session going out at 10 a.m. But if you're not done with Piers, Henry and Nicole today, then if you're in the paddock, then come and join us for the paddock show. If you're not in the paddock, unfortunately, that will be tomorrow's... actually, that'll go out on YouTube tonight, and then we'll be on part of the lunch break tomorrow as well. So thank you very much for joining us. Make sure that you've subscribed already because we've got plenty more racing coming this weekend. And have a look at all the other Alpha Live, Trent Valley Kart Club and Kartmasters socials to keep up to date with everything that's going on. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.